Welcome to the GunChannels.com lobby chat.
I can't believe I won again. I have never.
Lucky you.
I have never won anything twice in a row in my whole entire life. So this is like a lottery for me. And I'm gonna take full advantage of this right now.
Good idea. You want it, get it.
Get it.
Well, the first time I won it, I said I didn't want it. I said don't pick me because I think I explained myself pretty clearly that I'm here to support my rights and everyone's rights. So I really didn't want to show everyone, oh, I'm here because I love patches. But I accepted it because I didn't want to insult them, by not accepting their gift. So I took it anyways, but now I just want it again, and so I don't want to make a second mistake, so I'm just going to accept this one as, yes, I won again.
You realize they don't really give a damn one way or the other whether you want it or not, right?
Yeah, it's great that you're here supporting your rights and standing up with your fellow 2A.
You're taking too much into it.
But some
well, you have to think too much into it.
No, you don't. We're not in communist China. We're not in communist Vietnam. We are in the United States of America.
No, not like that way. I mean, like, I fully support our country, so.
That's good. Continue doing so. Join the NRA.
Yeah, but you were just now saying that I was a communist or something. I don't know what the hell that one.
No. You were saying you have to think too much into it. No, you don't. You don't have to think about anything. It's a free country.
Yeah, well, if you give a damn about your country, then you better support it as much as you can.
I think we're all in agreement on that. I think there was a miscommunication there. I think what Mr. LT was saying is that he didn't come here to win the patch, but cool, he's glad he got it, but he didn't want to seem like somebody pandering for patches. And I think what Knife Strike was trying to say was, hey, it's a free country. You don't have to overthink stuff too much.
We'll go with that.
But if it's a free country, you can overthink it too much if you choose to.
Oh, yeah, it's a free country. By God, if you want to sit there and overthink shit till you fry your brain, go ahead. It's free country. Go for it.
Tire yourself out. But don't expect us to take care of it.
I think the computer monitor's radiation is going to tire me out.
If we're going to start splitting hairs like that, I'm going to go sharpen my knife.
Don't go nowhere.
Hey, Sean, if you're going to go sharpen your knife, would you do me a favor and sharpen my bayonet too? Where you at? That my M9's looking a little dingy, so sharpen that for me while you're doing that, all right?
Yeah, while you're sharpening that bayonet, I've got a styrofoam gas tank for you. That way it'll hold gas for you and it's pretty light to carry.
No, that's napalm right there.
All right. Does anybody here like black powder pistols?
I love black powder pistols.
Yeah.
I love black powder rifles. I love black powder guns.
I have a friend who's got a new inbox. It's a Colt replica of a Colt, reproduction of a Colt black powder. I don't know the model on it.
It is an Army.
It was made in 1951 or 57, something like that. But it's a reproduction. It's a first series reproduction. And it is serial number 9, I believe. It's new in box and medium quality. What would you be interested? Oh, plus it has like some Italian artist hired by Colt engraved the cylinder. So I'm waiting on pictures. When I get it, I'll show you guys.
If it's a Colt Army reproduction or like a Colt Navy reproduction, then yeah, that's pretty badass.
I'm pretty sure.
Even if it's a reproduction, it's still got some value, but it's not.
Like I said, it's a first series reproduction.
Is it really a Colt, or is it an Italian and been marked as a
Yeah,
Colt?
isn't it like an Aberti, or is it a actual
it's an
Colt?
actual
Sounds like
Colt.
you birdie. What it sounds like.
It is an actual Colt in the box with papers.
Oh, okay, so it's a Colt reproduction by Colt.
Yes.
Okay, that's going to be like way out of my price league, probably.
Not necessarily.
Well, first
He's
off,
looking.
I don't sit them in boxes to be looked at. I like to shoot them. So
Yeah.
I'm not going to shoot that because.
Well, what happened with it is my friend inherited it from a relative who passed, and he wants to sell it. He just didn't know where, and I was trying to lead him along the proper path. So
Gunbroker. Gunbroker that.
I told him to go to Gunbroker too. I told him to look up the value of it first before he tried to sell it because he's not asking much. But it's definitely under the value.
If he Gunbrokers, he'll get more than he asked for.
That's what I told him to do. Because he said he did some research and a second series of reproductions by Colt, one of a higher serial number, made later on, obviously, went for something like 1,600, and he's not even asking close to that amount. So when I get pictures, I'll post, and then you guys can, if you're interested, I'll let you talk to him about it.
Awesome.
Well, damn, I didn't mean to kill the chat. People speak, please.
Who knows? I guess everyone's just ignoring me now.
No, I don't think so. Sean, shit's getting bad out here in California. I might have to move out that way quick. You know, make sure that house is ready for me. I don't care if I've got to, I might have to pull some squatter rights until I can pay for it, but yeah.
Well, there's always the driveway.
Oh, no. There's a house, evidently, that's in his area that was for sale. I think, or was it fictional? I don't remember. We've been joking about it for so long, I'm not even sure if it's real.
So, Obama has said that he's going to be more into gun control his last year in office, and Hillary has also said that she'll use executive order to do gun bans. What do you think the American people will do if either of them were to attempt something like that?
I think we need to get DB in here because he's already saying that we should just give up all our guns now and, completely switch to airsoft because they won't ban airsoft, right?
Well, if they decide to come for the guns, people...
And that's a joke.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Well, let's just go ahead and dive straight into that joke. They would ban airsoft because there are already places that are trying to
get rid of it anyways.
Well, they're trying to group air rifles like BB guns and pellet rifles into firearms. That would automatically group airsoft into that same category.
Yeah, but airsoft guns,
the same thing.
The BBs and airsoft guns doesn't do any damage. It's less like getting hit by a Nerf gun.
Have you ever been shot at close range with a pellet rifle?
No, but
I've got a scar on my back that says that then I had to have that dug out.
But airsoft it doesn't shoot as fast as BB.
Well, that's because it's got about the same amount of power behind it, and it's shooting something that causes it to slow down a lot because that big, bulky, light, little plastic BB thing, it moves much slower just because of its aerodynamics than a BB or a pellet does. So the round itself just won't allow it to do much damage. But that doesn't mean that somebody couldn't modify it. There are certain people out there who think that you can modify an airsoft rifle into being a real gun.
And they're just idiots. The ATF tried that. They stole so many airsoft guns.
That because all it took was one newspaper or magazine article, and people ran with that.
Yeah, and the ATF already raided them. It was so funny. I can't believe they actually thought that you can modify an airsoft gun. can't believe it. If you
Right.
think that, you're an idiot.
You can't modify an airsoft gun without lots of work, and even then, you
No,
can
no,
only
no,
fire
you
it
can't.
once.
No. If you, all right, let me tell you how you modify an airsoft gun into to make it into a real firearm. Basically, all you're going to be doing is turning it, You're basically buying a brand new gun, basically.
Yeah,
Basically.
because you could use you could probably use the receiver housing itself, but then you would have to build all of the parts in there because you couldn't just fit the parts in there. You couldn't just say, okay, I've got this AR-15 airsoft, so I'm going to get an upper and put on here. Well, you're going to have to fit that to it because it's not going to fit on there. And then your trigger mechanism is not going to work with that, so you're going to have to completely rebuild that. So basically, you're just going to end
basically
up
buying
with
a
a
new
grip,
gun.
and yeah, you're gonna end up having to completely redo the whole thing in order to make it all work together.
It's not
And
working.
then it's probably only going to last through a couple of rounds.
Yeah, before it breaks or explodes or something.
I can't
So
believe it.
if there was an executive ban in Obama's last term in presidency, how could we the people resist such a thing?
We would
where
have to
would we
band
start?
together and rise up against such tyranny.
Yeah,
Well,
that's
for one
it
thing,
already
the
happened. It already
president
happened
can't
once,
ban
and the
anything.
FBI had to retreat because of it.
The president can't do anything on his own on that larger scale. He can enact executive orders, and then they can be taken to the Supreme Court, and then the fight continues. But as for coming for our firearms, for one, I don't believe the politicians will ever get rid of firearms totally because they get too much money from both sides, the anti-gun and the pro-gun side. They get all sorts of money from both sides to keep things going. If they get rid of the guns, they don't get any more money from that group. That's a large chunk of change. And we all know politicians care about money before anything else.
Right. Because politicians are corrupt.
Absolute power corrupts absolutely.
Exactly. And also the fact that the politicians aren't just as... a politician itself is like the second oldest job in the world. But it's much like the first.
Yeah, except for you don't walk away from a smile on your face after getting fucked by a politician.
I'm glad you got that.
Anyway, I see some new faces in here, at least new to me. Mr. LT. Do you pronounce your name Nguyen?
It's Nguyen.
Yeah. Nice to meet you.
It's
I'm
pronounced
Rudy.
Win, but he calls me Nguyen, and I'm perfectly fine with it.
Because it means the same damn thing.
Yeah, if you
how do
say a weird
pronounce it?
something, I'm probably gonna say that's me. If you say Nguyen, that's probably me.
How do you pronounce it properly?
Well, there's many different pronunciation, but my family has taken Win, and most of the Asian people take it as Win.
So Win.
But that's the literal translation, though.
Man, we can do this all day, okay?
Yeah, Night Strike. Shush, I'm talking to him.
Go
well,
for
anyway,
it.
it's a pleasure to meet you, LT. Let's see. Then we got L over here. L period.
I'm
Is it
actually
L or
Mr.
L period?
Now,
I'm
that's
actually-
Polecat.
I'm actually Mr. Polecat, but I don't remember the email address that I was using for that Google account before. So,
Mr. Who?
Mr. Polecat, the
Oh,
smelly one in the lobby.
oh, hey, Mr. Polecat. I haven't seen you in a while. Well, it's good to see
Yeah,
you again.
I've been hiding out and stuff, you know. Hell yeah.
I like the beard. I definitely like the beard.
Well, thank you, sir.
And then we have,
It won't grow any longer than that. Like it reaches that length and then it just starts breaking off and it won't grow any longer. I don't understand it.
Yeah, my
it's longer than mine. Mine just gets like real bushy around the face.
you know, I can't get that long. I'm only like my beard's only about half as long as that right now.
I'm probably sitting at about a quarter. But then again, I've only been growing it for about a month and a half now, too. So,
Me, it's been like I haven't shaved in like 3 months.
yeah, there you go. That's
It
it.
grows fast for me.
I
Yeah,
want a
we-
beard so bad.
What was that?
I can't grow it. I have actually I'm actually trying to grow it right now, but there's like patches. So
You'll get a Fu Manchu before you'll get a full beard.
exactly.
Grow it anyway,
I
brother.
want an American beard.
It takes time. It's not something that just grows in, and it just keep letting it grow. I mean, it's going to be ugly at first, but after a while, once it fills in, you'll be definitely.
So many people grow their beards depending on their genes. They grow it so fast, And I had this for like almost 3 years now, and it's still not even a proper beard.
Well, I don't know what to say to you, brother. Just keep up the good fight. Keep on the good fight.
Just keep not shaving. You'll be fine.
I don't cut my hair either. That's why my hair is so long.
You can grow. See, I can't get my hair to grow long and straight. Mine it just gets all bushy.
My hair is bushy, and I just keep it growing regardless.
It's called an afro where I'm from.
No, it's I don't know.
It's curly.
European Celtic hair. Yeah, it grows out fairly straight and then starts getting real curly at the ends.
I need a haircut so bad. That shit's getting in my eyes and it bugs the hell out of me.
Well, no, that's what happens to me too. But you got to keep it growing so it can go past your eyes, so you don't have to worry about it.
I keep my hair short, so.
I usually get it cut every year around Thanksgiving, and then that's about it. My cousin's wife is a hairdresser, and she cuts it for free, but they only come into town once or twice a year, so that's how cheap I am.
Oh, don't feel bad. I mean, ever since I got out of the military, I don't cut my hair but like maybe once or twice every 6 months. So.
And if you have hair in your eye problem, maybe you should get a mullet.
That's what happens.
No, mullets went out of style back in the 80s. We can't have mullets anymore.
Hey, no, the style is to you. Whatever your style is, it's you, okay? That's why.
Everything comes back around, man. One of these days, mullets are going to be cool again.
Well, maybe
it's
if they make like a Joe Dirt
fucking day, but
No, you know what they're doing.
That wouldn't make them cool. Joe Dirt was not cool.
You know what they're doing with mullets now? They're making them into mohawks. They're making them into mohawks. That's what's going on.
I did that before
they're
it was
adding
cool.
a mohawk to a mullet?
Yeah, like you can already start cutting it like a mullet and then just spike it up like a,
Yeah, I did that back in the early 90s. I had to get my hair cut, and so what I did was I took and cut or I shaved the sides of my head, and then put my hair around into a ponytail so that it looked like that my hair was shorter than it was, but because it looked short on the sides and everything, but it was all in the back, so they didn't have a problem with that. It was a place I was working at. It's like a safety thing, so I just took and shaved the sides of my head and put it in a ponytail and put a cap on.
The women say your best appearance is when you have long hair is either from behind or from the side. I guess they just don't like looking at people's ugly mugs.
I still have to jump them in the dark and put a sack over their heads, and that must be ugly or something.
Are they also the ones under your porch?
That's right. That's where they go afterwards.
Hey man, now we know where all those lost women are. Hey, I want a $50,000 reward.
Yeah.
I shouldn't say things like that. I'll get my house all fixed up finally, and then somebody will see the video and come and tear up my porch looking for bodies or some shit. And I'll be like, no, I didn't.
Oh, that'd be so terrible.
They'll be like, no, I just fixed that.
That's $300 marble right there.
That'd be funny. They come to rip up your floors and then they find out you have a basement.
I didn't know that was there.
Hey, we better stop because he probably does have bodies under his house and he doesn't even know about it. And if they do find something, then he's in trouble.
That house has been there for I don't know, about the time of the Civil War. So
exactly.
Oh, they're probably
There may be
bodies
bodies
under
under
there.
there.
I was digging out underneath of that porch, and I found like one of those antique Pepsi bottles, you know, that's made out of a really, really thick glass, and a license plate from 1954, and let's see, and one of the old Pepsi cans, like the steel ones, you know, with the really thin opening where you used to pull the tabs off of the top of it. So
Right.
very strange.
Dang.
All right, so let me get this right, Mr. Polecat. You live on top of Al Capone's vault.
Well, I haven't found what's his face yet, Jimmy Hoffa, but you know, he could be in there.
Well, I mean, that's all the kind of crap that Geraldo found when he dug up Al Capone's vault, so I was just, clarifying.
Okay. I'll have to Google that or something. Pop culture references often escape me because I live under a rock and shit, you know.
You really need to get some TV out there.
Why?
Hell no, man. TV's a giant waste of time. I had one for like a couple of years when I was in college, and I was like, I wasn't missing anything, and then I got rid of the fucking thing.
Who needs TV when you have a perfectly good computer that is 10 times better? You can look up the stuff you want to watch.
I'm surprised he has internet out there.
We have these
Who
pigeons,
doesn't?
right? And the pigeons fly in, and I have to write the packets out in hexadecimal longhand in time to the pigeons.
That would be awesome, man. I wish I could still do that.
Wait. You still got carrier pigeons? I thought they went extinct.
No, it's like the lost world here.
That would be rare to get one of those.
So, like, you got, like, a satellite antenna up, and you're, like, in the middle of, like,
No,
mountain range or something?
I've got DSL here in the house that I'm getting ready to move into. I've actually got like 100 meg fiber down there. I've got 3 meg DSL here, but fiber down there at the other house. It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, that's what we got is 3 meg DSL out here, and we're kind of out in the wilderness too, or as much wilderness as you can get down here.
See, even cavemen can get internet now.
See, I live in the middle of the National Radio Quiet Zone for the Green Bank Observatory and the Sugar Grove Navy Base. So we don't have any cell service here though, and very few radio stations.
No cell service. Dang,
Nope.
you could get away with anything.
You can get cell service within about a 3/4 mile radius around the county seat, and that's the only place you can get it.
Now, is that because you're like in a valley or something?
No, it's because I'm in the National Radio Quiet Zone. We can't have any like radio interference here. It fucks up the radio telescopes in Green Bank.
Oh.
There's also a large population of people in the next county over, Pocahontas County. That's where Green Bank is. There are those crazy people that are like, oh, the radio waves are making my brain hurt, and I have to wear my tinfoil hat and all that. But they all move out there because, there aren't any radio frequency things talking to their heads or whatever it is.
I wear the tinfoil hat just because the satellites can't beam the instructions from the government into my head.
That's right.
Can you get hurt from radio waves?
Yes and no.
If you lay in the dish when it's at full
I
power.
expect if you grab a hold of the antenna and somebody keys down with like 200 watts or something, it might burn you.
Oh damn! Better
Or,
put on my tinfoil hat.
There's also the fact that old cell phones. It was rumored that they gave you either gave you cancer or tumors or something.
No, they debunked that shit a long time ago.
Well, they
Actually,
used to say
you should look at the frequencies. The cell phones that we use operate at about 2.4 gigahertz, which is about the same frequency that a microwave oven operates at.
And your BG wireless router also operates at that frequency, and so do the old cordless telephones that, some of them, the cordless phones that we used to have in our houses all the time, they operate at different frequencies, but the 2.4 gigahertz were probably the most popular ones.
Yeah, Wi-Fi, Bluetooth. That's pretty much the civilian frequency
Man,
range.
I feel sorry for NASA because don't they have like a big giant room full of like computers and routers and all that stuff?
We're
Theirs
allowed to
probably operate on A, because it's it's older and it's also more secure.
we're
And
allowed
in
to
fact,
have
since
like
it's older, it's cheaper to get a hold of and replace. Unlike with the newer stuff that the government won't spend money on.
Well,
We're
it's
allowed-
also the fact that they have like squashed all of the bugs out of it pretty much, and they don't want to keep upgrading and have to squash more bugs out of stuff every 2 years. So it's better that they just get it working and stick with that because they know it works.
Yeah, it's like the difference between AM and FM. Like AM is great for long distances. FM is not so good for long distance, but it has more clarity to it.
now is that just a artifact of the band that FM tends to be transmitted in versus AM, which is on a lower frequency and is more able to be refracted by the ionosphere, or is it actually something to do with the modulation that keeps FM from coming back down to Earth?
It's the modulation. It's because it's a longer wave, I believe.
The frequency is lower for AM.
Or is it a shorter wave?
No, the frequency in
It's
the
got to
AM
do with the
broadcast
wavelength.
band is much lower than the FM broadcast
Yeah,
band.
but it's got
So-
that's the reason for it though. is
Okay,
because-
so you could use frequency modulation on like 550 megahertz, and it would get bent by the ionosphere and come back down to Earth, right? Instead of just going out into space, like stuff like using AM up in the like 91 megahertz FM band would, right? I don't know.
Probably. I don't know what. I don't know if it would be feasible to do that and use it if you would get a what kind of range you would get out of it doing that though, because I'm not not sure what that would do to the range. Because when you modulate it, you either at the same time you're either lengthening the range or shortening the range when you do that. So I don't know what kind of range that would get.
I always wondered why nobody operated FM on like the HF frequencies, and nobody operated AM on like any of the VHF frequencies other than like 6 meters.
It's all
I don't know. It may be restricted or something. There's some of those. There's some ranges that are restricted and just are not even used at all for anything. They just have them restricted. If you go and look it up, there's some that are used like these are used for emergency or these are used for this, and then there are some that are restricted but they're not used for anything. So either they're used for something that is just completely classified, or they just don't use it at all.
We get 2 meter ham radios and cut a trace on the circuit board so that they'll transmit in like the Mars Cap bands and use those for bear hunting. But shh.
People down here use marine radios to deer hunt with. Shh! Don't tell anybody.
The hell?
Do what?
Oh no.
But yeah, like we're allowed to have Wi-Fi routers here in this county, but like when you get near to the observatory over there at Greenbank, they actually have people in vans that drive around and triangulate people's Wi-Fi routers and like issue them tickets and make them turn them off because they interfere with the telescopes. It's really
You
kind of
only
cool.
get what, like maybe 100 meters or so, if that. No, it's less than that. It's
I
like
mean, it's
like
a pretty
50,
small
60
town.
meters or something, because like I can walk up to I have a piece of property up on the hill from here that's like maybe 100 yards away, and I lose if I'm walking up there with a tablet or a notebook or something, I lose my wireless signal from here before I get there.
I think a lot of it depends on line of sight to the antenna too. Like I ran a piece of coax out my window and mounted like a all-weather 2.4 gigahertz antenna on the side of my house so I could get like Wi-Fi up in the edge of the woods because I wanted to like live stream squirrel hunting and shit like that. And I can get it all the way up to the top of the hill, which is probably like a quarter mile away.
Oh yeah, you can like
As soon as I drop down over the edge of that hill, I lose the signal just like instantly.
yeah, you could like run a pole up and put a Yagi what they call a cantana, a directional.
I was thinking about
and you can like double or triple the distance, but you have to be directly line of sight of it.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't want to try to keep the antenna pointed the right direction. I was thinking about getting like a cheap Broadcom router and installing DDWRT on it and putting it in my pickup.
That'll
and
do it.
configuring it as like a Wi-Fi repeater, and then I could park the pickup at the top of the hill.
Oh, yeah.
And repeat it into the woods or something like that. But I don't
That'll
know.
work.
Haven't tried it yet.
Though you need to get one of those, you need to have you still need to have the antenna pointed in the direction of the house connected to the router, because while you could get one of those omnidirectional routers, the problem is the range is shit.
Oh man, I get the 5/8 wave Omni antennas that like give you like 5 decibel boost in the horizontal plane, and then like once you install a third-party firmware on those routers, you can turn the output power up beyond what the FCC lets you in the United States.
I've
So
got
you
a
can turn them up to like 75
DDWRT router.
milliwatts and stuff. Oh yeah? Yeah, you can turn them up to like 75 milliwatts. They come set to 20, I think, but you can turn them up to 70.
Yeah, you really don't want to go above like 30.
Oh,
The big downside to that is that you're also amplifying all interference as well. So everything else that operates on the same frequency is also, giving you interference. So when your signal gets weak, you start losing your connection because of all that interference. Even changing channels, won't help you at that point when you get to, especially if you have a lot of things that are operating in that frequency, and you can't separate all of them from each other.
No, we've got like 2.5 people per square mile here. I can't see anybody else's Wi-Fi networks from my house at all.
Well, I meant just other devices like cordless phone, pretty much anything. These days, there's tons of stuff that operate like that.
The only I mean, I've got a Wi-Fi laptop and a router and an IP camera. Those are the only Wi-Fi devices I've got.
The other possibility is actually saturating the amplifier, and basically what happens there is it's actually cutting off the peaks of the sine wave, so that could cause a lot of noise, and it doesn't work as well.
What I used to do is, before they had DDWRT, what I would do is I would get a router, I would set the country to Japan, and I would use I think it was channel 14, because it worked. It's always seemed to work better. But here's the thing: in the United States, you're really not supposed to be able to use channel 14 because technically it's reserved for, I think it's like EMS or something. Emergency services, so you can't use it. You're only really allowed to use, what is it, 1 through 12?
Yeah,
I think it's 1 through 12, but
Is it 12 or is it 11?
It's one of those, but
I know they usually come preset to 11. Almost everything it comes preset to 11.
Yeah, but if you change the country, you can actually switch it to, you can switch it to like 14 if you have it. So that's what I would do. I would just run mine off of channel 14, just say stick it to the man. It doesn't really do anything. They're not really going to actively go out and look for you running your Wi-Fi at channel 14 when everyone else is using 12.
Back at my old job, we had a service call. I went to this lady's house, and whenever she ran her microwave, her internet connection would drop. And we were like, what the fuck? And I changed the channel on her router, and it all corrected itself. I guess her microwave was like making
it was running at the same frequency.
11 or something.
Yeah, it was leaking a little bit or something, probably. It was, usually they won't do that unless it's sitting right beside it or something. But
it was like 2 rooms over, the microwave was. I've never seen anything.
Yeah, if it's like a few years old or something, then I'll start doing that.
Drop, man. I don't know what the deal was.
Oh man, that's so funny.
Yeah, I'd be concerned about that cage that surrounds that microwave.
Yeah. Somebody messed with me.
I've got a hole in the front of mine, but I put tinfoil over it, and it seems to stop giving me headaches when I'm standing in front of
it. I thought beer cans, not beer cans, like aluminum cans would probably help that.
We actually have a little trick at work. Sometimes I work on satellite dishes. Sometimes the waveguides will leak, and we'll actually wrap the waveguides in tinfoil and pull the tinfoil off of each waveguide flange one at a time until we see the interference pop up on the spectrum analyzer, and then we know where the problem's at.
Man, I never learned how to use the spectrum analyzer at my old job. We paid like $8,000 for the damn spectrum analyzer, but I always just used one of those shitty little analog meters, like for peeping direct TV dishes when I was looking for satellites and stuff.
We got a
I
spectrum
bet most of
analyzer.
the
We got one spectrum analyzer at work that actually found a used one on eBay for $60,000.
Good grief.
I bet you all the interference is at nighttime, right?
It can change. You know, the ionosphere changes throughout the day. Dust storms, weather, there's all sorts of things that can impact RF.
That's why I'm a night owl, because everything is so
Sunspots.
much further at night.
Sunspots will do it.
Sunspots will do it. Atmospheric scintillation, which happens during morning and evening times, dusk and dawn. Yeah, there's so many things that can happen.
That's why it's so much better at night, because no one's on.
We had the most trouble with our off-air channels when the propagation was actually good, because there was a station in like Roanoke, I think, that was almost exactly 180 degrees opposite the Clarksburg station that we had one of our Yagis pointed to, and when the propagation got really good, that antenna would pick the shit up out its ass end, and it would kind of like make the Clarksburg station dropped for some reason.
Well, Roanoke's in the valley, so you can kick that up too?
Yeah, it was up on top of Spruce Knob, the tower was. Like 4,000 feet or something.
Yeah, most people don't realize that those Yagis put out almost as much power out the back as they do out the front, and they receive the same way as well.
They probably put it on Star Mountain.
Say what?
I said they probably put it like up on Star Mountain. In Roanoke, because I was like raised in Roanoke, so like a Star Mountain.
I don't know much
kind of
about
thing.
there, yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, that's probably like the highest point.
Wow, look what I started. I mentioned AM, FM, and you guys just went off.
It's really weird. Like we had service in this county and in Pocahontas County, but Pocahontas County is in an entirely different DMA. So like we had to broadcast a certain set of local channels in this county and an entirely different set of local channels in Pocahontas County. But they were all of the stations were like way far away because there aren't any TV stations around here, you know. But it was like the ones from here from the north and the ones in Pocahontas County are from the south. I don't understand why you can't just broadcast whatever the fuck, you know? It's weird, but the government required us to, you know, broadcast certain local stations in certain areas. I don't understand.
And hey, people have been giving me crap for not talking for the last 2 days, and somebody actually brought up something I knew something about, so I figured I'd get involved.
No, continue. I'm interested in what
None of us are experts here of anything. We just talk to talk. So, you know, you don't have to be an expert just to have a conversation.
Yeah, I don't even know how to use CB.
Video did kill the radio star. I just want to say that.
You know, I actually thought of this whole silent bit as kind of like photobombing podcasts.
Yeah, well, okay.
Okay.
There was that hit or miss thing yesterday where I was just kind of sitting on there just listening, and then they just suddenly mentioned the fact that I had not said a single word the entire time. I thought it was funny.
Yeah, okay, Illuminati.
Yeah, you know, the all-seeing eye, right?
Yeah. He's from the ATF or the, you know, just watching out on us, FBI.
Yeah, I'm the creeper in the background.
Well, welcome.
Doing his due diligence.
Shit, I hope you're not a creeper. Those things blow up when they get somebody. That's a Minecraft reference if no one got that.
I thought they ate people. I didn't know they did that.
It's a video game reference.
I know, that's what I'm saying. Like, I thought like attacked you. I didn't know they blew up.
They attack you. The way they attack you is they blow up.
I thought when you shoot them, they blew up because I shoot them with the arrows and they blow up.
No, once they touch you, they blow up, more or less.
My connection dropped out, and I came back, and somebody was saying something about something that blows up when it touches you, and now I'm very disturbed.
It's called a video game.
It's creepers.
It's called a woman called a creeper, and she lives under your basement.
Sounds like my ex-girlfriend.
That's why she's under there.
Oh wow. Okay.
I'm just gonna keep bashing you with that one because it's so funny. It's so easy.
No, because then you'll ruin it. You'll ruin the joke, and we don't like to ruin jokes.
I'll probably do it once a week. It won't go away.
What are you talking about, Night Strike? We ruin jokes all the time.
I know I do, but that's besides the point.
We live for the moments, man.
The collective we.
I cringe every time I hear gluten.
Gluten.
That's how much we ruin jokes.
All we need now is a Stone Guy reference.
You know, when I was working at the restaurant, a noodle shop, and we served like Vietnamese noodles, the woman came in and asked us, "Is this gluten free?" And I went to my boss and asked him, "Is this gluten free?" He's like, "No, we have MSG." I'm like, okay. The woman just left.
Yeah. Nothing.
Like,
nothing
is that really a problem?
No, and the thing is, the people that say they're gluten free or allergic to gluten or whatever, they're lying because no one really is allergic to gluten.
Well, there's one very specific condition that is.
It's
like
just an
gluten
agitation.
sensitivity.
It's not.
Yeah,
it's not
it
even.
like, well, it like makes you like have bad poop or some shit. I don't remember if you get constipated or diarrhea or what it is, but it's like a stomach, issue or something. But those people have a legitimate concern with it, I guess, because it gives them
agitates
stomach
them,
problems.
but it won't kill them.
Wait.
But it's not going to
know
kill
what's wrong with diarrhea. I mean, I'm not saying diarrhea itself. I mean, like the process of how it leaves your body. Like, what's wrong with that?
Well, when
It's
it
good
doesn't
coming.
stop,
It's good coming in. It feels better going out.
Well, when you're sitting on the back of a tractor trying to rake hay and it comes on all of a sudden and you've got to hang your cheek out over the fender and just let it rip into the grass. That's
Oh Jesus!
That's where the gluten comes from.
Every time somebody gets onto that subject, I start thinking
So-
of Johnny Cash.
Did he have a diarrhea problem?
The Ring of Fire.
Oh, right. Gotcha.
Wow.
that was after a bad night of Taco Bell.
Yeah, before they started serving real beef.
I want to know why you were going down into the
Wait. What were they serving before they were serving real beef?
It was like back in the 70s or 80s. Back in the 70s, I think they were caught selling something that wasn't real beef.
Wait, isn't cloned beef just? I mean, cloned meat is just meat, right? It's
It
just cloned.
wasn't cloned meat. They were using some other type of meat instead of actual beef. And they got
they're
caught.
using completely fake
Chicken
meat.
nuggets are like 60% rabbit, right?
I don't remember what it was because I wasn't alive then. I'm only going by secondhand information from what my parents had said because they went with one of their friends who was a cattle rancher out in Arizona, and they went to Taco Bell, and they had this, and like the cattle rancher was like, "This ain't real beef," and they went and I guess it was the FDA or something. They tipped off the FDA, and Taco Bell got in trouble because they actually did go and test the meat, and it wasn't real beef. It was some mixture of beef and some other meat. They got in trouble for it because they were selling it as real
If it's
beef.
mixed, it's still meat, right? If it's mixed meat, it's still meat.
It's still meat, but it's not beef that they're selling and charging.
Yeah, so I'm thinking, like, what else could they be using if it's not real meat?
I don't want to know.
I think that was Al
I
Gore.
want to know what they're putting inside our bodies.
But that was in the 70s. It was before you were
Well, you know,
born.
most fast food places
Before I was
don't
born.
use like muscle meat in their meat. It's like, you know, you're joking about chicken McNuggets being rabbit. They're mostly like veins and arteries.
Oh
and
yeah,
shit, aren't
they chop all that shit up and then glue it all back together. That's
Yeah.
where chicken patties come from too.
But it's
hate
like not
it.
even it's not the muscle meat though. It's it's like the crap that we normally, just whatever tissue that
Whatever's
is-
lying around.
Lips and
Yeah.
assholes.
yeah, basically.
I hate glued meat, man. Rip you off. You pay for premium, they give you two sucky meats stuck together.
Yeah, and remember there was the whole thing with McDonald's and the pink slime, right?
Yeah, but that was chicken. It was just different parts of chicken.
No, that was beef. They were talking about their burgers.
I thought you were
slime.
talking about. Wait, no, that was chicken nugget. They were making chicken nuggets out of those, right?
No, they were making patties out of those.
Oh, I thought you meant the chicken nuggets one.
Look up pink slime, you'll
But
know.
I'm pretty sure that the
Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
beef patties are probably made the same way. It's, you know, just whatever leftover tissue and stuff.
But that doesn't mean people that eat McDonald's are going to stop. I mean,
Man, I don't see how people eat McDonald's. McDonald's is the worst tasting of all of the fast food joints. Their French fries were the only thing that made me ever even consider eating there, and their fries have sucked for several years now. So
Because
there's
they
no
changed the
reason for me
oil.
to go there anymore. Well, they also took the meat out of there was some kind of a meat byproduct or something that was used in the
oil, right?
preparation of I thought it was they did something to they ran it through that or something when they cut the fries up and they run them through this stuff that's got like either it's got lard in it or something, I don't know. It's got some kind of meat byproduct, maybe. Could be the seasoning. But
Might have just been a seasoning.
yeah, it was something to do with them containing a meat product in the fries because like a bunch of vegans were like outraged about it or some crap because they were going there and just eating the fries.
well, if
and
you
they found out they were eating meat.
Well, if you take away the chicken nuggets, the special sauce, and the fries, I probably wouldn't eat there.
There was this vegetarian fuckwit that I went to high school with, and he was always on his like social justice crusades and shit. This was back in the mid-90s, but we were all sitting in the cafeteria eating lunch one time, and he was eating his beans, and I said, you know there's pork in that. And he's like, what? No, it's beans. And I said, no, that's why they call it pork and beans. And he was very, very upset to find out that there was meat in his pork and beans.
I bet you were like, one of us.
No, that was before that.
Of course, there's probably very little pork in those little sausages that they were putting in there.
It's like one slice of bacon in there, that's it.
If you eat vegan food,
if we're not supposed to eat animals, then why are they made out of meat?
well, we're made out of meat. We don't eat each other, do we? Well, I mean, I know some cultures do, but we don't.
There are some places in Southeast Asia that they do that.
That is not true. The Amazon does not count.
that the Amazon is South America. That's different.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying. And also in Africa, that doesn't count either.
Yeah, but most of those peoples, whatever tribes, nations, whatever they are, not sure what the PC term is to
cannibals.
Well, the cannibal people, they don't normally have Joe for supper. They eat Joe as a ritualistic like a
it's like a rite of passage.
It's something to do with a either like a defeated enemy or it's some kind of a ritual type thing that they do. It's not it's not like, you know, breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
Tell that to the Indonesian cannibals.
They say it tastes like pork. I mean, I've never tried it, at least as far as I know. But
I'm sure it'll be a little
They-
stringy.
They say Japanese people are the tastiest.
Really, I'll have to.
Yeah,
remember that.
because when you put it all together, Japanese people are kind of the healthiest people. So, and all they eat is fish. So of course, cannibals gonna say they taste good, not nasty.
Well, my ex-girlfriend tasted like fish too, but I don't think that's what we're talking about.
I think that's going a little overboard. Let's.
I think he legitimately has something in his basement.
That actually was
Pushing
an
it
awesome
himself.
little one-liner there. I thought that was an awesome one-liner. And don't listen to Night Strike. Continue, sir.
Oh, God damn it.
Where do you live again?
Who, me? I'm your next-door neighbor.
No, I know my neighbors, and they all own firearms. So
I think I remember where he said he lived, but I'm not sure.
why would people go to secluded places anyways? That's just dumb.
I don't know. People are weird. Back during bear season, I was up on top of Shenandoah Mountain trying to get a track on the dogs. They'd gone over onto the Virginia side, and there was this carload of college girls that were up there at the pull-off because there's like the head of a trail there that they were trying to walk out on. They were like, "Oh no, we're going to get mugged by some crazy redneck," and I was like,
Hillbillies.
"If it makes you feel better, I can hide in the tall grass there and play the banjo." They were like,
Wait, this was on like a hill, right? Or a mountain, right? Yeah, so okay, then technically the term would be hillbillies. Because rednecks are from the south, and there's no mountains.
Well, the origin of the term redneck came around during the West Virginia Coal Wars. The miners wore red bandanas around their necks, kind of as their uniform when they were fighting against the company and the government.
Oh, don't even get me started on that.
So a lot of people use the term redneck in a derogatory way, but in a way they were kind of like civil rights freedom fighters, right? So, yeah.
That's actually very similar to the way the Marine Corps got the term leatherneck.
I was talking about the whole coal thing. My grandfather used to go on and on about his father complaining about the coal mines in West Virginia.
Then stop working in there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, for me,
No, my grandfather loved to talk, so he was always good. He always had an interesting conversation. He always had something to talk about.
there was this young lady that used to.
No, not like that.
I love it when old people started talking for no reason and they're like at random stuff. I'm like, what the hell is he talking about?
No, that's people with dementia.
It's so funny though. But yeah, usually when people talk about rednecks, I'm thinking people from the south where there's no hills, and then when people talk about hillbillies, I'm thinking about something like Appalachian or Blue Mountain Ridge kind of like place.
There's 3 hills between here and town. What you talking about?
He's got you there.
Well, I'm from both, so I can't really offend anyone because I'm both. So I was in Virginia. Now I'm in Florida, so I'm both.
I think it's interesting how in our world of political correctness, you can't say anything about any culture other than, the rural white culture. It's okay to make fun of us damn hillbillies, but as soon as you say something about anybody else, you're a bad person.
I got a
double standard or something.
What part of Florida?
You don't need to know that.
You don't you remember what he said last night?
Oh, what part of Florida?
He said he lived not far from the Dolphin Stadium.
Okay. Anything south of Panama City doesn't really count as being in the south.
I'll agree with that.
Yeah.
You may be able to go as far as maybe Ocala, but you get any further down than that, and you're.
It's more rich people country.
Well, it's mostly retired people from there.
Yeah,
now.
retired people are in the south. The retired people are in the south, and the rich people are in the north.
God's waiting room.
No, the rich people are in Orlando. Have you seen their
Orlando,
grocery bill? Their
Tallahassee.
grocery prices? I mean, shit.
Basically, from Tampa and down, those are retirement people. Any Tampa and up, that's rich people.
I don't know about that. I grew up
I
in
don't
L.A.
know.
We weren't rich.
Tampa is the most homeless people city in Florida, so like the most homeless populated. So, and that's only because they have a tent city, so I don't care.
No scope. Where are you at right now?
I'm currently stationed in Colorado.
Oh, okay. So
Hey.
you're in
We
Air
own-
Force, or
Yeah, active duty Air Force.
oh, outstanding.
Okay, so it's Air Force intelligence that is going after us now. We know now.
Oh yes, he is in the military. He is in the force. Oh, we do now. Yeah.
Or as everyone else who isn't in the Air Force likes to call them, the Chair Force.
Yeah, because well,
Have you seen?
I think we all know why they say that.
Have you noticed the picture that I've got going on there?
What kind of bird is that?
So what? You're a field person?
So the one time you got
I would just like you to point out the chair in that picture.
In the helicopter.
you
It's
used
in
the
the
one
helicopter.
picture of which
No,
you
the
just
chair's in
decided
the
to
helicopter.
stand up and do something.
No scope. What kind of bird is that? You're trying to hook up that stuff.
Looks like a Chinook.
It is.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
See, I know my military stuff.
So I take it you like iron sights?
Actually, I've got a scope for the AR, but if I put the scope on the AR, I am all over the frickin' place.
Oh yeah.
Iron sights, I'm much better with it. I just really suck with scopes for some odd reason. I must not know how to use them.
Low
Carry
bore,
handles all the way.
the low bore axis, I guess you would say. Something like that.
No, it's just I'm not consistent with a scope.
Maybe it's the scope.
It might be.
What
I'm
kind of
tempted to
scope do
buy a
you
good
have?
one.
I have no problem with the micro.
It's not a vortex, is it?
It's a Citron.
Never heard of it.
Nor have I.
I never have any problems with the micro dot. So
I generally like a scope pretty well, except I shoot those combination guns a lot, and it's kind of hard to wing
Wait,
shoot stuff.
don't
with
you have a
shotgun
scope in that
barrel.
picture right there?
Yeah, I've got one on a quick release mount for the 12/308 barrel on the Valmet, but you twist a thing and it like pops off to the side, so it's not like, and it returns to zero pretty good, so it's not like it has to be on there all the time.
single shot.
It's a break action shotgun over rifle double barrel.
Oh, scope on a double barrel. Dang.
Let me find the photo again if you are interested.
I think we are.
Screen
Definitely, we are definitely
share. Oh shit! I have to open up the photo first before I can screen share it. Where did you go?
I don't even think I could open up the picture and screen share it. I don't think I have that ability.
There it goes.
You don't have the brain power or the processing power?
The Valmet's the one on the bottom there. But yeah, it's a quick detach scope mount. It's got like a screw thing on the
Where is
side
this
that you
picture?
loosen, and then it tips off to the side. Say what?
Where's the picture? I don't see it.
Oh, click on my thing down there in the corner, and it'll go full screen for you.
It's not showing up. It's just showing your picture.
Really?
Really?
That's fucked up. Can everybody else see it?
Yeah, I can see it.
I can see it.
That's weird. Let me try
I
resharing
can't
it
too.
again. Maybe it'll come up.
Aw,
Turn up your bandwidth. Night
Did
Strike.
it
All
come
right,
up?
I'll turn up my bandwidth.
It's anonymous. It's been tagging him for like 2 days now.
No, it's not.
Dude, you had the same problem yesterday, didn't you?
No,
Okay, they just really hate you today then.
you
I
shut
would
up.
have to say Mr. Polecat is never in danger of having the ATF come take his firearms.
I have some others that are actual semi-automatics. I don't like hunting with semi-automatics. I've got the semi-automatics for shooting the two-legged varmints and stuff like that, but I don't like. I don't enjoy shooting as much.
Why?
as
Cause the overkill mentality.
No, it's just I just like older guns, you know. Like, I mean, I think that everyone should have like several semi-automatic rifles because that's what this country is about, right? But I just don't enjoy shooting them as much as single shots and break actions and stuff.
I want me a yellow boy. It's so
I mean,
cool.
I'm not a real big shotgun fan. I mean, if I got a shotgun, I'd have to get a semi-automatic, just on principle. But you know, I would say I'm more of a muzzle loading fan, if anything. So I'd get a muzzle loader.
Man. Where's my muzzle loader at? Let's see.
I like rolling blocks myself.
Rolling blocks are good too.
Yeah, rolling blocks are nice.
I love rolling blocks. I like single action revolvers. Ball and cap. I enjoy all facets of firearms.
There we go.
Yeah, I like the Lyman muzzle loaders because they're like traditional on the outside, but they've got like coilover mainsprings and stuff on the inside, so they're kind of like modern, but not. It's kind of like the best of both worlds or something. I think.
Yeah.
Like old looking.
They're retro.
I can't say that I'm
There
much
we
of a
go.
fan of those modern muzzle loaders that take shotgun primers and look like regular guns, though. That just kind of defeats the purpose, if you ask me.
Well, it's the mixture of the past and the future, so.
I mean, if you're going to be shooting something like that you're using like a 357 caliber Sabo or something like that, and all these power pellets and a shotgun primer and a scope and all this shit, it's no different than shooting a regular rifle. And so like, how is this, quote unquote primitive hunting then? You know what I'm saying?
That's the issue that I have with them right there. When they have the primitive hunts. Like,
I guess it's cool if that's your thing and stuff, but it makes me sad that they don't have like a. I guess they do in some states, but I would like if here I would like it if they had an actual primitive weapons season.
Yeah,
where you could hunt with like bows, non-compound bows, traditional muzzle loaders, and like spears and shit, just for a couple of weeks without any gun hunters out in the woods.
Yeah, well, we have that here, but they also allow compound bows and modern muzzle loaders. So I think that you can't have a scope on it, but other than that, it's a completely modern rifle, or as far as everything else about it, basically, because those damn things, the ballistics on those things are crazy. When you compare them.
Well, the modern muzzle loaders, the ones that look like regular rifles, are it's a loophole way to get around having to frickin' go through an FFL to get a rifle. I mean, sure, it takes more time to load, but, they are super accurate, and, they use extremely high technology when they're manufacturing the bullets, and the powder systems, like the reloading systems, are still... Well, they're extremely advanced for that category of firearm. And I agree that if you're going to shoot primitive, you should use something like what Polecat has up here right now.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, see, that's my entire thing with them is the primitive, allowing them for a primitive weapons hunt. Because a primitive weapons hunt should be just that. And you shouldn't be able to use things that are basically as powerful as some of the rifles you can use. I mean, you could use like a youth rifle, like a little probably like a little 30-30 or something, like the little youth model with that really short barrel on it. It's got like a 16-inch barrel on it, and it's not really good out much further than 100 yards, but some of these modern muzzle loaders, they could stand side by side with that thing and maybe even surpass it.
So you're telling me you've seen people with old-fashioned muzzle loaders with like foregrips and scopes and modern stuff on old guns?
No,
that just ruins it all.
No, that is
like a modern bolt action or breech barrel rifle. They even have synthetic stocks on them and stuff, but it looks like a very modern rifle. It doesn't look like that thing in that picture. It looks like a Remington 700 or something, except it doesn't have a bolt on it.
And
I'm
If
saving
someone
up for
puts
this
that on a
one.
muzzleloader, I'd be mad.
I'm saving up for this one.
those rifles that Sean's talking about, they're a lot more accurate than you think. They can go out for a lot further too. I mean,
Yeah.
I've seen guys hit targets at 800 yards with those things. So, I mean, with the bullet technology they use, I mean, they're not using ball anymore. I mean, they're loading some
And the powders that they're using, because they're not, most of them aren't using, they're using that stuff that's like Pyrodex and stuff. It's not actually black powder. It's like a
I fucking hate
modern,
that stuff, man. It's
it's like
so
a
much
modern
more
type of powder.
corrosive than regular black powder.
Or they use those what are those little things? It's like the little pre-measured.
The little powder pellets.
Yeah, I don't like those.
Yeah.
I'm saving up for
you
this
know
one.
what really gets me is the shotgun only deer hunting states where they use those like sabot slugs and stuff out of a rifled shotgun barrel to get like rifle ballistics out of a shotgun. So why not just allow rifles then? You know what I'm saying? What the heck? So I'm sorry for interrupting you. What was that revolver you were showing us there?
It was a Lamont. I'm a Lamont reproduction.
Yeah.
I'm saving up for one of those because let's be honest. Yes, it's a handgun.
Even the repros are like $3,500 or something.
No, this one's $1,200.
Still,
So,
damn.
I'm saving up for that because let's be honest. You have the best of both worlds. You have a revolver, and then you have a shotgun. Best of both worlds.
I bet the shot pattern's pretty wide, and it's like a 32 caliber or something, isn't it?
I think it's closer to a 38.
Have you seen those 22 rounded Lamonts?
I'll throw it back up. Hold, here. There.
I believe the Lamont came in more than 32 caliber though.
Yeah, it came in more than 32 caliber. Like the centerfire model they made, which was like in the early 1900s, which they didn't make many of them. They made a lot of made them in Paris and Belgium, and they made 8mm, and then they made them in 11mm.
They made a centerfire Lamette.
Yes, they did.
Can you get conversion kits for the reproductions to turn them into a centerfire? Because that would be
because they were made differently.
Damn, that sucks.
I love to, but the issue is they used I forget the exact caliber, but they were using 11. It's some French word I can't pronounce. Has an X in it, but yeah.
Excalibur.
No, it's not Excalibur.
Lamont was always an awesome gun. But speaking of conversions,
I'm throwing that off.
My Uncle Tom, yes, I have an Uncle Tom, and he used to live in a cabin, but he's recently moved off the mountain. That's his big thing. He loves like single action firearms, and he loves ball and cap. But he's got conversions for a lot of his 36 calibers. He's got some really beautiful firearms. But yeah, you got conversion cylinders where you load in.
I have seen.
And then put and be able to shoot those out of it.
I have seen some. It's one company makes these conversions that can convert your army action to to shoot brass cased cowboy loads. It's basically just a cylinder replacement.
Yeah, it's the cylinder, and then it's actually kind of chopped on the top. So you put the rounds in the cylinder, and then you put the cap on top of it, and that cap, each one of them has a firing pin in it, and the hammer comes down and strikes it, and the firing pin strikes the primer, and then you shoot the round. So yeah, so my uncle has those for many of his firearms when he goes shooting. He's got some beautiful guns too. I mean, some really, really impressive firearms.
I love single actions. They're so fun.
For some reason, I want an old Colt Walker that I can put one of those conversion cylinders in for that 45 black powder Magnum.
That's the other gun I want. I want a Colt Walker.
Anybody here sub to Forgotten Weapons?
Huh?
Yeah, I just
Yeah.
watched that earlier today. That's what
He
made me
just
think
did a
of it.
video on a Colt Walker that's for sale right now.
I
That
need
was
to
a
go watch
beautiful
And if
gun.
you have $150,000, you can buy it too.
I'd rather get a reproduction because that's all I can afford.
Yeah, I don't want a real one.
Awesome Colt
I
draw.
got 30 or something.
Yeah, don't. As G-Web said, you know, you don't shoot the real ones anymore. You only shoot the reproductions.
Unless you're Walker Texas Ranger.
Even if you're Walker Texas Ranger, you don't shoot a Walker.
Yeah, you don't shoot a $150,000 pistol.
I heard Chuck Norris traveled back in time and created that pistol.
Makes sense.
I heard Chuck Norris got beat up by Bruce Lee.
Makes sense.
Yeah, and then Bruce Lee died. Chuck Norris always wins.
And his son.
Actually, little known fact, Chuck Norris is the only person to beat Bruce Lee in open tournament.
I gotta see that.
Back when one of my friend's daughters was young, that was back when Walker Texas Ranger was on TV, and she was way into that show. And she had her Walker Texas Ranger boots, which were these, cowboy boots that she would wear, and then she would kick the fuck out of people with them. And I specifically remember a time that I was at their house, and I was laying on my back in the middle of the living room, and she launched herself off of the couch and landed like both heels first right on my nutsack, and it was terrible pain, terrible.
Well, it lets you know you're not dead.
Might be some shrinkage there.
So when I finally get introduced to her boyfriend now that she is in college, I'm going to make sure that I tell the Walker Texas Ranger story, because it'll be my sweet revenge after all these years. Oh yes.
Oh, I thought you'd probably pull out one of your Americans. It's like, you see this? What's your name again, son?
Okay.
Makes me feel fucking old. I remember when that kid was born.
I remember when my brother was born.
What's that supposed to mean?
It just means you're old.
Laugh out loud.
Anyway, so yeah.
Well, speaking of Bruce Lee, I watched an interview with Jackie Chan where Jackie Chan said he was an extra in the movie Enter the Dragon.
Yep,
And
Yeah, you didn't know about that?
And apparently in one of the tunnel scenes, like underneath the island,
He
he
got his
accidentally hit Bruce Lee in a scene, like, actually made contact with him or something. So then, like, the next scene, like on the retake or whatnot, Bruce Lee like actually hit him back hard for screwing up.
Oh yeah, and then he's like, "Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. I'm really sorry." He's like all that stuff. That was funny though.
But I never knew Jackie Chan was in any of Bruce Lee movies. I never knew he was in Enter the Dragon.
Yeah, he was.
I didn't
That
know
was
it.
the
Well,
only
I think
movie
I read
he was
that
in.
same article a while back, or similar article anyway.
I mean, when I first saw a Jackie Chan movie, I'm like, he looks familiar, and I go back and watch all the old kung fu movies that I know of, and it's like you could spot him in that one scene in Enter the Dragon.
No, I didn't even know that until somebody said it, but it was a long time ago, so that's how long I knew it.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, I read
you
that,
really can't see it because it was so quick.
It's quick, but you can spot it.
I either read or saw an interview with him one time where he has no martial arts training. It's all dance moves that have been choreographed and all converted to Jackie Chan.
No, he's no.
Well, he did know martial arts and all that stuff, but most of his movies before he did martial arts movie were either pornos or songs.
No, he's.
Well, I either read or saw an interview with him that said that he had no martial arts training. Now, maybe that means no formal martial arts training, but I don't know. They said that all of his fight scenes were dance moves, not fight moves.
All I know is that guy
all
does
that-
his own stunts, and he like breaks ankles and shit, and keeps filming the movie. They just paint the cast to look like his shoe and shit. So,
Yeah, that was from Super Cop, I think.
When it comes to martial
Oh, no,
arts,
Rumble in
there's
the Bronx.
between studying martial arts for defense and then studying martial arts for movies. Movie martial arts is a whole nother animal.
Oh, you're talking about choreography.
Yeah,
You're talking about
film
choreography.
martial arts. Yeah. No, martial arts choreography is, again, it's an art in and of itself. And it is way different than standard martial arts, and it breaks the bounds of what real martial arts is used for.
But
It's,
that doesn't mean you can't use it in real fights.
you'd have to be really, really fast and really, really good.
And remember, Jackie Chan, he runs away most of the times.
It's all telegraphed. Well, that stuff is all telegraphed, and it's.
Well, I know that. I'm not a freaking moron.
If I remember,
I'm just saying that
he started
this
as
thing was supposed to have been a big deal that he had turned those dance moves into fight moves. Basically, it was supposed to have been like he was supposed to have been a badass because he did that.
I remember if
Sean,
I
remember, this
correctly,
is recorded.
in order to be like he started as a stuntman, like a stuntman, and in order to be a stuntman at that time in Asian film, you had to be like a martial artist because you had to be something because everything was extremely physical, and it had to at least look like martial arts. I don't know if he started out, but I know he's a black belt in something. I just don't know.
There's a martial arts that is technically dancing. I don't remember the name.
No,
but,
he's
Capoeira?
yeah, that.
No,
I believe it's called dragon dancing.
No, he's kung fu all the way.
Tai Chi, right?
Oh,
No, not Tai Chi. Tai Chi's real.
Oh, there we go.
oh, here you go.
Wait.
Here's his teacher. His name is Young Jim. I can't fucking
You
pronounce
can't
his
pronounce
fucking
it.
name.
I like the drunken boxing movies the best. Those-
You mean the Drunken Master?
Those are his most famous movies.
I mean, almost every single martial artist you see on film is an actor before, as much an actor as they are a martial artist. Like including Bruce Lee. I mean, Bruce Lee, yeah, he was a badass outside the studio, but I mean, let's face it, he's an actor.
And
He over-dramatized it, we know.
And if you watch Jackie Chan movies, he usually runs away more than he fights. So it can be realistic.
And then there was what's his name, Jet Li.
Oh yeah, he's definitely the real deal.
Yeah.
I would say he's no less or more real deal than Jackie Chan. That's the thing. Like they're
Oh, I'm not
No,
saying
no, he is the real deal.
I'm not comparing them. I'm just saying he's
No,
another one of those artists.
I know you're not comparing them. I was just saying, like, they're all actors, and they're also martial artists.
It's an equal half. They're
Well,
as much.
Jet Li was a martial artist
Maybe
before
they
he
meant
became an
that
actor.
he was not a professional, martial artist athlete or something. Maybe that's what they were talking about in that interview.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Because
maybe he didn't go to
I
the
don't-
competition.
Bruce
or
Lee
something.
did
maybe that's what they're talking about. that he
Bruce
never
Lee at one
competed or
point did
something.
compete before he started making movies.
Well, so did Norris, didn't he?
Norris was the world
Wasn't he
champion
a
at one point.
competitor? Yeah, that's what I thought.
And at that point, after he became the world champion, Bruce Lee called him up.
Are you sure you're not thinking about Jean-Claude Van Damme, Sean? Because he was dancing.
No, I specifically remember Jackie Chan.
He's
'Cause he
French.
does this whole like where he turns there's a video of it somewhere where he turns Fred Astaire's broom dancing thing. He like does it and then he turns it into like a whole like fight scene with the broom where he's fighting the broom.
Apparently,
And,
he's got a black belt. Hapkido.
Well, you got to remember he is a comedian as well, so.
Yeah, that's supposed to be like something that it's like where he got the way that he does his stunts or something is.
Oh yeah, because he's slapstick.
Hell-
I mean,
Yeah,
Hell, dude, you opening a doorknob could be a kung fu move, okay?
I wish I could find that because it's really interesting. It's not it sounded derogatory, but it's not. It's like this whole thing with him, like turning
It's him adapting
innocuous
he-
dance
adapting
moves
things.
into this whole
Was
routine
it the one in
of,
was it the
of
one in
kicking
First
somebody's
Strike?
ass, basically.
So
It may
here
have
we go.
it may have been from that, may have been where the interview came from. I don't remember.
He's got a black belt in Hapkido and he's trained other styles such as karate, judo, taekwondo, and jeet kune-do. And I'm sure he's got kung fu because he's fucking played enough
He
characters.
probably does have some Shaolin in there because he does the 12 monkeys
Yeah,
thingy.
he does it all. But I don't know. I he's like the fucking Charlie Chaplin of fucking martial arts. You know what I mean? Like it's like
Yeah,
it's the
because
level of-
he is a comedian, so yeah, of course it's gonna be
yeah,
funny.
and the level of skill and physicality that it takes to do the type of comedy he does, like, you know, that's what he's all about. He's not.
You know what? If you're out there, whoever's out there in the world, if you're gonna question it, ask this yourself: would you fight him?
No.
No, I'd
The
probably
answer is
buy him a
no.
beer instead.
He might run around you in a circle, make you tired, and then beat your ass, but then but he still beats you.
I wouldn't fight Jean-Claude Van Damme either.
Yeah, think about it. You might call him out, but in the end, would you fight him?
Well, no, I mean, okay, yeah, he did ballet, but he was also like a light heavyweight kickboxing champion.
What Bruce Lee did fencing, and what you think he kick his butt because he does fencing?
There are a lot of athletes that do ballet though. There was a whole thing several years ago about football players that were trained in ballet to keep from getting cramps and shit.
Oh yeah, it also gave him better agility and balance, and yeah, I was gonna bring that up too, but thank you.
Yeah. Flexibility, man.
Well, Sean is the man of many, many insights.
I've noticed that he seems to know a lot about a lot of things.
So you can't say those good old boys don't know nothing.
Who you calling old?
Oh, good old boys. Never mind.
It's a term that's over your head, Tony.
No, it's not, because people younger than me would say I'm old.
Sean, would you consider yourself a good old boy?
No, I wouldn't, because that's what we call our politicians down here.
Oh, okay. Well then.
Oh.
We use it as a derogatory term.
Yep.
Them old
well.
bastards. Yeah.
We lost PBR and we lost Polecat.
But yeah, I wouldn't compare Jet Li to Jackie Chan because Jet Li did.
Well, I'm not comparing. I was using example that he's another one of those, martial artists that are actors.
Yeah, well, yeah, martial artists that turn actors, but we were talking about but we were saying how Jackie Chan wasn't really a martial artist before he became an actor. He was how Sean's saying he was dancing and all that stuff.
I don't buy that one bit.
He was opera.
Yeah, he was a singer because
I
I
have
know
his
he was
book right
he
here.
had a singing career.
I have his
before.
biography right here in front of me. I am
Yeah, I was
Jackie
gonna
Chan.
say, if anybody hasn't noticed, Dead Horse has been holding up the I am Jackie Chan thing going through it in front of us.
Yeah, he
I'm surprised he
started
wasn't
his life in opera ever since like when he was 3 years old. He was started doing opera. That's how early of an age, and he grew up his whole life doing opera, and he started training in martial arts as young as I think it says 9 or 10 years old in this book to help with his opera career. So he would go after school, he would basically go and do opera classes, and then after that, he went and took private lessons in kung fu and stuff to help his opera. Because in order to be in the opera, you had it's like ballet or anything. You have to be able to do your own stunts. You have to be able to do this. You just don't stand there in one spot on the stage. There's a lot of action in their opera, in Chinese opera. And they do their own fight scenes, stuff like that. They don't call in a stunt double to come do fight scenes in that because it's all live, and that's how his career got started, is by doing opera.
But I couldn't see him how he got into porn. That was weird. That was a weird part of his life.
Well, in this book, it does not say anything about him. He does not mention ever doing any porn or anything like that.
Oh, there's evidence.
Well, just
I didn't
because
think he was
just because you make a sex tape, does that mean Kim Kardashian?
No, it was not.
No, it was a production tape, but I
Oh,
didn't know that he was he like like one of the performers, or was he like
He was a performer.
was he just the guy who brings the pizza and leaves?
No, he was a performer.
Oh, okay. I never
You know, we were talking about the Colt Walker.
never saw any detail on that as to whether he was the.
was he a stunt double?
Uberti makes the Colt Walker. That's the one. If I got an Uberti reproduction,
Oh my
I'd get the Colt Walker from them.
Is that a convertible?
No, that's a black powder.
You know that
That's what I'm
firearm
saying.
looks
Is it a
familiar.
convertible? There's one that you can get that's convertible. You can put you can change the cylinder in it.
I don't know if it is
to a
or not.
modern cartridge cylinder.
Yeah, the 45 long Colt.
What's the other one that looks exactly like that? I know there was another one made.
The Dragoon looks similar.
Dragoon.
Yeah. Is that more expensive or is that cheaper?
It's probably about the same amount.
I think the Dragoon's a little bit cheaper, unless you if both of them are basic. I think the Dragoon's a little cheaper.
What do you know which ones were mostly like produced?
No, not right offhand. I don't.
Like if I was watching a cowboy movie that had cap and ball, which one would they be using?
Well, they
In
probably all have
1858
walkers.
There you go.
Maybe.
There's the Dragoon replica, and here's the thing: the difference between the two is $10.
That's
So get the Walker.
oh, okay.
Yeah, I'll
there
spend
you go.
$10 more. Yeah,
That's the Dragoon, more or less.
but
Yeah, I'd want them both.
I'd want them both too, but you know, if I had to choose one or the other, I'd choose the Walker over the Dragoon, just on principle.
just because you can just walk around saying this is a walker, not a dragon.
No, you get the Walker because you know better accuracy.
It is a pretty gun.
See, the Walker was actually like the first gun made to kill zombies, or as like they like to call them nowadays, walkers. So, well, see, they just haven't got that far in Walking Dead yet. Rick Grimes, he went back in time and invented the Walker.
You know, I kind of want a Wild Earp kind of firearm.
There's the Navy.
Replicas. Those look real nice.
That's
But it's
the
really
original.
long.
That's the original Navy. You know, and then
Yeah, those are really long too.
and then they turned it into the Army, and then there was they made different variations and whatnot. Like if you want like the Confederate version looked more like this. It's like they used a brass frame right there instead of regular metal because resources were scarce in the Confederacy during the Civil War. So
Yep.
Anyways,
I prefer the routed type barrels to the more blocky Navy revolver there.
Right. I was just going over, the revolvers because I've been looking at getting one myself, but I may see if I can get like a second-hand one instead because honestly, I don't really want to buy it new. Granted, new is nice, but
At least you know it works.
Yeah, I'd rather know it works than fire it off and have it blow up in my face.
Those things will all work just fine.
I know, but
Yeah, even a was it CVA? Even those are decent.
You figured they'd gotta work because if they blew up in somebody's face, they get sued out of business.
I don't know. You could be that 1%. Just a bad day.
Oh
for you.
God! Don't even get started on that whole 1% shit.
Besides, Uberti's known for making pretty good stuff. I mean, if you get Uberti production, you know it's going to be fine.
Well, what are the two companies that do it? There's a Pieta and then there's Uberti, right?
Those are two of the more popular ones, but there are many other companies that make them. Like Sean just mentioned, what, CVA?
Yeah. There's another one. Hell, open up a Cabela's or a Bass Pro catalog. They're probably full of them.
I haven't bought anything from Cabela's. I don't even know if we have one around here.
Well, the good thing about the black powder ones is you can send them straight to your house. You don't have to worry about an FFF because they don't do modern firearms.
Yeah, they're not a modern firearm, so you can have them sent straight to your house. But yeah, as you guys were saying, I may look at getting one that does the whole, cartridge conversion thing because that'd be pretty cool.
Yeah, now that I would make sure that I went with like a Uberti or something. I probably wouldn't. I don't even know if the cheaper companies even offer that, but yeah, I would definitely make sure that I got high quality for that because
all it is a different cylinder. It's a shorter cylinder, so you can put the round in it, and then it caps off.
Yeah, but you want to make sure that that's made of high quality materials because there's a lot more pressure in that cartridge than there is in the black powder, unless you're super overloading it.
Oh, very true. But I refer back to my other statement where if they didn't work, they wouldn't sell them because they'd get sued out of business.
Hey guys, look what I just found.
High Point.
High Point, very funny. Look what I just found.
Haskell? Well, screen share it so he can.
Really? No, there, it's screen shared.
I'm not seeing it.
I see a black screen.
Yeah, I see your Night Strike.
How about now?
Much better, much better.
There.
Yeah, see? There you go.
I see black.
Turn your bandwidth up.
Yeah, it's right. That's exactly what my Uncle Tom uses.
Yeah, but look at the price, and it uses 45 long Colt. Would that pressure be just the same?
You might want to check and make sure it's not cowboy loads, but if it's standard 45 long Colt, then yeah, it should work just fine. I mean, my uncle doesn't have any problem shooting 38s out of his 36 calibers.
Drop-in cylinder allows you to fire center fire ammunition in your black powder revolver. Convert your black powder revolver to fire cowboy ammunition. So you'd still have to get 45 long Colt in cowboy.
It's because it's a lighter load.
Yeah, and it's probably going to be cheaper too.
Yeah.
Oh, it just got quiet in here.
I think I killed it. Awesome.
About time somebody else did it beside me.
Well, if it's not you or me, it's G-Webs or Yankee.
Well, Yankee, maybe. G-Web's never. Generally, most people listen to what G-Web says.
No, Yankee did it the other night, and he's like, well, shit, it got quiet in here. And it was hilarious when he did that.
Somebody said, hey, Yankee, what are you doing? He goes, I'm going to go pick a fight.
I love Yankee.
Well, don't tell him that because then I don't know.
I'll scare him away if I have to.
He'll pick a fight with you.
Yeah.
I love
make
him
it
like
so
a
you know.
toothache.
Yankee, I'm your stalker. No, I'm not.
Hey, I am part of the Big Hairy Posse. So
Oh yeah, that was just done in bad taste.
most of his stuff is. Come on.
That's what Gun Channels is all about, right?
We only care if you love guns. We don't care about your orientation.
Okay.
What?
I'm not saying anything. I'm not gonna say anything on that. I'm gonna take the high road.
This should be the first. This should be a First and a Second Amendment channel.
Well, without the second, there is no first.
Without no first, there'd be no second.
Not necessarily. People can tell you to shut up, but you can still carry a gun. So,
Yeah, but just because they tell you to shut up doesn't mean you're not talking in your mind.
Well, see, the thing is like the Second Amendment was designed to protect all the other rights you have. So, I mean,
Why? Because you could shoot anyone if they mess with any of the other ones.
If that was the case, why wasn't the Second Amendment the First Amendment?
There's actually discussion about that in the Federalist Papers. If you go and look up all the correspondence, one of my local gun shops likes to post excerpts from that on their Facebook page every day, and they often post correspondence back and forth between the founding fathers as they were figuring out just how to word the different or the things in the Constitution and in the Bill of Rights, and there's a lot of discussion about how exactly to go about each one of them, and what the meaning should be, and how they started out, like the first draft versus the final draft, and things like that.
me personally, I think people were just shouting ideas, and the first guy went.
Basically, that's what it was, but it was most of it was written down because they were not all in the same place, so they were writing this stuff back and forth to each other.
Mm-hmm.
So if the Second Amendment was,
You should have freedom of speech and religion and all that, and the other guy goes, but wait, you need to have the right to keep and bear arms to be able to defend that right, and all the other ones we come up with. And they said, hey, that's a good idea, and then that's why it's the Second Amendment.
so if the Second was the First
That's
Amendment,
probably what
would
happened.
we have a problem this day? Would we have
They
the
did it
problem
in
today?
18th century English.
I just want to know if that would have been a problem if they were switched.
I don't know if it would really make a difference because there's just as much dispute over the first. So
Yeah, that's true.
It really doesn't matter what.
Why is there
position.
any dispute with
Most
the
people-
first?
most people don't even realize what the first even means because they think that it means they can get up in your face and follow you around and tell you what they believe, no matter whether you want to listen to them or not. And the thing is that every one of your rights stops the moment you cross somebody else's right.
I mean, you can say whatever the hell you want. You just can't. Get up in people's
Well,
faces.
as long as I have the ability
You can't push
to
it on
get the hell
people.
out of your face when you're trying to do that, then you can do that.
Yeah,
But
don't try to
as
push
if
long-
you're not allowing me to get out of, being able to be, without having to listen to you or without having to do whatever it is, then at that time you're then infringing upon my right to not do that.
Right.
Yep, harassment. Yeah, I mean, you can believe and say whatever you want, just don't push it on other people.
Okay. Well, here's a question for you, Nguyen. You know what the Bill of Rights are, right?
Author, yeah.
What are the Bill of Rights?
Oh, you want me to read it out? Is that what you're saying?
No. Just what are the
What
Bill
are the Bill of Rights to you?
Oh, I thought are you guys talking to me or Sean? 'Cause I'm confused.
We're talking to you.
Oh. What are the Bill of Rights for me? They're rights for me that was given on me when I came to this country. And I was born.
So you don't know what the Bill of Rights are. You just know that there's the Bill of Rights. Is that what you're saying? You don't know what the Bill of Rights are. You just know that they're Bill of Rights, right?
Yeah, the rights that give.
Okay, here's a history lesson for you. The Bill of Rights are the first 10 amendments in the Constitution, including the right to free speech and the right to bear arms.
I thought there were 13.
The first 10 are the Bill of Rights. There you go. I taught you something they didn't teach you in school.
They taught that in school when I was there, but
Same here.
was like 100 years ago. So
Yeah, there's like a little over 20 amendments to the Constitution.
yeah. Well, now there are.
Well, yeah, in general, yeah, there's more.
In the beginning,
there's more, but I thought it started out with 13.
No,
the colonies started out 13.
Yeah, the 13th Amendment to the Constitution happened after the Civil War, 13th, 14th, and 15th.
Yeah. Come on, you come to this country and you don't even look up its history, man? Come on.
Well, I didn't really pay much attention to history class.
Get off his back.
I know.
I'll tell you what, here's the one amendment that you should probably all know, and it's the 14th. What does that say? Anyone?
Is it cheating if I look it up?
Yes.
Should have just looked it up and not told him.
Okay, that was the first amendment that actually defined what an American citizen is. That's the amendment that actually gives you your right to call yourself an American.
Yeah, but it's just taking things from the first as well.
An American citizen was never defined until the 14th Amendment.
Well, yeah, I see. I'm reading it now, but yeah, that's like basically saying the same thing as the first.
Not quite.
Yeah, the infringed part, of course. Yeah.
Well, it goes into direct detail about it, whereas the shortcomings of the amendments up until that point were the fact that they didn't go into details about things, so it left out a lot of stuff, in which they really went into a lot of detail to begin with, because they detailed things to where it wouldn't be, or at least they thought that it would be able to be understood, even years into the future, that they actually had discussions about a lot of the stuff that they were putting in there about how it would be viewed, down the road as, things changed. They actually talked about that in some of their correspondence. But they still came up short on a lot of stuff, because most of the later amendments are actually things that just shore up the other amendments and make them more inclusive.
Yeah, no matter how you word it, you can't think of everything, especially 200 years down the road.
Yeah, but
I don't know.
that's one thing that always gets shit, that they didn't think of everything. So, and it's not worded to this way, or this isn't specified, therefore, they do that with the second all the time. They're like, but it doesn't say. But
in a way, it's actually great that it was worded vaguely, because it does actually translate more down the road than if they were to be specific.
Well, if they were specific about it, there was really no way they could have been specific about it because there wasn't that much to specify at the time because there's, technology has come a long way to be able to be inclusive on that kind of scale.
I don't know. I think the original 10 amendments would have been just fine if we just included everybody into it. Because remember, the Bill of Rights wasn't just for Americans; it was your innate human rights.
That's why it's the first 10. They were making a comparison to like the 10 Commandments.
Well, back then religion kind of ruled the world.
It did.
So
even as much as they tried to not be too
religious, they ended up
religious
being
with it. Well, they had to because it was the only thing that they could. All of the laws and everything and the basics of right and wrong they took from basically from the 10 Commandments. So it was like, well, this is the only way that we can word this because how else are we going to get around it? There really was no way to skirt around religion any more than they did. If you look at it from that viewpoint of read over the Constitution, trying to see the places where they were kind of skirting around religion, you can kind of see it that they were trying not to say that while they were saying it.
Yeah.
In the Bill of Rights, the 10 Commandments is rules that everybody should follow anyway. It doesn't matter what your religion is, don't kill, don't steal, don't steal your neighbor's wife.
Some form of that anyway. Even if you just come down to the 10 Commandments can be boiled down to the golden rule. Do
unto others you wish them to do. And that's
most civilized societies have some form of that.
Exactly. It's common sense stuff. And again, the Bill of Rights are
you saying the 10 Commandments are common sense?
Human being. It has nothing to do with just being an American. Now, granted, it's great that it is in America and it is in our Constitution, but those are our inalienable rights as humans. It has nothing to do with being an American. So if we were just to apply the Bill of Rights to every human on the face of the planet, no matter race, color, creed, national,
people would be happier.
Sexual preference, whatever. As long as you can do whatever you want as long as it doesn't affect somebody else in a negative way. And if people would live by those, we wouldn't need all these other damn rules and laws that everybody's coming out with.
So you're saying the 10 Commandments make common sense?
I would never go so far as to calling any kind of sense common.
That's valid point. I was using, I guess,
because there's maybe 3 or 4 on that list.
A more modern euphemism, I guess you could say.
I would say there's probably
more so
3 or 4, maybe 5 on that list on the 10 Commandments that probably are common sense. But if you actually read the 10 Commandments, there's 5 or 6 of them, depending on your viewpoint, that really
are out there.
I don't think you could reason that those are common sense. But there are 4 or 5 that I would admit that are pretty common sense.
My point was the general philosophy behind the 10 Commandments and the Bill of Rights is what would or should be called common sense, but seeing as there's a lack of common sense these days, I can agree with Sean's statement as well.
Well, no, it's not just common sense there's a lack of, there's a lack of sense, period.
Gun sense.
I think that's part of sense.
I think we need to come up with like a beard oil or a cologne that smells of like cordite. It's just awesome.
No, we need to come up with a cologne or a aftershave that smells like gunpowder.
All right, I gotta crash. Y'all have a good evening.
Nice meeting you.
I support France. so I'm eating French onion dip, but I'm an American, so it's French onion dip with bacon.
Outstanding. And it's also a good jab in the eye to the Islamic extremists.
Alright, now that since the spy is gone, anybody got anything to say?
Well, I figured changing my Instagram cover photo and my Facebook photo to a French flag just wasn't doing enough, so I figured I'd buy some of France's products. So I bought some French onion dip and I bought some French fries, and
Wow.
so hopefully they're gonna get some of that money and be able to use it to fight terrorism.
The French doors will be installed next week.
You got to say it in French, pommes You know, you're having pommes frites with French onion dip. So there you go.
I'm actually having pita chips with sea salt with my French onion dip.
Oh, there you go.
They're Townhouse. So I don't know if Townhouse is French or not.
Are they gluten free?
Let's see.
Probably not, since
If they taste good, then probably not. Yeah.
Yeah, they taste good. It doesn't list gluten on here, but it doesn't say that it's gluten free either. So
it's got wheat in it, doesn't it?
it says contains wheat, milk, and soy ingredients.
Yeah, it's gluten.
Yeah, unless it's very, very processed, then yeah, I'm not sure you can get all the gluten out of wheat.
It's G-Web's favorite thing, gluten.
Well, see, I'm trying to stockpile gluten right now because then when they completely outlaw it, I'll be able to resell it for twice as much money. I'm going to create a gluten black market.
The gluten market.
When gluten is outlawed, I'll become an outlaw.
Oh, man. Stealing my catapult reference.
Let's see, does this French onion dip have gluten in it? Let's see here.
It more than likely does.
It's made in Boise, Idaho. Man, damn it! I thought this money was gonna go towards France. Fuck.
No, it's going to the potato farmers. They have to put up with the Syrian refugees that are coming in.
You guys need to check out this leak. Polkak put it up earlier when we mentioned gluten. It's funny as hell.
Yeah, I saw that. Right.
Stuff probably doesn't have gluten in it because it's just like sour cream and like onion powder and probably a little garlic.
There's like 50 ingredients in this shit.
Oh well, most of them are probably chemicals to keep it from going bad in 3 days.
I mean, there's words in here I can't even begin to pronounce. I just like bacon. I can say that one.
Yeah, if you can't pronounce it, you shouldn't eat it. But I do, and it tastes so good.
Alright, now I realize why I was so damn confused about his question. Okay, I get it. Because it's all everywhere now.
America.
What question?
We can't organize anything.
What was the question you were confused about?
Like when he was asking me what the Bill of Rights meant, and I was like, at first I thought he was asking Sean, but then he realized it was me. And then when he asked me, and the reason why I hesitated is because there were so like different ways of like how each individual used their rights. Like whatever rights you use the most is what you know. So I thought he meant like he was asking me like, do you know all of them? I was like, no.
He thought it was an essay question.
Yeah.
Most people don't know all of their Bill of Rights.
And then there's like but then there's like how the reason why I got messed up, confused, and when he asked me how many there were, like I was thinking 13, and he said no, there's 10, and I'm like, wait a minute, that's because it's not in order.
No, that's just.
Because I was going by articles, and he said, and I think he meant to go by amendments, and how they all messed up.
Well, yeah, it's it's
like the 17th article would be like the 10th Amendment. So I'm like, oh wait, I got it messed up now.
Articles are different than amendments.
Yeah, that's why I got confused.
No worries, no worries. Hell, it probably confuses most people.
Hold on. Stop the presses. I need to go get myself some gluten chips.
The presses will keep printing.
All right, keep them warm.
Well, we're publishing that story as we speak.
So remember, guys, when you say when the cop pulls you over, when you say you plead the Fifth, make sure you're saying the Fifth Amendment, or not the Fifth Article. Or is it the Fifth Article, not the Fifth Amendment?
No, it's the Fifth Amendment. It's just it only works in court, not with a cop.
Okay, don't say the Fifth Article then, because that's a totally different. Yeah.
The first thing you say to a cop when he starts asking you a question is, "I need to speak to my lawyer." That's the first and only thing you should really say.
Yeah, but if you were to say I plead the Fifth and he wants to specify it, don't say article.
The Fifth doesn't have nothing. All these guys saying, "Oh, I want to plead the Fifth. I want to plead the Fifth." Like, you can't plead the fucking Fifth until you get arrested. You have the right to remain silent, like, after you've been arrested, but before you're arrested, like, you still don't have to answer the questions. But that's not the Fifth. That's not. I mean, that has nothing to do with the Fifth Amendment. It's the Fifth Amendment is to deal with, like, after you're arrested, after you're being detained.
When you're detained as well. So when they pull you over, that's technically being detained, though, right?
Well, they're not supposed to be able to use anything you say before they read you your Miranda in court. But
that's how most people are getting away with their crimes or whatever they were doing.
No, God, no.
Like, they forgot to read my Miranda rights. Well, damn, you put us in a tough spot.
Well, if the cop's not reading your Miranda when he takes you into custody, then he deserves that.
You're probably fighting him.
What you should say to a police officer when you get pulled over or approached is like, "Hey, how you doing today? What's going on? Yeah, how can I help you? Other, gracious greetings, okay,
Oh, yeah.
thank you for the warning, or thank you for telling me, and have a nice day, officer."
But if you don't want to be investigated, you just sit there, be quiet, and hand it over your,
No,
license.
that's the
Roll up your window, hold your driver's license to the window, and then watch as they punch your window.
Yeah, but being suspicious is not a crime, so they can't really get you on that.
They can't get you on it, but it doesn't mean that they're not going to hassle the shit out of you and keep you there, 45 minutes longer than what they would have in the first place.
Well, if you're gonna, if you're gonna profile him that way, and go say, "Oh, I know this cop. He's an asshole, so I'm just gonna do this."
Cops, police officers generally don't know everything in the penal code either. They have more knowledge than most people, but they're equally ignorant. The best thing to do when pulled over by a peace officer is to be accommodating and, well, I wouldn't say friendly, but courteous.
Hello, officer. You look so pretty today. Here's my license registration, sir. Get out of
position of authority. Yes.
Accommodating, not try to ask him out on a date.
No, they're in a position of authority. A yes, sir, or a no, sir doesn't hurt.
But you don't want to give out any information. You don't have to. If they ask you a question that is not relevant to you being pulled over, you don't have to answer it.
Like, where are you going?
But they're gonna ask you. They're gonna ask you it. They're gonna be like, "Oh, where'd you come from? From here to there? Why are you here?"
No, the only people they ask that of are people that they suspect might be doing something wrong. They're coming from a high drug-ridden neighborhood or something like that. Then you might get those questions. When I get pulled over for speeding down the highway, and I get pulled over from a fucking officer for doing 5 miles an hour over the limit, which I have plenty of times, I never get asked, "Oh, where are you going? Where are you coming from?" None of those questions. I mean,
I'm always asked that, but it's usually 3 o'clock in the morning when I'm going somewhere.
Okay, yeah, 3 o'clock in the morning.
Night, right?
Yeah.
So they always act like that nobody's ever on the road at that time of night. It's like, Wait,
Why are you there, officer?
we have 2 industries here locally that run 24 hours a day, and we have 3 other businesses that run 24 hours a day, and we're not that big of an area, yet like nobody is ever on the streets at 3 a.m. when there's actually quite a bit of traffic at that time because of the shifts that change out during the night. So there are people that are on the road at that time going to and from work.
Well, here,
Even some of the cops get off work at, they work like 10 to 6, and then there's a half shift that's something to do with like 2:30 in the morning or something. There's some guys that leave because I see them coming and going sometimes.
Probably volunteers.
So here, the bars close at 2 a.m., and a lot of people leave the bars like around 2:30, 3 o'clock in the morning. So here, that would be a common time for a police officer to stop someone for whatever reason and then ask them, where are you coming from? Because that could help them do their job. If you say, oh, I'm coming from the bar, I'm coming from the club, okay, well, then you might be drinking. So now let me, further my investigation and, well, how many drinks have you had tonight? And, have you been drinking?
Don't answer the
And
question.
then you get arrested.
Police officers play off your ignorance.
Exactly.
They walk up and they say license and registration. You hand them your license and registration, proof of insurance if it's required, and then you go. And if they ask you, do you know why? Because they're going to ask you, do you know why I pulled you over? You don't have to say anything. Just shake your head, no, whatever. And if they continue to ask you questions, just ignore them. Just why aren't you answering my questions? I don't feel I have to.
And if you're a minority that he probably thinks you're smoking something and your window's all the way down, he's gonna probably be like, "Oh, I smell something. Can you step out of the vehicle, please?"
Yeah, and
see, whenever I've got pulled over and they're like,
nothing in your system, he knows he can get nailed for it. So
he's gonna poke
they're gonna want to. They're gonna want to mess with you, and some of them will mess with you. But then all you have to do is all you do is go through the process, do everything they say, and then file an official complaint on them, and they'll get their asses in trouble for it. And then
that's why I say don't say nothing.
Then they won't even touch you anymore.
See, if I actually did something wrong, I've always admitted to it when I've been asked, do you know why I pulled you over? Yeah, I was speeding. You caught me. I've been straight up with them. Okay, they go back to their car, come back with, okay, well, you're doing 15 over, but I'm only going to write this ticket for 5. Or you know what, here's your warning. I'm going to let you off with the warning. Da-da-da. They're just regular people. If you're cool with them, they will usually be cool with you unless you're doing something like really wrong.
Well, he's not trying to be like my best friend or anything. He's just trying to write me a ticket.
Well, understandable on that. But I'm referring to when they start asking probing questions like, where are you coming from? What are you doing? Da-da-da-da-da.
What's your wife's last name?
See, those are the ones I get because they're usually new. Because the ones that work graveyard shift are usually the new guys. Or they're new enough. They've just been around. They've been around just long enough that they're thrown on the worst shift because the other guys don't want that shift.
The ones that I hate the most are the ones that are transferred from a different department and doesn't know how things are, and they just start poking and prodding people for no reason.
They're just like you said. They're just normal people trying to do their jobs. And again, they play on your ignorance. They ask you a bunch of questions in hopes that you're going to answer and incriminate yourself. So now they can't use that against you in court, but it can give them reasonable cause or suspicion to be able to further their investigation. So this is why you're better off just being pleasant, cooperative, and accommodating to a point, but not give up too much information.
Yeah, if they start to cross a line, then definitely you can, start to shut up, be quiet, defend yourself, invoke your rights, but most of the time, if you're just truthful with them, if you're just honest, if you're not some bad guy out doing bad things, they're just gonna give you your speeding ticket or your warning or whatnot, and
send you on your way.
Yeah, because I don't think most gun owners are out, being hoodlums at 3 in the morning and getting stopped by cops doing something actually wrong at 3 in the morning where they have to, play that whole card. Just be cool with them, man. They're just regular guys just trying to do their job. That's all they are.
I have one thing to say. These gluten chips are the best thing ever.
Oh my god.
And I'll tell you, when I get pulled over by a cop that's been a cop for a while, that's been on the force, usually been on the force here for several years, it's a completely different experience than getting pulled over by somebody that's relatively new. Because the cop that's been around a while, most of the time I know who they are anyway, but even the ones that I don't personally know, if I get pulled over and they all immediately ask the question that causes me to have to tell them that I've got a gun, because they ask me directly. They always do. They always have here. That's like the first question that comes out of their mouth since 9/11 has been, "Do you have any weapons or drugs in the vehicle?"
And
That's
are
the
you in the
first thing
state where you
before
have
they
to
even
disclose
ask.
yourself?
Even if they ask, I have to tell them. That's state law. If they ask, I have to
Okay,
tell them. If they don't ask,
that's where you're from,
I've got to
though.
say nothing. Well, that
That's where you're
varies
from, though.
every
You have to
state.
disclose yourself.
Yeah. Well, every state is different. Some places you have to do it anyway, even if they don't ask. Some places you keep your mouth shut unless they ask you. It just varies. And their reaction to it is always different. Every one of the new cops want my gun until the stop is done.
And sure as the sun shines,
Most of the old cops never even asked me for it.
That's why you should get to know your police department, people.
Most of them just don't even ask me. They know what it is that I've got in there most of the time.
Well, most of the old staff will realize that
But
if you're going to be forthcoming enough to say, yeah, I've got a firearm and I'm a concealed carry permit, I have a concealed carry permit or whatever, they're going to go, oh, okay. I mean, if you were a bad guy, you wouldn't tell them.
Well, what seems a lot better, to actually have a law that says you have to give up your CCW to him to let him know that you have it, or do you actually have to verbally say it? Because if it's mandatory just to give it to them in your state, say you have to show that you have a firearm, just give them this license and they'll know.
Generally, the rule of thumb on CCWs throughout the nation, as far as I can tell, is if they ask, you have to tell. But if they don't ask, you don't have to say shit.
Yeah, but then there's our states where it says if they ask, you don't have to say anything, because it's concealed for a reason. It's called concealed carry for a reason. He doesn't have to know you have one. Unless it's a mandatory law where you have to give them your CCW just to show, and if you give it to them just to show in respect, that's okay too. You don't have to.
I would definitely say, from my experiences and the people I know and all that stuff, is pretty much if they don't ask, you don't tell. If they ask, you have to tell. So I mean,
well, as a general law, as being like polite and all, if they ask, yeah, you can tell them. But if they ask and you're in a state that says you don't have to tell them, then yeah, you don't have to tell them. Oh, that depends if you're an asshole or not.
Well,
it's a respect thing.
I would research the local laws in your area and go by those. Those are generally a good rule of thumb on that. Yeah.
No, that's what I'm telling you, because where I'm at in Florida, you don't have to tell them even if they ask.
I thought you had to if they asked. I've never been pulled.
Well,
over.
It depends on.
I was carrying, so I don't know, but I always thought that I thought that's what I read when I looked it up, but that's been years ago when I looked up the rules on that.
Yeah, I think it does depend on what state, because Utah has.
Well, I know it
something
depends
where
on the
we don't
state.
have to tell them.
I specifically remember looking it up in Florida because I was going to be carrying in Florida, so I wanted to make sure I was up on the rules. But that's been a few years ago, so probably several years ago.
I'm going to use that term.
We're getting a lot better on our firearms law.
I'm going to go ahead and use this term common sense again. Just work with me on this, folks. If a cop asks you if you have a firearm on you, and you're a concealed carrier, it would behoove you, for your safety alone, to go ahead and let them know you have it and that you are licensed to carry. This way, if they pull you out of your car for any reason and they find the weapon, they don't flip out and shoot you. So
Yeah, you see, that's why I have a method where I don't say I have a firearm. If he asks me, when he pulls me over, I give him my license and my CCW so he knows I have a firearm instead of me just telling him. Because then if I'm scared because I broke the law or something, I might end up incriminating myself, you know. So I just give him the CCW, the license, and the registration, and insurance, and everything, so I don't have to say anything.
and I would also, practice keeping my hands in plain view as well.
Yeah, that too. Yeah.
Especially if it's a young cop. Man, some of those guys get so nervous.
Ooh, oh man, I seen a cop.
Even after I give them my gun with 2 fingers, that it's almost impossible to pick up the gun with, because they want you to pick it up with your thumb and your pinky finger, and it's like,
yeah,
freaking A, dude.
No, you know what? The funny thing is, like, I've seen police officers when they pull, like, I don't know if they're new or not, but when they're brand new or something like that, they pull you over and then they ask you, firearm and all that, CCW and all that stuff, and then they say if it's in plain sight, like, how Yankee has his firearm, they're gonna be like, they start shaking for some reason, like they just start shaking. I'm like, why are you shaking, dude? I thought I was supposed to be the one nervous. They shake so bad, dude.
It's called adrenaline, because you got to realize most police officers are trained that the 2 most deadly scenarios for a police officer are, number 1, domestic violence call, and number 2, random traffic stops. Traffic stops are where they're the most vulnerable next to a domestic disturbance call. That's where most cops get killed. So if they see a gun and they don't know that you're a good guy, yeah, their adrenaline's gonna start pumping. So
no, but I have never seen someone shake like a baby. Just, oh my god, like they're gonna, like, sir, do you need an ambulance or something?
Yeah,
have you ever been in a situation where your adrenaline is pumping through your body because you think you might be in a life or death situation?
You don't realize that you're shaking.
Yes.
Everybody else sees it, but you don't realize it when you're in that situation, that your body is like that. That's just the adrenaline doing that. Your hands may still be steady, but your whole body is just like shivering, like you're cold almost, and you don't realize it. Other people around you see it, but you don't realize it till it's over with, and people tell you, how you're shaking.
Some of them don't shake at all. They either like move around, or they start fidgeting with their hands, or they're playing around their belt and stuff like that.
Nerves. It's nervous. Okay, let me put you in this situation. You're walking up on somebody you've never met before. Okay, and you're not sure what they're gonna do. You're also in a situation where you're in an area where you're limited to be able to see what's around you. Okay, you don't know if there's somebody else in the shadows, or in this situation being pulled over, if somebody's in the back seat, especially if you have tinted windows. You don't know if there's somebody in the passenger seat. You don't know if when you walk up and you ask for the license and registration, the person doesn't just turn and shoot you right there on the spot. You don't know.
I would start thinking about my career choices from that point on if I can't do my job.
Okay, have you ever carried a gun and walked a beat, or driven, or acted as a peace officer?
No.
Then you shouldn't talk about it, because you've never done it. You can have your opinion, that's fine, this is America, be free. But until you put yourself in that extremely high-stress situation on a constant basis, you don't know what's going on, especially if you're new to the job.
He's putting himself in this situation as an officer, so he should be somewhat ready, prepared,
Well, yeah, you can train all you want, but until you hit real-world application, you don't know what's going to go on. That's the thing, especially new guys, especially new cops. They're fresh out of the academy, they think they have all this knowledge in their head, and when they hit their first high-stress situation, that's when the adrenaline kicks in, because they haven't become adept to it yet.
Fucking rookies.
Then
Exactly.
they pull some dude over
Oh,
on
no,
his
we've
way
got
home
Edge in
from
here.
work
What
one
did Edge
night,
get
and they piss their pants while their partner is performing the check and everything.
Yeah,
That happened to me about 10 years ago.
it takes
The,
at least, the third person you kill before you figure out, well, I shouldn't shoot this guy. Next time. I'm just fucking with you.
Well, the one dude was standing back behind his partner, right? Most of the time, if there's two of them, one of them would sit in the car when you get pulled over. One of them just sits in the car back there unless there's a reason for him to get out. But this guy, both of them got out. I figured that the guy riding with him must have been brand new, because the cop who was taking the lead of the whole thing, he asked me for all my stuff and everything, and so I gave it to him. And then he asked me to get out of the car because they wanted to do a sobriety check, because it was like 3 o'clock in the morning, of course, and it was on a Saturday night, or Sunday morning rather. It was like 3 o'clock Sunday morning. So and they said that I had swerved over the line a couple of times or something. I was like, okay, whatever. So I'm complying with them. Gave them all my stuff and everything.
My license, all right.
So the one guy was gonna administer the little, blowing the little thing. So I did that. The guy over beside him puts his hand on his gun as the guy steps forward to me to reach out with the little machine. And so I'm like, whoa, what's going on here? Then so I go on through the whole thing. Every time that I moved in the slightest, his hand twitched the whole time. I swear to God, the guy peed his pants. I mean, he didn't literally pee his pants, but yeah, that guy, he did not need to be doing that job, because he was so nervous.
It sounds like he was way too green.
Career choices.
Well, you know how
They must have just like thrown him out there, and he never had any, like, even classroom training or anything, because that guy was like.
Well, you know how when you're a cop and you don't like your partner and you want to get away from him, but you want to be discreet about it. The way you do it is you tell him you're suffering from extreme flatulence, and it's embarrassing. So you don't be assigned to somebody in the vehicle, so they have to deal with it, and it'd rather be discreet about it.
I know when you become a police officer, you don't sign up to get shot at, but you should know that it comes with the job, so you should be prepared for it. Now, I understand the adrenaline thing, but if you're like what you said, that guy shaking there looking like he was about to pee himself, yeah, you need to start thinking about career choices. Do you really want to be in a situation where you put yourself in where you're going to probably get shot at?
Well, it put me in a situation where I was just driving down the road and may or may not have crossed the yellow line, but I was not drunk, had not been drinking. I was on my way in from work that night, and I got pulled over. I did everything I was supposed to do, and I'm sitting here wondering if I'm going to make it home, because Twitcherson over here is either going to piss his pants or shoot me.
Well,
Exactly.
in response to LT there, you can go into a job. You can think you're going to be great at it. You can go through training and excel at the training. But when you go out there and you actually do the job, you may suck at it. That's the same thing with cops. They go through all this stuff. They go through psych checks. They go through education, background checks, all that stuff. They go through the academy. They do well in the academy, but then they hit the streets and they get into a real-life situation. And this is the difference. When you're in training, you know it's training. When you're in the field and you're actually in it, that is when real life slaps you in the face. And some people can handle it and some people can't. And poor Sean probably dealt with somebody who, definitely dealt with somebody who should not have been there. But that's why they have FTOs, field training officers.
That's why they need to make their training more realism.
You would have thought that the psych check would have.
Well, no,
because if he's that twitchy, you would have thought they would have.
No, dude, there's a lot of people to become cops because they want to help, the community, and there's some that want to they got picked on and they want a little bit of power, to come back. And they get past the psychs too, the psych test. They manage to because I mean, it's basically answer questions. Do you feel this? Do you feel that? How do you feel about this? And you just answer like you would think a normal person would answer, instead of repress your answers that you love to give them. How do you feel about this and that? But one thing I was going to say about cops, one thing I don't like is when you hear about them, well, my safety is primary, is paramount when I want to see, blah blah, and the way a lot of people are being trained, at least in a lot of metropolitan cities, is their safety is paramount to anybody else's. It's primary. Because, and I understand that of course they want to be preserve their life, but when that's your excuse for everything, well, I was in fear of my life, so my safety this, my safety that. If you want a safe job, go do something else for a living, because obviously you're going to get into some nasty, hairy, domestic violence and all this other crap that's pretty, and you never know when it's coming. But if you're going to sit there and quote safety for everything, this and that, and how you're manipulating people and violating their rights, you're in the wrong line of work.
Your safety is not my concern, officer.
Officer is supposed to be the guy that protects everybody besides himself.
Okay.
I know there's... Yeah.
Rule number one...
You're supposed to be selfless.
Tony, rule number one when you carry a gun and a badge is you go home alive at the end of your shift. You've survived. I mean, come on, that's pretty simple. That was...
Well, yeah, common sense. You want to stay alive so you can help more people.
Now, going back to your thing about making training more realistic. Stress inoculation training is great, and it does help you prepare for stressful situations. But it is not the real thing, because it's training. Training is just that, training. It's training. You are being trained. It is the repercussions from that training is not going to affect you. Not affect your being of life. You're not going to live or die from it. As a peace officer, when you hit the beat and you're out there for real for the first time, that's when reality slaps you in the face, like I said.
Well, then put them, while they're in training, put them in that position. Put them in that position. Put them with another guy that knows what it's like.
They do.
Yeah. So why?
That is part of the field training situation. That's why they have FTOs, field training officers. They bring them out there. They put them out there with an experienced person so they can experience real-life situations. And that's what Sean was dealing with. And it sounds to me like Sean has...
Also, you have to put this into context. This happened like 10, 12 years ago, right? If this happened last week, I could understand Twitchy over there being twitchy, because, it's not been that long ago when cops were getting shot right and left all over the place, right? All over the news. Cops just getting shot for no reason, just because, people didn't like cops. But this was 10, 12 years ago. There was no stories about random cop shootings. This is a small town, routine traffic stop. The biggest outcome in their minds at that time, unless they're thinking they're going to be the one-off person that gets shot, then the biggest thing is that they're going to have a belligerent drunk on their hands when they pull me over. They see that I'm not a belligerent drunk. And so Twitchy over there is still twitchy. There was nothing in the the climate of society at that time to tell them that this was even going to be a dangerous situation. So him being that nervous, that was a big problem, because somebody like that should not be on the street.
I agree with you. I agree with you 110%, and that's why I keep bringing the point that you had to deal with somebody who shouldn't be a cop. I also, besides high-stress inoculation training, which is extremely expensive, by the way, they should also have them do constant hand-to-hand combat. Get them used to being in a fight. If they're used to being in a fight, they're less likely to have their adrenaline spike in a high-stress situation, because they're already used to dealing with conflict. So these are things that I think most police departments should do, but they don't, because it's not civilized and it costs way too much money. Not to mention, if the department is putting you through an academy, they're spending a lot of money on you, and they don't want you to wash out. So those are answers to questions I don't know.
They need to go through Spartan training.
Those would be some badass cops. I don't think I'd want to fuck with them.
Of course, that's what cops are supposed to be, badass. You're not supposed to be, like, hey.
We've gone from
Especially with the line of duty they're in with, yeah.
Well, they're trying to get away from the whole what do they call it, jackbooted stormtrooper type thing into more civilized, educated peace officers. The problem with that is most civilized, educated personnel have not been in conflict and do not know how to handle conflict properly. Hence why I say they should be doing like boxing or like MMA.
But the thing
Wait,
is,
they don't do that?
The thing is, when the people who have been through that don't know how to deal with people when it's not a conflict situation. They don't know how to deal with routine interaction.
I'm not saying make it strictly about that. I'm just saying in addition to. So
well, there has to be a middle ground, but they don't ever do that. They go one way or the other. They don't go for somewhere in the middle of trying to assess a situation or anything. The pendulum swings one way or the other, it seems, because you either get these great cops that interact with the public in a great way, but if there's a huge situation, they don't deal with it so well. But then on the other side, you get these people who deal with those huge situations great. They're awesome at that. They take out the threat immediately. The thing about that is, you get them, they start shooting people when they pull them over for a traffic stop. So.
Yeah, and you're right. And generally, we call those guys SWAT, at least out here in California, or felony warrant serving teams. But the thing is there needs to be a balance. I mean, they should train them based on the premise of any type of traditional martial arts, where they teach you a balance between positive and negative. There has to be. You have to know there's going to be repercussions for your actions if you have to go that way. So if you do have to go that way, you must be willing to pay the price for those actions. And
they should just teach them all Tai Chi. Let them be at peace with themselves.
Well, that wouldn't help us in high stress situations. Well, no, they'd be completely under control in high stress situations, but there wouldn't be any help to anybody.
They know how to control their body, so high stress.
So you're saying that they'd be similar to like what, French police then?
They would harness their chi.
Hey, don't ball on the French, right? I mean, we wouldn't be a country if it weren't for the French. So
the French, they have their priorities mixed up. They sent more ambulances than cops there.
Ribbit.
It was like a whole bunch of ambulances. It was like raiding cops that were raiding, and then there were a whole bunch of ambulances, and then there was the military.
Well, who knows? Anyway.
Like in America, if a shootout happened, no ambulances would be there, like really close by, like that.
All you GI are buka dig it out.
Yeah, and your point.
I did during the North Hollywood shootout. I did not see a single ambulance until after the threat was gone.
Well, that's generally how it works. We don't send in EMS until the situation is secured.
Well,
Unfortunately,
rich people,
a lot of people die that way too.
I got a good old sign on my front door. My daddy is our first responder.
There you go. Hey, Edge, where were you when you were shooting your videos? I saw you there with James Yeager. I know you told me it was down in Texas for a shoot, but
outskirts of Austin, in the country there called Liberty Hills, Texas.
Nice.
Is he a nice guy?
He was, man. I mean, I went up to him. He's controversial, when he is, but he was in a good mood, polite. I mean, the thing what I understand about James in the chats I've been with him and other people, if you question his knowledge, like or doubt in a doubting manner, that's when he tends to get a little, brash and
Confrontational.
yeah. I mean, if you're gonna call it or undermine him, if you will, that's why I seen him. I was on chat once with Yankee, and he's like, "Are you talking shit about me, motherfucker?" And I'm like, "Oh shit, it's on now." And,
But if you prove him wrong, he won't be mad at you, right?
I don't know. I mean, I don't have
Yeah,
that.
he has to accept it.
If he believes in the logic that he believed in so long, and next you know you proved him wrong, will he get really pissed at you or he'll kill you?
I don't know him that well to make that kind of decision. But I will tell you that I mean he is experienced. He's controversial. He's experienced. He has a wealth of knowledge, but I don't have that kind of experience either to sit there and go toe to toe with them, much less or sit there and question him or try to one up him on anything, because I'm learning as years go on, like shooting guns and whatnot. And the people taking this course are pretty happy with his training. DB's taking this course, several other people have, and they're pretty content with his services. But I'm not in a position to question him, and so I never would. But
oh yeah,
I just walked up and he goes like, "Wow!" Literally, as walking in, they like let us. We got into check in. You have to check in, and once you check in, then you're walking into the the main gate area. And I saw him. I was like, "Wow, dude, hey, what's up, man? Hi, James. It's John. Edge 4006. Hey, remember you've been a couple chats? Yeah, what's up, bro? Hey, man, can you do a quick little video with me? Yeah, no problem. Like, cool. He was just cool as shit. But like I said, he's had some people have issues with him that have never met him because of his philosophy, his ideology, and so on.
He's like that. He's like the father, that tough love, basically.
And I understand why he's like that, but it's what it is. I just don't have that kind of, I just have to sit there and you could listen to him and his training and his videos and his stuff and take it with a grain of salt or appreciate it.
See, the one thing I've noticed about James, I've never met him personally, but from everything I've seen in his training, I've noticed, that he's definitely an alpha male presence. He's definitely an alpha presence. He's got that, like, I'm in charge and that's it. But the thing I really like about him is not only does he tell you to train, but he tells you to train with like anybody who's reputable, and he does the same thing. He doesn't just go by his own stuff. He goes out and he learns from other people too, and then incorporates it into his stuff. So I mean, he's that's what I consider to be a good person, is somebody who's not afraid to continue to learn.
James Yeager, he's not he's not like one of those like real operators. He's just an entertainer.
I would
remember that when watching his YouTube videos, that he's not a real trainer. He's not a real tactician. He's just he's just an entertainer. He's a media celebrity.
Well,
an actor.
Okay, look, I mean, to that, I will tell you, again, a lot of people, law enforcement, a lot of people take his courses. Because I mean, the way I understand it is, when I've never served in the military. I'm not a veteran or anything, but when you serve in the military and you get training, they do it at the lowest common denominator, because they have to be able to suit everybody. They have to accommodate everybody from the highest intelligence to the lowest intelligence. So that's what the training's evolved on. And then when they have special training for like special forces and whatnot, it's always selective. X amount of people get X amount of training from X amount of instructors, and it's very selective and more intense and more direct. And also more advanced. So again, I understand how people have differences with him. I'm not a fan of him. I'm not trying to say I'm a fanboy or anything by any means, but he does what he does, and he does well at it. I know there's other people that do as well as too, but he I will give you that, he is a celebrity because of his reputation and his demeanor.
Well, he's a celebrity because he has a cock like a boa constrictor.
Yeah, but I'm saying it.
Well, I don't have nothing negative to say about him. Everything is all positive. I mean, he does have good skills, good training, and everything. So there's nothing negative I can say about him. I just want to know is if I walked up to him and say, "Hey, can I be in a video? Just can you be in a video with me for something?" Just like you did. I
He
want
would
to know if
shoot
he's gonna
you.
tell you to fuck off if he doesn't know you, or is he
No,
gonna?
no. Okay, just so we're clear. I mean, he's been in a couple of chats with me, but he doesn't know me from Adam. Yeah, he just he just said, "Hey, what's up?" And then as he was leaving, he's cool. He was really cool. And at the end of it, I was, "Hey, man, good to see you here. Good to meet you." And he gave me a pat on the back, and I was like, "Cool." And he was leaving. I kind of told him he was leaving. I was like, "Hey, I'm gonna tell Stone Guy I saw you here." He started fucking laughing his ass off, because him and Stone Guy are a little more.
So he's not some crazy dude. So I just want to throw that out.
I
A
mean,
lot of people think he's crazy or something. Like he's an asshole.
He was in a good mood. He was, he was having fun, and again, I imagine if you do try to challenge him on his knowledge, that's where I think things get a little hairy with him, and his competition, if you will. But I met somebody else there that was like, yeah, I wish I would have met him at the shoot. I wish
Just don't talk to him about Instructor Zero.
Yeah, well, that's what came in the conversation. Another guy brought up. I would have met him. I would have fucking told him what I really thought. And I was like, well, dude, I'm not here to do that. I'm just here to meet people and meet and greet. And I'm not trying to make enemies, even if I don't care for that particular person. I'm not trying to sit there and tell them the way it is. I'm just there to say, hey, what's up, and good meeting you, and network a little bit, and hopefully, do better with the channel with it. And that was my goal. And it was cool. Like I said, he was in a good mood. He told me he had a 19-hour drive. I was just heading back home. I was like, hey, we'll be safe. That's it.
Well, I just want to say
Sounds like an
that.
awesome guy.
Oh, dude, Jaeger's like awesome, man. Like every cop I know, they're like, okay, where can we go get the best training? Oh, you know what? That James Jaeger guy, he got fired by 2 different law enforcement departments, and he took a 32-hour tactical pistol class through Blackwater, and he sure knows how to run away from a gunfight. That's the guy I want to go to. So, like, every cop I know, they're like, dude, I'm going to go for that.
Before you start talking Night Strike, I mean, there's actual video footage of him being in a gunfight, not only engaging the enemy, but running to help somebody who gets downed. So,
I'm not gonna say anything. I wasn't going to say anything. So.
Oh man, I want to see that video.
Oh, I guess that was Tony saying that stuff. Yeah, Tony, you need to do your research, brother.
No,
Also,
what? I didn't say anything negative about him.
That was dead horse.
Check this out. You can tell James Jaeger is a legitimate trainer by looking at the people he hangs out with.
Fanboy. We got a fanboy.
I have nothing negative about James Jaeger.
We got a fanboy alert.
Hey, I prefer Reed, but I'm not taking away from James's tactical or his instruction. He's a very good teacher.
I agree. I 100% agree.
There are too many guys who've come back from being in combat overseas, going to take his classes and going, wow, that was impressive. That right there tells me he's got his shit locked on. Not to mention all the other nationally rated firearms instructors that he hangs out with on a regular basis. Those guys wouldn't have given him the time of day if he wasn't worth a crap. So keep that in mind. Again, I am not.
Yeah. I totally agree.
Is he extremely cocky? Yes. Is he? I mean, he can be arrogant depending on the situation he's in. Yeah. Again, I'm not a fanboy. I just don't have that kind of knowledge of any kind of tactical training to critique him personally and look at it until I go and maybe take somebody else. Take a course in general in pistol fighting with somebody else, and then take his and compare him. Then I can sit there and at least make a honest statement about it, like, oh well, between the two courses, this is what I like, what I don't. But I haven't yet to do either. So, and I remember one chat, he was in there and he told everybody in the chat, you know what, you guys want? You make it out to Camden, Tennessee, where he's at, and you can do I'll give you a training for free. I'll give you a class for free. And some people did take him up on it.
Hey, Heavy, if you ever do find that video again, I would love to see that video.
It's out there. It's hard to find, but I've seen it. I know they're talking about the one where he's in a convoy and somebody gets hit and gets hurt, and he's doing his thing. And the people, that video is the same video that people call him out on because he was in a gunfight, and they say that he was or not a gunfight, but he was there in a scene where they're taking fire, and I don't think he returns fire, but he's helping somebody.
Oh no, he takes out
I'll be right back.
a couple of the bad guys. He's responsible. Not only he takes out one guy, he engages and takes out one, and is able to. Well, I hate to say this, but it sounds bad, but it's retreat or relocate to where the guy who got hit and administer immediate first aid to the guy, maintain radio contact, and take out another engage and take out another of the terrorists. So I mean, and again, like I said, you got too many combat veterans that are coming back. I mean, and we're not just talking about grunts either. We're talking about guys who were like spec ops, or MARSOC, stuff like that, who have taken the classes and gone, wow, this guy's a real deal. Now, when those guys say that, I'm going to listen. I mean, that's an impressive accolade to have. Okay?
Yeah, that's why I watch his videos.
Okay, now, like I said, I'm not a fanboy of him. Like I said, I like Reed myself. I'm a fan of Reed. But when you talk about firearms, mainstream firearms training in the United States, you think of Gunsight, Thunder Ranch, Tactical Response, and now Valor Ridge. And those are the main four that everybody thinks about.
Mm-hmm.
Well, there's Gunsight and there's Front Sight too. Front Sight's pretty big.
Front Sight is, it's okay, I guess. You know, I don't know. I've heard too many negative things about it.
Well, I'm not saying it's good. I'm saying it's big. It's large. They put through a lot of people that.
I don't even know if they're still in business anymore, really.
Yeah, they are.
But I mean, it's in, you know, it's like I said, I'm not a huge fan of him. I mean, I watch his videos. I agree with some of the stuff he says. I disagree with some of the stuff he says. As for him being arrogant, yeah, he's gonna be arrogant. Like I said, he's an alpha male. He's got that alpha male persona. And even, you know, it's like even the people who work for him know he's the boss. He's got that in training. He's developed himself where he grew up being that way, and he's established it through his life. He made a business a success. Being a successful business person alone makes you an alpha. You know, so I mean, the man, you know, it's like you can say what you want about the man, but he's the real deal, and you know.
There's other people.
Surrounding yourself with people who won't challenge your opinion makes you an alpha.
Oh, I mean, yeah. But there's other people out there. Travis Haley does training. Ani Costa does training. Other groups that do out that are almost as popular as him, and you know, you can seek their knowledge. What I do like about him, he does travel the country, and he does provide his training, and he takes on the road. So it's an option. You know, you do what you got to do.
Well, like when it comes to training for me, I like FTA, Firearms Training Associates. It's right here in Southern California. The guy who owns it, Bill Murphy, he's a retired SWAT vet from Huntington Beach PD. He's got 4 kills. Not that he brags about that, but if you dig, he tells you. He's a senior range master for Gunsight Academy. He owns the Surefire Tactical Institute. You never hear about him.
So he's a retired SWAT officer. So in other words, he was on the force long enough to acquire some experience.
Oh, he's got a ton of experience.
Oh,
and not only does he train, he travels around the world and trains people. Along with some of his other instructors that he brings in too.
Yeah,
like
that sounds like a great instructor, like a guy who's actually been on a force long enough to retire from it. You know.
Dr. No put a link in the chat. I put it in the internal. You can check that out. You know, you might want to mute yourself when you're doing it, but you can check out that link. I think that's that video where he's in that firefight or that confrontation that he got into, James Yeager. Did you guys catch the other video I did with that interview with that girl, that lady with Lone Star Gun Rights?
Yeah, I did actually. I saw that, and I was going to ask you about that next.
She was slick, dude. She was real slick. I mean, I was like, wow. I mean, I was like, it's all about your organization. I was surprised because most people like, they kind of, they don't do too well in interviews, and just right off the bat, like, damn. Yeah, she knew her shit.
Well, she sounded like it. I mean,
definitely. She's very intelligent.
Cool. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, Edge. Go ahead.
No, I said she's a very intelligent lady, man. I was like, wow, this is cool. And she's like talking about, and she was very passionate about, you know, we shouldn't have to, you know, pay licenses or register. You know, it's our right. And I was like, damn right, hell yeah.
I agree. The constitutional carry is just that. I mean, it should be unspoken. We should have that anyway. And I thought it was cool. And you're right, she is extremely passionate about it. You know, I noticed that in the video. And she is definitely well spoken.
And cute.
Did you guys see Jaeger's response video for the Paris attack? I don't know if it was the lighting or anything, but that dude looked like he had the devil in his eye or something.
He's not the only one that's doing this. I noticed like the Haas USMC did it.
Yankee.
I didn't see Yankees video on it. Yeah.
Yeah, it was actually decent. I like most videos. Sometimes I can't watch all of them, but that one I watched it all the way through. It was like, he had some pretty good points for the most part.
All right, guys, I'm out. Take it easy.
Later, Night Strike. Sorry for falsely accusing you earlier.
No, I get accused for much worse shit than that, so don't worry about it.
I'll talk to you later, brother.
Later.
I got some more videos coming out. Interview STI. This guy who does online gunsmithing classes that are accredited, and another. I was talking the other night about that private gun range you're opening up called the Range in Austin, and I said it was $2,000. It's not $2,000. $6,000 a year for that private membership to their gun club. I think it was a couple days ago we were talking about it. It was like that guy wants $2,000. No, it's not $2,000. $6,000 a year for membership. So
$2,000 a year? Wow.
$6,000 a year.
$6,000 a year?
$6,000 a year, and there's a maintenance fee. I think almost like $800 a year on top of that.
Holy crap!
That's insane.
Well, I mean, there's a lot of money in Austin.
Is it like super state of the art, or is it just?
Yeah, it's all indoors. You know, top of the line. You got your, freaking Starbucks, being served to you while you're waiting, and these guys all like, they have like these, like guys that know you and know your brand, know what you do, and cater to you and so on. It's obviously money oriented. I mean, there's a lot of money when you go to Austin at the high end. The probably about 70% of Austin's pretty much high end now because they bought out all the poor parts and really freaking spiffed them up. And so I mean, there's a lot of people that have to make a good deal of money over there that are obviously going to take advantage of that kind of atmosphere. But it's definitely not for the average Joe. I'm curious to ask them if I can get a walkthrough when I'm down there.
You should tell them you're gonna make a video on it. And,
well, I asked the guys like, in the video, I was like, what distinguishes you between any other gun club? Obviously, there's more gun clubs in Austin. What separates you from the rest of them? He should tell me like, well, who, I'm gonna know who you are. I'm gonna know what weapons you have. I'm gonna know you're gonna cater to your needs. I'm gonna be able to set you up. I go, so you're prepared. Class 3 weapons. Full auto. All indoors. You have an indoor. You're talking rifles. You're doing all indoors. Yeah. He's talking about they're doing indoors. Forget what it was. And it's all this big ass building indoors that it's going to cater to them, and it's going to sink or swim, obviously, depending on if they can feed their appetite. But honestly, in that area, I think that they will do well in that area.
I think it would be better if it was indoor-outdoor too, because I mean, not all shooting environments are indoor.
I think it's exclusivity what they're going after, obviously. And people that want to do that go in there and not imagine. There's a lot of people, celebrities too, that live in Austin that want discretion.
Well, I can see that.
Got Sandra Bullock going to the range.
All those liberal celebrities don't want anybody taking pictures of them while they're out there, getting their AK on.
Yeah, Sandra Bullock and her AKs.
Well, if we could just get them to get over the fact that they don't want everybody else to have guns, that'd be kind of cool.
Yes, sir. So what's going on tonight? What I missed. So what spawned this whole chat argument that I didn't catch on as I joined in?
When did you join in?
45 minutes ago.
Okay.
In the midst of the cop peeing in his pants, is that when you joined?
Possibly.
It was just we were talking about experiences of being pulled over and such, and I relayed the story of the rookie cop
I've been beat.
nearly peeing himself, and I think that kind of sparked it.
Oh, I got beat up by a cop once in Laredo.
Well, he didn't. I didn't get beat up by him. I mean, his partner was fine. Professional, conducted the stop. The only problem I had was, that I wasn't drunk, but he still wanted to put me through all the stuff. But okay, I'll humor you.
My experience was that the cop's partner had his gun drawn on me as he challenged me to a fist fight, and I'm like, so what happens after I whoop your ass? Your cop buddy gonna shoot me? It's like, yeah, you think I'm stupid? I'm not that stupid to fucking fight you. Whatever, dude. I will whoop your ass too. Nevertheless, I got a little beating after that one.
Well, that's because you were down in Laredo.
Yeah, I didn't get hauled off to jail though. At least he left me with the beating.
Was it an American cop at least?
Yes, it was Texas, Laredo, Texas.
Yeah, no, just Laredo's right there on the border, so I didn't know.
No, federales they can cross over even in uniform, but they cannot pull people over. That was one of the funniest things. I live in Laredo. Like whenever you see like a federale in their police cars, like on official business, or whatever, and they can come over in their cars. I guess if they have permission or they're set up, but they can't do nothing. And people are always fucking flipping them off from the fucking states. Like fuck you, motherfucker, fucking cocksuckers.
I was just trying to make light over the fact that that they come over our border on a regular basis without our permission.
I will tell you though, what's funny is when I see those reports, I see those documentaries on A&E and border cops, whatever, and you see sheriffs, deputies probably didn't have fucking permission from the sheriff to do interviews. Yeah, I'm right here on the border right now. I'm here at the, across the rivers, at the edge of the river. And a sniper could be checking me out right now. There's no fucking snipers on the fucking other side of the river, dude. Fucking dude's all trying to fucking, fucking sell it to the media. Like, I'm right here. It could be a sniper right now pointing a gun at me, have me in the crosshairs, and I just don't know. I'm like, yeah, whatever, dickhead.
Well,
they're dusting off cops.
That could be anywhere in the world. I mean, you could be standing someplace and some sniper has his crosshairs on you.
There could be a sniper trained on you right now. You don't know.
He was trying to sell it. He was really trying to sell it. I'm like, yeah, whatever, dickhead, man. Yeah, that beige uniform and the fucking green grass really helps you, You're talking about being picked off, standing out like a fucking reed, fucking short grass. Nevertheless, it's hilarious. I used to watch that show. They had this one show for like a while. It was called it was like focused in Laredo, Texas, about the cops there. Man, all the cops are fat too. I'm like, with the exception of one. These are all narco cops, narco cops. And I was trying to find out, like, I know some of my friends should be in there that I know back in Laredo. I'll see one.
I could be down there. I'm a fat guy. I could be a cop down there.
Well, you guys they're prepping them up in the intro, like as the show comes on, like these are the special I didn't say elite, but the special task force for drug enforcement or whatever in that area, and they're all fucking dudes that had one tortilla too many.
Yep, sounds like me.
It's all good over there, man.
All right. Does anybody have a parcel of land I could just come set my tent up on? I don't want to be in California anymore.
I don't blame you. Shit. California's a beautiful place. I've been there before. Southern California. The women are awesome. Beautiful place, terribly expensive back even in the 90s when I went, but Jesus Christ, man, to live there, you either be really well-to-do or broke as shit to survive.
Well, I'm the broke as shit part, and but I'll tell you what, it is beautiful. I mean, I'm driving all over this place, and you come over hills and you look down and you got green valleys and stuff like that, and it's like, wow, this is really beautiful. And then I remember where I'm at, and it sucks.
Yep. I have some family in Mission Viejo, and it's really nice there. But shit, fucking expensive as hell. A little freaking 3-bedroom, like 1,500-foot square house, like fucking 600,000.
Oh yeah, especially in Mission Viejo, man. Like out here in San Bernardino, or as I like to call it, Scum Ghetto, you can still get a decent sized house for around 250,000, but you got to worry about your pimps and your druggies and your hookers and.
I have a little friend called Glock. He helps me out.
Yeah, I ran into a friend of mine. He's been medically retired from the police department out here, and he's doing background checks now. And he's like, "Hey, you got your CCW yet?" And I'm like, "Why? You do the background checks?" And he's like, "No."
Don't you have to have special requirements or special?
No, here at least here in San Bernardino, it used to be you couldn't use self-defense as a reasonable excuse to have a CCW. Now that has been changed because of a lawsuit. So it's like, but it's like super expensive. Well, not super expensive. It's like $500.
Oh fuck! That's what I was telling that girl, that lady I was talking to her, because like in Georgia, it's like $30 for a CHL, or it might be a little more than that. It used to be that much, and there's other states like Utah that was a lot cheaper.
It's $20 a year here.
Yeah, here it's $140 for.
But some counties it's less than that in Alabama. There's some counties it's like $10 a year or something. It's like set by the county.
Yeah, it's
instead by the state. It goes by the county. So some counties are like 30 or 40, and then some are like 10.
Here it's $140 and it lasts. I think it's 5 years. But if you're current military, it's free. Active military. If you're a previous military veteran, it's half off. And they even have the ability, if you're indigent, that you can get a discount too. In Texas. Yeah, no, it is. That's horrible. But the indigent part. But nevertheless, yeah. I mean, there's some other states it's relatively less expensive, and because you got to take a course here. It's an 8-hour course. It used to be 16 hours or something like that. No, now it's down to like less than 8 hours.
Yeah, it's like an 8-hour course out here too.
Yeah, so we don't have the course. That's the thing. If we had a course, see, it would be much more expensive because all we're paying for basically is just for them to do the check and print it out on a piece of paper, because it's just a piece of paper. It's not like a card with prints and pictures and all that crap.
The first time I took it, you did the prints just like you do when you like apply for like a clearance in the military, and but the second time now it's all digital. You take the course, you pass, and then you go and you have to get your fingerprints. They have to be digital now, or a digital record of them.
Yeah, we call that live scan out here.
Yep.
You get like $35 at the lowest end, and it goes up from there. I think when you get to CCW, you actually have to pay the sheriff's department an extra fee now. So I don't know. I'm going to look that up and find out the cost for you and let you know.
It's included in the price. I think it was like $75 for the first time I did training. Was $75, but it was like in this fucking trailer room, this kind of not a shitty gun range, but there's a shitty ass fucking like trailer they bought off somebody, fucking Bucktooth Bill, and it's like 60 people crammed in there, and I was like, yeah, this fucking sucks. And the second time I took it, it was like a class of 10, to get a renewal. I was like, yeah, okay, whatever, and that was a whole lot better and a lot easier, but yeah, I mean, like I said, there's other states where there's much there, but what's the training they give you, just basically what they're doing is, at least in Texas, people don't know, is they're making you aware, like kind of like when people like want to shoot somebody and then cops show up, like, oh, you're kind of in the wrong here. Like, I didn't know. Well, when you take this training, they teach you the use of deadly force. So.
Oh, they actually teach you some some useful stuff other than the legal end of it, because most places that I've heard people talk about it say that mostly all they get is legal training, like don't do this, do
Well,
this.
that's what I'm saying is they tell you they tell you the letter of the law, like this is
Okay, yeah, that's what people have told me.
this is legal, this isn't. And you know it's funny because you always get some like couple jokers in the classroom that are cracking jokes here and there, and towards the end of the class, like there's like two of them like, you know what, fuck this, I don't want this, I don't want this responsibility, because it's you know, now you have no excuse if you do choose to use deadly force, and you're not within the parameters of using it. That you have no out, you have no ignorance, lawyer clause. You know, well he didn't know. No, well that's not really a valid out anyway. But you don't even have that because now you're trained. You're not trained, but you are made aware of the use of deadly force and what you can and can't do it. So you're held to a higher standard to be able to carry a gun concealed. We're getting open carry in January, but you have to have a concealed carry license to do so. That's what part of that interview was about. I was like, you know,
I try to avoid all that, as like if it was in a situation where it is my life and it clearly shows that my life is involved, I always try. Then I would, you know, pull my sidearm. But other than that, if it's not in a situation where it doesn't look like it's going to go my way and it looks suspicious, I probably won't pull it.
Well, that's the thing about, you know, concealed carrying is you have to like walk away. It doesn't matter what they're calling you. You got a short temper. You need to learn to tame that shit because you have to walk away at, you know.
Exactly. I don't want to look like the bad guy, you know.
Well, you can. You have to walk away because it's only when you have no other option and you feel your life is in danger, you're allowed to use deadly force. And that's a very broad sword.
It's not just your life; it's the life of another too.
Like for example, if the guy's
mother is in danger, you can use deadly force.
Well, see, all of that stuff is state by state. So those little details change from one state to another, and whether or not you have castle or not. If you have castle, see that throws the whole thing up in the air because it doesn't necessarily have to be. You know, you don't have to run away then, because then you're protecting your home as well. So if your home becomes in danger, then you don't have to flee that.
Yeah, like a lot of people say, like, you know, it's chicken shit if you carry a gun and some guy challenges to a fight, you know, and it's all him. It's not you who you know, aggravated him or provoked the incident, but he wants to come at you and tell him, hey, I'm not, you know, you try to, it's like, I'm out, sorry, I ain't gonna do this. Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm leaving. But they pursue you, then you can use your weapon because you don't know, you know, this guy what he's capable of, what he's not doing. If he wants to assault you, then you have the right to, if you feel that he can, you know, you're in fear of your life, you can shoot him and kill him.
Like you said, you should always use it as a last resort. Even drawing it is not the last resort. Drawing it is enough to scare somebody, but actually firing it and hitting the guy with it, that should be your last resort. But if, like for example, if somebody was to pull a knife on me, I wouldn't stand there and fight him or draw my weapon at all. I would run away and flag somebody down, and if he's still chasing me, then I'll draw and then I'll shoot him. So now I have a witness to say that this guy would not leave me alone. He's chasing me down with a knife and try to kill me.
See, that's
you do realize that the person with a knife.
I hear you on that completely, but that's a lot of thinking that you're thinking you're going to have that option. As soon as a motherfucker pulls a knife on me, I'm like, yeah, you brought a knife to gunfight, motherfucker. Bam, bam. Sorry, brother, you're out.
But then you won't know who's good or bad. Just because he had a knife next to him doesn't mean he used it, and the cops will probably use that against you.
If he pulled it out, it's like putting a condom on. Are you gonna fuck or not? I'm sorry. If you pull a knife out on me, and I have a gun, I'm gonna pull my gun out, and I'm not gonna just shoot you, but I'm gonna give you like 1 second to drop that motherfucker before I put two in you, and that's the end of that.
Well, if he drew it, he's not gonna drop it.
I've drawn my gun twice on people, trust me, and I haven't shot them yet. I gave them the opportunity to. I put a low ready, like, you know, you need to get on, you know, what you're going to do.
But we already have incidents that happen like that, and then we still get in trouble for, you know, drawing.
No, not Castle Doctrine.
You
Well,
gotta
that-
realize
oh.
two things when you're dealing with somebody who pulls a knife on you. One, they can cover up to 21 feet in 1.5 seconds or less.
If
all right?
they're a ninja, you have to take that into consideration.
The average
Every
person-
one of those, listen,
the
every
average
one of those guys in
person,
those,
John,
no,
it's a proven
every one of
fact.
those guys
John,
in those scenarios,
John.
those videos, those training things, every one of those guys were highly trained in hand-to-hand combat with a knife. They didn't
John.
take Joe Schmo, throw him out there and say, come at me, bro. No,
John.
they stuck a guy out there that's basically a freaking ninja.
Sean, it's a proven fact. The average person with a knife can cover 21 feet in 1.5 seconds. It takes the average trained person 1.5 seconds to draw and fire a well-placed shot.
The
The
average
police have
person
been-
is not covering that distance with a knife accurately and with deadly force.
Okay,
No,
well,
that's just not happening.
Damn it,
Well,
Heavy. Why you gotta make me sound like I'm under the average person?
no, I've seen this.
It's true.
The
It's-
police have
it's
the
a
21-foot
proven fact.
rule, and they've been using it since like the 60s.
Well,
Every one of those things, that guy is trained in the
It's a
use of
true
that
fact.
knife. That
This is why they
video
say-
that goes around, that dude's basically a ninja. That
No.
little dude that's like,
not if he's hooked up on
yards.
drugs.
Okay, well, look, I'm gonna back up heavy on this one because I've seen the video where there's a lady used to have she still has a channel up. She doesn't do much. She used to be very active called Lima Life or Lima. I forget what her name was. She's a real cool chick that her husband is a firearms guy, and she got into too. And she did some courses where like they had scenarios in the dojo where the guy has a knife and he comes at her. And that whole scenario of like people not wanting to have a gun that's even that's in condition 1, and she barely had enough time, at full speed, to pull her gun out and shoot him. And
so the guy in the video that's attacking her is just another student in the training class, or is it the guy that they've put in there that's trained in doing that and does it every day for every class?
Sean, that's one of the drills we ran in my Force on Force training. And when we ran, everybody in the class, one person would have a training knife, and you're totally aware of this because you're totally set up. Okay, it's like, okay, he's got a knife, you've got a gun, it's holstered. Now, when he starts coming at you, you've got to draw and fire at him. And 75% of the class was killed by the guy with a knife because even if they did get the gun out and they fired, they missed.
I would have ran and then while running try to fumble away with my firearm, then shoot him.
That's why they say you're supposed to move. When you draw, you move. You don't
Exactly. Did these people draw and move when they were doing this test?
You don't move in a straight line. You want to zig and zag. You want to step and get out of the way. That way they have to change direction. They have to change direction. It takes them a little bit longer. That little bit longer could save your life.
That's why y'all need to learn martial arts so you can move out of the way, smack him with a gun instead of shooting him with it, and then he'll probably get knocked out.
Well, I mean, when I get in that scenario, it's like.
Well, the thing is, while you're standing there waiting on that guy to pull that knife out.
Go ahead.
Yeah, but he could be threatening and pull out a piece of gum.
Well, almost always the guy that has the knife in those scenarios already has the knife in his hand, and he's already coming at you in a threatening manner before you're allowed to even react to it.
You also know it's going
I'm going by watching thousands and thousands of videos with this, and there are always some dude that is like conducting the class or something, or like that one video that was made like in the 70s with the janitor that's sweeping up, and he's the same. It's the same dude in all the scenarios. It's like there's one with a cop, there's one with a security, like a night security guard, and it's this little badass dude that's like he's so fast you can't even see him.
In the chat, DB is saying a 65-year-old man did it in a class.
A 65-year-old man that doesn't know anything about what he's doing. He just they gave him the knife and he did it.
Yep, 21 feet.
Because I'm going to have to see it and know that the guy is not like some highly trained dude, because everyone that I have seen has been highly trained. I've actually run through it with somebody with using a stick as a knife.
Oh, also,
and having them, and they couldn't do it.
Was the person that was doing the drawing, were they familiar, like they're really good with their firearm, drawing their firearm and all that stuff, or were they just new people, like new shooters.
Well,
That's
the
what I
time that I
said.
set it up, it was me, and I'm not a badass. I mean, I
Look.
know how to handle a firearm, but I'm in no way.
I mean, you need to train those situations to be able to draw your weapon. You need to train to draw your weapon.
Yeah, were these people like really goodly trained to
No,
draw their
no,
weapons?
nobody in none of these videos were trained
Did
with
you
their.
not hear what I said?
King here, Goodley.
Did you not hear what I said? I said it takes the average person 21 seconds to cover, or 1.5 seconds to cover 21 feet. It takes the average well-trained person to draw and place one well-placed shot on target, 1.5 seconds. Okay, so if you're not training and a guy comes at you with a knife, you're automatically at a disadvantage. It doesn't take rocket science to use a knife. If a guy runs at you and puts the sharp end into you, it's a bad thing. Okay? You need to
Well, you'll be stabbed, but you'll probably have enough time to then draw your gun.
So what is your defense? What is your defense to that then? Because that's what nobody has ever. That's not what nobody has ever covered.
I'm trying to answer you, Sean. I'm trying to answer you. The first thing they say you can do, if you got it available, is put a barrier between you two, like a vehicle, a door, car door, anything you can use to stop their forward progress to where they have to go
That's just
around
common
to get to you.
sense.
That's what I'm trying to say. This is why you got to train. This is why you got to take force-on-force training. Because and you got to realize, most people that are going to attack you with a knife, at least out here in San Bernardino or in Southern California, people that are going to attack you with knives are guys who've been in prison, and they're training in prison with knives on each other all the time.
Yeah, but the whole argument is always your weapons are useless. You're dead if he comes at you with a knife and he's 21 feet or less. There's nothing you can.
Not that.
But that's always the way that it is presented. That's what I'm trying to say. You're sitting here arguing with me about something that there's no reason to argue with me about because you're not trying to do it in the way that it is always presented. That's the way it's presented. It's like your gun is useless. You can't do anything because they got a knife and they're 21 feet or less away from you, so you're dead. They're going to kill you, bottom line.
So he
Give up.
says you want it presented with a
Go ahead
pole
and
in front
piss
of
on
you.
yourself so they'll run away.
No, that's not what I'm saying at all. I'm just saying those are the facts. So you've got to
that's
you have
not
to put yourself in that situation. You have to train for it.
Listen to me. That's what the argument is that is presented every time this comes up. I didn't say that's what you were saying.
So you want the presented with an obstruction in the way to that's how it should be, right?
No, if you present something, then you present a solution to it. Don't come out with it as in which every time that it's brought up, people always come up with the argument because it's always anti-gun people that do it. They always come up with there's no solution to it. You just have to piss on yourself and beg for their mercy because they have beaten you.
What did Mythbusters say about it? Didn't Mythbusters cover this? What was their conclusion in their episode? I can't remember.
I don't know. That was like one of their early episodes, wasn't it?
I can't. I know I saw it a lot.
I remember they did it, but I don't know if I even saw that episode or not. But I remember they were doing it back when they were doing all kinds of like gun-related stuff back in their early days.
I can't remember what they said.
The solution for it, like what Heavy said, either run and get behind something and try to give more time to draw it, or in my case, just run and hopefully you're faster than the other guy and have enough time to draw.
All right.
No, I was just listening to you guys real quick about the 21-foot rule or the Dennis Tueller thing, right? I don't think the argument is you're dead already. If someone has a knife at 21 feet and they're standing there at 21 feet, I think it was just it's a demonstration that turned into a rule that a lot of police would maybe be at low ready or maybe just have their hand on the gun in their holster and they would be like, drop the knife, and they thought that was a safe distance when in actuality it's not, because they can run at you, so anyone can just run, not top speed or like a conditioned athlete, but 21 feet can be closed so fast that it's not a safe distance.
7 yards.
I think that's all. I think that's all the argument is. Not that you're dead already,
No.
or the gun is useless.
People have been turning it into an argument because every time somebody comes up with the whole "don't bring a knife to a gunfight," there's some asshat that's got to come up and start showing those videos and putting stuff out there about the.
I think the argument is basically.
Can't do it.
No, I think the argument is that at 21 feet, you have to assume that that's not safe distance. So at that point, you have to draw your weapon and shoot, or you have to, if you're at low ready, you tell that person whatever. I'm not like, I'm not an expert. I'm just telling you, like, I've taken a couple of classes, and that's the point that everyone tries to make is they have everyone do it in the class to show that everyone in the class is fat, old, skinny, in shape, not in shape, etc. That 21 feet is not a safe distance. And I'm sure it could even be stretched out a little bit more. So like when cops would say, put down the knife, put down the knife, put down the knife.
This can be questioned
and then they
a
get
lot.
stabbed in the neck because they thought that they were far enough away and they weren't. So a lot of times you'll hear about these police shootings now, and they'll say, oh, the guy was unarmed, or the guy only had a knife.
Oh,
why did they shoot him?
like,
he was so far away from them.
Like the homeless guy that got killed with the holding two knives, like that.
Was
like
that in the mountains? I don't remember that video,
yeah.
but there was another one that happened right after the the Mike Brown thing.
Well,
and the guy, I saw that video, and he was really, to me, looked super close, but to most people, they were saying, wow, why didn't they shoot him in the leg? Why didn't they tase him? Why didn't they do this and that? You tell him, look,
because
a
he wasn't
knife
threatening, because he had his back.
Let me tell you something. A knife is probably worse than a gunshot wound. It is definitely lethal force. The presentation of a knife is not a joke. And, for people to say, well, he just had a knife.
Well,
they're crazy.
His back was turned to him.
Yeah, people are just nuts.
The DB has taken Shokuza guy's ninja training.
Well, Dr. No.
All I know is this: I've heard doctors and surgeons talk about knife wounds and how absolutely devastating they are in comparison to a gunshot wound, and they can be way more deadly than a gunshot. So
Dr. No posted in the chat that it can even be a legal precedent that if someone is at that distance, your life is in imminent danger if they're holding a knife, because they can close that distance so fast. That I guess it's a legal precedent.
But it can be either way because, like, is this guy here for intent to kill, or is he just here to rob? If he's trying to rob
that's
you, he
why,
might not really
I think
try
that's
to
what
kill you.
the most important thing
you
is.
might have time to draw, but if he
You guys
wants to
gotta-
kill you,
you
he'll
guys-
just up and slash your
You guys got to stop thinking about what's his intention. He's got a fucking knife in his hand. What are you gonna? You're gonna tell him to drop the fucking knife. And if he doesn't drop the knife, then it's on you,
If he
man.
drops
Like, what
it,
is
his
he doing?
intention wasn't to kill you.
Okay,
Exactly, of course. Then the situation's over at that point. He dropped the knife. He's compliant. So what? You would never do anything like that to someone who was complying. But
Well, think about this scenario. You're there, and let's say you're a family man. You're not. You're with your girlfriend and her little sister. You're with your wife and your daughter, or whatever it is. Whatever the scenario is. You're with other people, and depending on you say you're in tip-top fucking shape. You can run like it's nobody's fucking business. But you're gonna sit there and drag both of them with you, and some guy fucking pulls out a knife, and it's like, and you pull out your gun, saying, you drop that shit, and get the fuck out of here. And then he doesn't drop it, and he's gonna pursue to attack you, or engage you. It's on, dude.
Oh yeah.
But
But him just flashing his knife shows intent that he's not going to try to kill you unless he has to, where if you don't give up your wallet or something. So you might have time to pull out your firearm. But if he just wanted to kill you, he would have just snuck up and kill you anyways.
I wasn't even thinking about like a robbery. I was thinking more of like from a police perspective when they're like, "Hey, dude, drop the fucking knife," like that kind of stuff. Yeah, if someone comes up
that would
to you
show
with a
that
knife.
he's trying to.
If I'm my daughter, my wife, and I'm getting out of my vehicle, and some guy has a knife, and he has it there in front of me, and I know they're in that vehicle, and if he kills me, that they're next. Well, I'm not saying like he did. He shows a knife. I'm like, okay, I'm gonna pull my gun out, and I'm gonna keep it a little ready. And he decides to engage. Take 1 foot. If one doesn't drop his knife and doesn't fuck off, he's going down.
Well, and when you said from a police officer's perspective, think about it. Who's gonna pull a knife on a police officer unless he wants to kill
Oh,
the
I've
police
seen so
officer?
many videos. What do you,
No,
dude?
no,
I've
no,
seen
no.
so
Unless
many
he
videos.
wants to
Dude.
kill the police officer or
No,
rob the
some of
police
them are
officer.
just confused crackhead nut jobs, or they're mentally deranged, or they just stabbed somebody and they're just like caught red-handed.
There's
or they're just cop. There's a thing called suicide by cop, dude, where they're just like, do it. Like, kill me.
There's a dude at a Walmart like in Arlington outside of Dallas. The fucking dude's there with a fucking hunting knife, big ass Rambo style hunting knife, you know, big as shit. And then he has a bat in one hand and a knife in the other, and the cops are telling him to put it down. He's like, come at me. He's like, fucking, they're squaring off with him, and he's not giving up. They had to shoot him with a fucking non-lethal shotgun round in the neck. I think they ended up shooting in the neck, something like that, to put him down. And you know, I think they were going for the neck. They're going for probably his torso, but
Did it work?
Yeah, they put him down. But
Okay, then let's start using non-lethals.
well, I know, but I mean, they could have easily just said that, just write it off. Who wants to shoot him? Your turn. Yeah, it's your turn. You know, but
I had a friend tell me, why don't you start? Why don't not me? He was like, why do people only practice shooting at the chest and the head? Like, isn't that killing?
Center
isn't
mass.
that killing?
Aim
Why
small,
can't
miss
you?
small.
Why don't people practice shooting people in the leg and arm and the foot and stuff like that?
So you only get one good shot.
Yeah, well, that's probably
small,
part of
miss
the
small,
21
everybody knows that.
21-foot rule there, because you aim small, right? Exactly, you're aiming at someone's foot, or even if you get a good shot off on somebody to stop them. These aren't 12-gauge shotguns we carry. I mean, most people are carrying these little Ruger 380s. Yeah, they're not gonna.
I will tell you when.
And if this dude wants to kill you and run after you, he's gonna have a lot of adrenaline ready, so he probably won't even feel it by the time you're dead.
I will tell you when.
Yeah, but no problem. I just wanted to jump in. I don't think I've never heard anyone argue that like the gun is useless at that distance at all. I think they were trying to say you better put it into good use. Like that's that's where you start using it, is that anything past there maybe you can dodge it, or not like run. Like you might have a chance to run away, but even at 21 feet, if you turn around, he's already stabbing you in the fucking back. You know what I mean? Like,
but no, I mean, I will tell you that in my CHL, the instructions that we got, the first and the second course I took when I renewed it, they told us like, hey, they train you to double tap, because 2 is 1, 1 is none, and it's all center mass, and they tell you that sorry, you're gonna shoot 1, you're gonna put 2 out there just to make sure, and then you observe the situation and see what's going on, and see if you need to return fire again, or not return fire, but.
Sometimes 2 is none, dude.
They said it's like the class I took with the ammunition. They said we used to load these guns to 10. Well, first we used to load them to 15. Then we loaded them to 10. And now we're asking all of our students, please just put 5 rounds in the magazine, because no matter what amount of rounds are in the mag, every single student will dump the fucking mag out. Like, it doesn't matter. And these things are very expensive per round. It's like, I don't know, $1 or something, $1.50 or something. So they're like, just use 5 rounds, and you can carry a spare mag if you want in the scenarios and stuff. Because people, when someone's running at, they're just going to keep firing. That's just human nature. Like, you're just going to keep shooting.
Yeah, if you're going to keep on stabbing, I'm going to keep on shooting.
So like these people, like, I understand the double tap stuff, but like teaching people double tap is almost like saying just shoot them twice. And that should work.
Oh, man.
You know what I mean? Like, because it might not work. You know what I mean? Like that.
It's more like quintuple tap. It's quintuple tap.
I wouldn't even know. Every situation is different, but like it's just
use quintuple tap.
It's hard to say like double tap or triple tap or like whatever. It's probably you're just gonna keep shooting until that fucker is not stabbing you in the face or hit the ground or something like that. Whatever the fuck.
The fire as necessary. The one, like, whenever that question's come up to the people I've taught, in every other class I've ever taken or in training I've received, the reason you shoot center mass is because it's a high stress environment and you want to aim for the biggest target. And it's not in the movies. You hear everybody say this, you can't just, you don't just shoot somebody in the arm. You could be aiming center mass and not be hitting anything you think you're
Yeah, but
aiming
there
at.
was a time that was actually the tactic that was used, was to shoot them in the arm or the leg to slow them down, or that was supposed to stop the threat, but that doesn't stop the threat. So they evolved.
Well, yeah.
They changed the tactic. It changed. It's not that anymore.
It's it's most common. Like I know I'm using that evil word common sense again, but I keep hearing people preach about training, and I think everybody takes it as going to the range or finding an instructor and learning how to shoot in defensive situations. But you should also look at the legalities of it too. Like
I just watched
a basic rule of thumb when it comes to being in a firefight is one. The rules of thumb, I should say. Number one, never say, drop it or I'm going to blow your head off. You never want to seem like you want to shoot the person. This is in accordance with everybody who's taught me and all the research I've done. You always want to say, don't make me shoot you. If you have a chance to speak, you always want to be as defensive as possible. That way, if there aren't any witnesses and they bring them to the stand, they can't say, well, yeah, he was talking about how he was going to blow his fucking head off and shit. Two, use reasonable judgment. And there's a book that you can get, and it shows what officers consider to be reasonable force. And it's a polling of officers that use lethal force in the line of duty, and the good judgments and the bad judgments. And it tells you what is the optimum reason for using lethal force. You should study that. That way, if you're in a situation, okay, this is a situation where I know if I'll use lethal force, I'm going to be justified, and there's going to be very little question involved. There's always going to be questions, but the more you stick to that guideline, the better off you are. And I know a lot of people say, well, you can't really decide on what's in the guideline because you never know what situation you're going to be in. Things like if you're being attacked by multiple aggressors, that is considered the ability to use lethal force, because one person acts as an attacker, the other person acts as a weapon. Now that's been disputed and discussed on a number of levels. But any more than two is what they call the swarming effect. If there are more than two attackers attacking, you have the right to use lethal force. That has been established as a reasonable use of force for the amount of force trying to be used against you. The book will tell you, I can't remember the name of the book right now, but it will tell you all the different things. If you can come up with a scenario in your head, it's probably in the book, and it'll probably tell you if lethal force is justifiable or not. Now, granted, as stated before by other people, lethal force should be your last line of defense, but sometimes your first action is your last line. Sometimes you don't have the opportunity to go through your use of force chain. You have to go straight to lethal force sometimes. And in those situations, it is best to be prepared mentally as well as physically for the situation.
Yeah, one of the best things I ever saw was, or heard or read was something about holding yourself to the level that you will be judged, and like mere suspicion, probable cause, just like the police officer, like beyond a reasonable doubt. All these things, these terms, they have meanings. You should look them up, but like you can't just have mere suspicion, or you have to be beyond a reasonable doubt that they were going to fucking kill you, or that, you know what I mean, or whatever it is. So whatever your situation is, and that changes for every single person. In elderly women have a different standard than a man, a regular fit man. Women have a different standard. Elderly men, if you're handicapped, if you have any kind of ailments, you could be a cancer patient that's just coming back from a chemo session or something, and your standard is way different than some guy who's coming home from an MMA mixed martial arts fighting gym or some shit like that. You know what I mean? So everyone's standards are pretty much what they are, and you know, I wouldn't worry about it too much on any of this stuff, you know. But the 21-foot rule, man, that thing. That's why I jumped in here. It's an interesting concept. You know, you can read a lot about it, and it's taught to most police officers, I think, because of him. And I think it's taught to the FBI too. And like Dr. No said in the chat, it's not a defense. It's not a legal defense or anything like that. It's just a demonstration to show people how fucking fast things can turn really ugly, and that distance on video or from another person's perspective might look very far away, but it's not, you know. So
yeah, some people can cover more distance in 1 or 1.5 seconds than other people. Now here's another question put to you guys, if you guys want to answer it. Okay, you are you, and you are being approached in a very negative, aggressive way, and by a guy who's like a giant, like J.J. Watt. Okay, now does anybody here think that they can take J.J. Watt in a fight?
Hell no.
I don't think I could take anybody in this chat in a fight.
Okay, now if you were sure that J.J. Watt was going to come stomp on your face, do you think, and you were scared for your life, do you think you're legally justified to use lethal force on him?
Yes, because if the cop can look at
my
it.
state I am, but I don't know about anywhere else.
No, look. If a cop can look at the bad guy and say, "Damn, that dude is huge. He could have killed me too. If he wanted to." So I would say, okay, this civilian had rights, because if he could kill me, then he could kill that civilian. So that would have been justifiable right there.
Wouldn't you guys try to de-escalate? I mean, wouldn't you try to talk?
Yes, I would. That's what concealed carry is about. Just de-escalating before it gets worse.
At this point,
if we've already done everything, and he hits you, or he's about to hit you.
Yeah, then that point has already been passed, because you know, it's not like I hang out in circles with people that, you know, I don't go around kicking the shit out of people all the time, and I don't hang out with other people that do that. So you know, haven't done that in probably 20-something years.
There's fucking training out there that is all about de-escalation and physical, like, you know, altercation, like, stuff where. Dude, yeah, you gotta be able to try to evade, de-escalate, all that good stuff, and then, you know, some people all they carry is a gun. Some people carry mace or a taser and a gun and stuff. So then there's levels of force, right? Like, so you could bring it to the mace. You could do. I mean, that's totally a personal thing, and it's on you, because who's to say if you're like if he's 6'5" and completely chiseled and total like MMA killer dude, and you're 5'5", overweight, and haven't been to a gym in 20 years, then there's a different standard. But if you're just like, you're kind of in shit, you're like it's close or something, I don't know, you know what I mean? Like, seriously, it's too fucking gray, man. Like,
well, in that situation,
can you run away? I mean, just because they're stand your ground and shit, you know,
and you know
mean
what?
You gotta use it.
Some people might think they're cocky and probably could take them on, and then they find out they're wrong. But by the time they're done, they're already getting their ass kicked.
Dude, I got a friend who's like 5'5", and he's fat and overweight. I swear he swears he could kick everyone's ass. You know, I've dragged him out of fights before, where he was about to get jumped and really fucking put in the hospital by like 6 people and shit, and like, you know, stuff like some people have no reality check in their brain, man. They think they can fight. Some people, whatever. So you're saying, big dude, you know, throw your fucking hands up, at least have your fucking hand on it, and completely trying to de-escalate, and he fucking throws a punch at you, and he connects, it's over for you. It's over for me anyway.
Look,
like, I'm sure he's gonna knock me the fuck out.
I was assuming that that I shouldn't have assumed. You never assume. But yeah, okay. Barring
you know what the narrative's going to be. You shot an unarmed man. Or someone so and so shot an unarmed man. That's
Yeah, but when the so and so is like 6'5" and built like a mountain, and you're an average person, you know.
But you'll
there's
have to
different-
prove, like, everything we're talking about here is, that'll be up
It's
to
hypothetical.
the detectives that show up. It'll be up to the prosecutor in your town. It'll be up to the grand jury. It'll be up to your defense. And can you articulate what the fuck happened and make your case? You know what I mean? It could come down to your fucking lawyer, dude.
Well, that's another reason for having a good lawyer that knows about firearms defense and all that stuff. And
Yeah, I mean, I've seen here
using-
shootings where I live where the guys actually like was on the way to the movie with his girlfriend, and like they let him go to the movies when it was over. Like there was no arrest made, there was nothing. Like it was like, okay, you shot carjacker, good evening. Like so I don't. It's like it's fucking crazy. So that happens. I've seen it on the news. There's cases like it.
It's
So
like fake.
there are cases where something happens and you're gonna do at least Friday night, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, see a judge. You know, everything bad is gonna happen to you, man. Like you're gonna miss work and need a lawyer and have to go to trial and all this
Well,
stuff, man. So
you should
crazy.
always have a lawyer. You know, a firearms lawyer.
The CCW insurance, yeah.
yeah, some of that stuff is a great idea, man. Seriously, I think that Armed Legal Defense Network thing, it's good, man, to have somebody to help you.
I don't remember where it was, but there was one of those that I was reading about that basically it's just a scam to take your money because everything that they do for you is like you can already do all that without having to have that.
Well, some of
There
them
was a
provide
dude
like
in that,
$10,000. Some of them provide a
themselves.
dollar amount. Like they'll
Well,
provide
there
Some
was-
people can't
$10,000
defend
fund.
themselves.
There was a dude in did you guys watch that town hall meeting here a couple of weeks ago that was in Texas? It was being streamed.
No, I missed that one.
Oh, well, some of us were watching it here. I think they had it. They were piping it through the lobby or something.
About the open carry questions?
Yeah,
in
the
Texas?
great question.
I watched that with
remember
you.
remember that old guy that had the little card, and he
Yes.
was like, "This card." It was real similar to that, the one I was reading about, because basically all that did was let him do the exact same thing that he can do if he doesn't have that card. Because
Well, some of them are like,
Unless
say if
he's
it's like
retarded
25
and
a
can't
month.
defend himself.
Some of them are 25 a month. Some of them are like 200 a year or whatever.
yeah,
it
I
is.
don't know what that costs. I think that's like a almost like a club or something. The way that
Yeah,
he's
most of
talking
the-
about it, but I don't know
Most
what that
of the
one
decent,
is.
well, I'll tell you, most of the decent ones instantly provide up to like $15,000 for your defense, cash money. So like that's part of it, and then they provide the lawyer, or they'll help you find a lawyer. They'll provide. Some of them will help you with the bail money if you're held on bail and stuff like that. So they also, all of them, for the most part, they have to think you were innocent. They're not going to help anybody that they doubt is innocent. But like that's part of it, though.
Yeah, and I'm pretty
And-
sure police officers are using them too.
Maybe
Well, if it's
when
a
they're
network
CCW,
like that, then there's already lawyers that are part of that that are probably, they're going to be the ones that are immediately called. There's some of them that work basically like an insurance, though, where you still have to find your own lawyer and everything. They're just
yeah,
giving
they
you,
help you recommend.
yeah, they're
them.
just helping you financially with it, but you still have to find your own defense
Or
lawyer and everything.
Most of them will have like some sort of expert witness or something like that.
Yeah, probably. But the
like I
ones
met
that are in
somebody who
network,
was
like you're
involved
talking
with it.
about, that have lawyers involved, that sounds like that would actually be the way to go there.
Oh,
Because
for sure. I mean, I
yeah,
think it's
you've
like
already
armed
got everything
citizens.
at your fingertips. All you
I
need
think
to
it's
do is make
armed
one phone
citizens
call.
legal defense. Yeah, that's the way to go, man. Otherwise, I wish I would have done it. I should have done it last year. Most people will tell you it's good. I mean, it can't hurt. So,
Like
It's hurting $10 a day.
instructor.
the money.
The one
Effort.
the one firearms training instructor that I really, well, not the one, but the organization that I trained with exclusively for a while. If I'm ever involved in a firefight, defensive, he can appear as an expert, or he will appear as an expert witness on my behalf. So that's always nice too. So that's another perk of finding training from a trained professional, somebody who can be classified as a expert firearms witness, and have him or her testify on your behalf. As long as you totally don't screw the pooch, they will.
That's not a really bad idea. That's a good actually a good idea to do.
Yeah, I'm saying like I recommend carrying pepper gel more often than I actually do it. I carry it sometimes, but I just think there's so many fucking times where like it's not only legal, it's fucking the right thing to do is pepper spray somebody. You know what I mean? But like you could never draw your fucking firearm. You know what I mean?
Take it up a notch. Give him a bear spray. Give him the pepper
something
bear
else.
spray.
Working on fighting and stuff, try to do stuff like that, but I haven't been in a fight in quite some time. And,
I think you could
pepper
kill somebody.
spray is pretty awesome.
I think you could kill somebody with bear spray, so that's kind of in self-defense.
Maybe if they have a fucking asthma attack or something like that.
Is there a standard chart of escalation so that you know at which level you need to use pepper spray and taser? Because I would like to escalate some situations just to the level of pepper spray with fellow coworkers.
Yeah, I don't think so. I mean, that would be assault. But I mean, it just like certain, you know what I mean? Certain things are like so perfect for pepper spray.
Escalate the situation to pepper spray. More like it.
No, just walk up to him and say, hey, you know what? You just walk up to somebody you don't like and say, you know what? I don't like you. Guess what? We're going to play a little game. It's called You Slap Me First, and then I'm going to spray you.
Here's a perfect example, like crazy crackhead on the street, like won't leave you alone, then spits in your wife's face. Do you want to start punching her? Oh, I know, but but you can't just draw your fucking,
No,
your blaster, dude. No, but do you want to punch somebody like that? Do you want their blood on your hands, dude? Do you want? You know what I mean?
I don't know.
I don't want to touch
them. Are you gonna kill him with your hands?
No, but I will pepper gel this fuck out of somebody, dude. Like,
okay,
seriously.
If you don't want to punch him, then go ahead, pepper gel him.
Oh, for sure, yeah. I wish I had a fucking taser. I'd drop him like a bag of bricks. But like, I think that these are things where that's escalation right there. You know what I mean? Like, verbal and then
just like when somebody throws water at you. You don't know if it's acid or it's water. So
Mm-hmm.
How many people walk around with a bowl of acid though?
Dude,
you would be surprised. You would be surprised. Really? I know someone that got hit with acid, and they thought it was cold water. They thought it was cold water, but it was acid, and they started melting. Dude,
Dr. No says he recommends carrying Fire Clean. Pretty good. You never know when a picnic is gonna break out, or like a skillet will need oil.
Yeah.
I get it.
Yeah, I know people will throw like boiling water at people. I know that.
I invested so heavy in Fire Clean, man, that I'm fucked, dude. I mean,
I heard a lot of people say they really can't tell the difference between cold water and acid because it feels like cold water is being thrown in their face.
You'll know when the smoke and the burning flesh.
Oh, when your face starts melting, yeah, then you'll know. But by then, yeah, you're gone. So.
No, I definitely used to deal with a lot of homeless people because I lived near a park, like across the street from a park that was like a homeless park, and you wouldn't want to punch any of these. So I mean, a lot of these people that get in your face and shit, you don't want to fucking touch them, man. I swear to you. Like so. A lot of people were like, fuck, man, I'll just punch him in his face. Fuck that. Like, no, how about not? Like, I don't want to touch him. That's why I want to get a taser. I always think about buying one, but I never do because they're like $250.
How do they get their hands on acid?
No, some of these people, like, they'll go to, like, a Home Depot or some shit. They'll buy, like, Drano or some shit. They'll splash you in the face with some sort of household product. I mean,
Yeah,
some
but
of
this
these
is
people are
acid that
living in.
melts you, dude. This is acid.
Yeah,
Like,
I've only heard in the last like 5 years. I heard one story about it where I live. Like a woman was splashed in the face with acid, and that's crazy. You know what I mean? But like, yeah, where did the acid come from? No fucking clue.
See, that sounds like something that you would do deliberately to someone, like you're pissed at this person, so you're going to splash them in the face with acid because you're a fucking sociopath.
Homeless people, we don't count up on homeless people, but they probably get killed and stuff like that a lot that we don't know about. So whether it's acid or, people really don't care, because they don't see it.
I've heard of stories of like, listen, it's sad out there, man. The world's a fucked up place, man. There was a story about a homeless person in a shelter. See, at night, and where I'm from, they would arrest homeless people and bring them to the men's shelters, or the women's shelter or whatever. And a lot of homeless people didn't want to go. So that was, that was sort of like the thing. They didn't want to go there
because you get robbed in there.
Yeah, you get robbed in there, you get raped in there, you get beat the fuck up for no reason in there. So I read a story one time years and years ago, it's probably 20-something years ago, of a homeless man choked on his change that he had because he fell asleep and had all this change in his mouth, man. That's how fucking crazy those places are, where like if you didn't have the change in your mouth, you would wake up and your change would be gone. So these are ugly fucking places, man. So I don't know, like when they're in those shelters.
Did you hear the one about like people pouring gasoline on homeless people and lighting them on fire?
Oh my god, yeah, dude. I've actually heard from somebody like that. They bought a taser one time. I'll never forget this. Some dude was talking to me about he bought a taser, and someone I was with was like, "Well, how the fuck do you even know that thing worked?" And he was like, "Oh, I went down to fucking Bowery and I just tased a bum, dude. The shit works, man." And I was like, what? Like, come on, man. That's, like, super fucking fucked up.
That's why I'm pro-arming the crazy homeless people that are, that actually are mentally, stable, that, they should be armed with firearms for their protection. Now, don't give the crazy drug addicts and the killers firearms. I'm talking about the people...
I think that's why high points are out, like the jamming heads and
the reason why they won't,
the jamminings.
And I've said this everywhere. I posted this on Facebook and everywhere. I would say we need to start arming our homeless population for people who are not crazy. These are like probably former gun owners or former preppers or something, and they just have firearms and they're hitting hard times. So they're living on the streets. They need protection from their elements, and that's why.
You know why they're homeless, right?
Yeah, because they lost all their money.
No,
some of them were some of them were drug addicts. Some of them were drug addicts. Some of them
were
crazy.
Global warming,
mentally.
dude. Global warming, dude. You're out of your mind.
Okay. Global warming. But if besides global warming, there's addicts. And then there's mental people, and then there's people that have hit hard times that are mentally stable that are trying to get out of it.
Yeah.
Now, those people, I'm saying they should have firearms. But the reason why they won't give them firearms because you need to have
money,
registered to an address. It costs
no, the reason
it costs money, but it also you need an address to give them
address to get a job.
Purchase the firearm. So I'm saying, shouldn't we have like some kind of system where if they can afford to defend themselves and own a firearm and it doesn't cost money for them that much, then they should do it. But they need an address to do it. So I'm thinking.
See, this is the year that this isn't the year to take up that cause though, because this is the year
of course
where
not.
they're about to take our. They're coming to take our.
It would help us. It would help us though. Saying, what, homeless people need to defend themselves, so why can't we defend ourselves too? So
Dude,
we could push the subject
most states, even in the housing projects, when they're finally not homeless anymore, and they might get a chance to live in a housing facility that might be run by the city.
A low-budget housing facility.
Yeah, most of the time, those things, those places have firearms restrictions. They're not even allowed to own a firearm. Period. So that's once they get a home and a roof over their head, and maybe have a job, they're still not allowed to own a firearm.
So would you? Well, but for these mentally stable people that are trying to get out, but they already own a firearm, and they can't have it, so they have to sell it because they don't have it registered to an address. Should we take it from them and let them be a victim, or should we just help them try to keep it? And try to say.
Listen, I gotta. First things first is we have to get out there and not let anyone take our rights next year or anything like that. Then we can work on the homeless. Guns for the homeless program.
What, you can't multitask? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, we gotta worry about ours first, man.
I totally agree, but
I'm with that though.
You know, as human beings, homeless people are human beings too.
I always felt that the NRA should have the NRA should have offices in every ghetto in America, like, you know, where like little kiosks. I think I stole this idea.
And remember,
where they help inner city youth become familiar with firearms. They help kids get their records expunged who might have like a little marijuana offense on their record or something. You know, they're 22, 23, can't have a permit, but they have a full-time job or they're in college. Good kids, but might have fucked up one time, you know. NRA needs to be out there with like a fucking outreach program, you know.
I just wanted to put that out there because, like, say, like for people who own firearms, if they ever become homeless, I mean, would you want me to take your firearm away because you became homeless?
Well, if I was homeless, I would really. There really are bigger problems. Of course, I'd want a firearm. Like, of course, but
okay,
I don't know how long I could.
You would sell most of it, but you would probably want to keep one to protect yourself.
Yeah, you'd be worried about food, man. Like where your next meal is coming.
You can go hunting with your firearm to get food.
Hopefully,
Tony, as far as I know, I'm not sure if it's different state to state. I'm not sure what kind of different state laws there are, but as far as I know, if you become homeless, that does not mean you turn in your firearm. To buy a firearm, you have to have a residence, right? You have to actually have like a physical address and such. But as far as I know, once you become homeless, there isn't like you just don't be like, oh, you know what, I don't have a house anymore or anything, so I'm gonna go turn in my gun.
Yeah, but if you get caught with it, then they're gonna be like, oh, you don't have a permanent residence, you're not allowed to have that, it's illegal. Get what I'm saying?
There's a lot of people who drive like motor homes around the country, and they live in a motor home, and they only have a P.O. box, and I haven't heard anything about them not being able to own a firearm.
Well, that's them. They have shelter, though. I'm talking about the people that don't have shelter.
But you see, I think you take your average homeless person, okay? If he can even come up with the $100 for a used High Point, and then $10 for a box of 9mm ammo. Right, so that's $110 plus tax plus background check. I think that there is going to be like literally 1,000 things that homeless person is going to not only need but want to spend it on first. Probably. I mean,
yeah, true. But if you already own it, then why can't you just keep it?
Who says you can't?
Well, who says you can? Because you don't have a residence. You're on the streets. You live on the street. You're gonna tell them
who says like?
Are you gonna tell them your cardboard box number?
I've never heard that before. That one, like, if you already own a firearm and like if you become homeless, you have to turn in your gun. Is that like a thing?
No, I'm not saying that you should.
You wouldn't be able to get a CCW or CHL or whatever probably because you don't have a residence.
Yeah, see.
But that doesn't mean that you wouldn't. It's probably going to depend on where you're at as to what kind of permit you have to have. Because if I'm open carrying, I don't have to have a permit where I'm at. But I can open carry without a permit. But if I'm concealed carrying, which you would pretty much be unless you were open carrying, because you're probably carrying all of your belongings with you, right? Because you don't have a home. So, except for your box under the pier or wherever it is you're staying, then unless you're leaving your gun there where,
anybody can steal it.
Anybody can come and take it, then you're probably carrying it with you all the time. So if you're in a place where you have to have a CHL or CCW, whatever it is that they call it in that place, then no, you probably wouldn't be able to. You would
that's
have
why
to
I want to say
either very carefully hide it all the time, or you would already be gotten rid of it. You would probably have already gotten rid of it anyway because of the fact that you're probably going to, just sustenance is probably going to take priority over that at some point because you don't have any more ammunition, so you can't use it to provide yourself with any food anymore. You can't shoot rats and squirrels with it anymore. So you're probably going to sell it to. Well, yeah, because it's going to provide you with food, right?
That's
so
why I say if
gonna
you can
keep it
afford
if
it.
you can.
If you can afford it, if you're homeless and you're living in a cardboard box, but you can afford it because you have a job or something, because there are homeless people with jobs.
Oh,
if you
yeah,
can afford
lots
it
of them.
and keep yourself safe and you live in a cardboard box, then I say yes, go ahead and do it. But the problem is you don't have an address to get a CHL if you want to conceal it. You don't have an address if you want to say buy another firearm because this one's broken or something. We need a system where we can arm our homeless that are not crazy and drug addicts, but mentally sane people. If they want to protect themselves with a firearm, let them do it. If they don't want to use a stick or a knife, don't force them to use that. If they can afford it, then use it. That's all I'm saying. There's nothing wrong with that. But that's just my opinion, though.
Dude, I am so going to go stand next to the Walmart, like on the corner where like the guys like beg for money and stuff. Like give me $1 or whatever.
Give out high points.
No, I'm going to be like, need money for a gun, and I want to stand out through the sign. Money for.
Now, apparently, that guy can't afford it. Okay, that's fair.
My sign's going to say, I don't need food, I don't need shelter, I don't need work, I need a gun. Cash donations.
Well, a gun could get him food.
No, I'm like very curious. Like, oh my god, I would be too fucking embarrassed. But I'm gonna have to ask one of my buddies if he'll do it. I'm gonna videotape that shit.
You know what's funny? I saw a video where they were like, this guy goes up to a homeless guy. He says, "There's 3 options. I'm gonna give you 3 options. All right, you can either have this McDonald's meal, this pack of cigarettes, or the alcohol." Guess what they went for always? They went for the alcohol. You can see how those guys are the ones that I'm not trying to get attention to. No, the ones I want to get attention to are the ones that are sane and probably would pick the food,
Well, see, I'm the exact opposite. I see, like, I always passed up a lot of the beggars and shit because, like, okay, first of all, like, the firearms guy on YouTube has a great video about this that he's been getting a lot of shit for that he put up recently. Look him up on YouTube. His channel's called The Firearms Guy. But, like, a lot of those beggars and stuff, they're fucking con artists, dude. I mean, like, these guys are the lazy pieces of shit who are too lazy to get a job, that are more than capable of getting a job, and they just want to live off of everyone else.
And I have a solution for that.
Wait, hold on. A lot of them are scammers, okay? The one time where I literally, like, gave the guy, like, $5, right? Like, here. And don't get me wrong, I've asked plenty of them to work. Like, hey, man, do you want to come work? I got a job for you, I can put you to work right now. You don't know how many of them I've asked before I stopped asking, and every fucking one said no. For me to actually get labor, I had to go to the shelter, and those guys actually wanted to work. The guys on the fucking corner, they never want to do a goddamn thing. You can say, dude, you can come mow my lawn right now. I'll give you like $10 and feed you lunch. And they're like, oh, fuck no, I'm not going to do shit. Like, they always say no. It doesn't matter what the job is, okay? They're fucking scammers. The one time I actually gave money to a guy is because his sign literally said, I need a fucking beer. Please help. Like, I was like, you know what? That guy is honest, man. I don't give a shit if he's going to go spend that money on a beer. I don't even care. It's, here's $5. Go get yourself a beer, man. Because that guy wasn't out trying to scam anyone. His sign didn't say, I will work, I fucking, I'm homeless, I'm this, I'm that. No, dude. He was straight up, hey, man, I need a beer. Can you help me out? So, yeah, that's the guy I gave the money to.
This is how you solve that problem. Don't give them money. Give them gift cards, like a Dunkin' Donuts gift card, or give them food. Okay, give them food.
Oh, shit,
don't give them money.
They'll be trading that shit. They'll be trading that shit. They'll be asking people.
I got
a $5 Dunkin' Donut gift card. I'll sell it for $3 right now. $2.50.
Okay, but he's working. He's working to sell it though. He's working. He's doing something. He's doing something to get money though. So you give him something where he can't trade it, or if he does trade it, then he's still working to get something. That's his problem. But give him food, okay? Don't give him money. You're giving them money, and you're talking to the wrong people. Like you said, you went to the shelter, you got people to work for you, but you asked for the people that didn't want work. See, that's different. There's difference between.
That's because it's harder to find them because they're out there looking for something to do. They're out there looking for work, so you have to chase them down. because they're already out there actively trying to find work.
And for me, like the very first time I went to the shelter to hire a couple guys, the very first time I went like at noon, 12:30 in the day. I couldn't fucking find anyone, right? And then the next time I went like at 6 o'clock when everyone's standing in line to get inside the shelter that night because they got to be in by like 7. Or they can't even, like, if they're not in there by like 7 here, they can't even, like, they close their doors at fucking 7. So if you're not there by 7, you're out of luck that night. You're sleeping under a bridge, right? And that's when I went back like at 6, that's where I actually found all the guys. And I was like, all right, I'm going to be here tomorrow at like 7 in the morning. You be on this corner, you know? And they're like, okay, you know? And even then, like, you would find like 4 guys and 3 of them would show up, you know? That's
because those guys are coming back from trying to find work, and you're catching them right when they're like coming home or trying to get back. So don't go during the day where people have soup kitchens out and everything. Everybody wants to eat. No, get them like probably like you said in the afternoon where they're coming home, because that's when all of them that are like most of them that are trying to find work, they're coming home because they're out all day trying to find work. So yeah, you gotta know things. You gotta know when to go and when to go. You can't just not do research and go.
Man, the scammers, they know when to be out there. They're out there for the morning rush. They're out there for the lunch rush, and they're out there for like the commute home. You never see them out there at just 10 in the morning
And that's why I say give them food. And to be honest with you, if you're willing to give up your dignity and be a child or an asshole and pretend you're homeless just for food, then it's probably worth it giving it to them because they're going down so far down that level. You're like, yeah, you know what? If you're gonna be a dumbass, fine. Here you go. Here's a sandwich. But don't give them just straight up money. They're gonna use it for drugs, or beer, or something. Try to give them socks. Try to give them socks. And if they want to sell that for money, then that's different. That's them trying to be productive. I'd rather see somebody selling oranges than somebody selling begging for money.
Lots of people that are productive with them. I mean, there's this like one really smart guy. He goes around and he finds like 2 of them and he gets them to fight each other.
That's just wrong. See how wrong that is? Now, if you can find someone, now you see those, you got those 2 people, the guy over there selling flowers, the guy over there selling oranges, and then you got people asking for money. Who are you going to give your money? Who are you going to give your money to? Seriously, come on, they got to be productive, of course, So I would probably give the money to the people that are selling stuff and probably give food to the people that are asking for money, because in my brain, I'm probably thinking, oh, they probably want money for food, but I'm not stupid. I know they probably want drugs and stuff with that money too, so I might as well just give them food,
Yeah, you were talking about the guy getting 2 of them to fight each other. Wasn't there a homeless fighting ring that was
bum fights, dude?
Yeah, fights, yeah.
Or was that an episode of CSI? Because
that was a real thing. Rufus from Bum Fights, man. Rufus became famous like a guy, like after he became famous and stuff, he got like really down on his luck, and the guy actually helped rehabilitate him and gave him like a decent job and shit, and like Rufus is like doing pretty good now. I watched the little documentary.
I thought I remembered that being real, but I wasn't sure if it was like an episode of CSI or something.
Wait. Was Kimbo Slice homeless before he became famous in the UFC? Because he did a lot of backyard fighting. But like I said, the legitimate good people out there, just because you're homeless and down on your luck, and if you can keep your firearms and you can like maintain it, then go ahead and do it. But if you can't sell it, go get a knife or something. You feel comfortable doing that, go ahead. It doesn't matter to me. It depends on what you do. I'm just saying we gotta look out for everybody, because in the end.
Well, see,
it could be you one day, dude. It could be you one day on the street.
Oh, I know. Tell me, I constantly drive around with like an extra Subway footlong in my car just in case I see a guy. But what I'm really worried about is that he's going to have like a gluten allergic reaction and then end up suing me.
Give him socks, dude. That's why I say give him socks, dude. Socks cost a lot less than Subway sandwiches.
So like,
and they last a little longer too.
Give him a shirt. Give him pants. If he sells it, he's being productive.
Oh, I gave this guy a footlong Subway the other day. He started yelling at me, dude, this is only 11 inches. What the fuck? You're ripping me off.
I don't think that's a true story.
It almost turned into a fight. Like, I always carry around some, a bag of potato chips or French dip and a Subway sandwich, an extra Coke, glass of water, a blanket.
If you don't feel comfortable giving money, give them something else.
I mean,
hell, if I was
basically, I just look through my underwear drawer and find all the underwear with holes and socks with holes in it, and I throw them in a bag, and then I drive up. I'm like, here you go. I give them the bag.
Is it clean at least? Is it clean?
Oh hell no!
Oh dude, that's messed up, dude. Now
I only wash my socks.
Clean the socks, even if it has holes. Give it to Goodwill or something. I don't care. But yeah, subject on that. Yeah, it's debatable. Like everything that's firearm related, it's debatable. Everything. Just looking out for the interest of Earth. I'm just looking out for the best interest in Earth in general, not just America, but Earth.
I think you should actually write up a thing and send it to High Point and see if they're.
Oh no! I've been putting this stuff out. I've been putting this stuff out everywhere.
Well, I think
every time somebody mentions a homeless person, I always write it out.
I think you should write in for a government grant and also write High Point and see if they would like to maybe help negotiate something with you and set up a charitable organization and be like, weapons for the homeless.
Hey, there's organizations now, gun organizations that they're literally giving out firearms. They're like having giveaways, firearm giveaways with all that stuff. Why can't we just take that and give it to a homeless guy that really needs it? That's stably minded.
Oh yeah, because I for sure see no problem whatsoever.
He'll probably take it and sell it. He'll probably take it and sell it for money.
The homeless person living in an unstable environment, possibly doing something with that weapon or selling it for something, and then that weapon is used in a certain something. And that totally not coming back on that organization.
Well, that's why that's why you sell it to the person that is correct, not stupid and crazy, like a prepper or former prepper or a former gun owner that knows how to actually use it, not a crazy person that you just don't know and sell it to.
Well, I do invite a lot of.
I don't want to point out the obvious here, but preppers don't generally end up homeless. It's kind of the whole prepper part of it.
It's just an example.
They may have a setback, but they generally.
It's just an example. It could be anybody. It could be a former police officer. Dude, even our former veterans, some of them are homeless. They know how to use firearms. They know how to take care of it. They know not to shoot random people with it. I mean, if they have PTSD, they might have to work harder for it. But those that come back that don't have PTSD but homeless, they might be able to own one. Hell, we might even run out of fur. Homeless people are shooting up all of our animals. We don't have any food to hunt now. It's not really a problem though.
I swear to God, I'm getting one of my crazy ass friends, and I'm gonna dare them. The next time we're drinking or something, I'm gonna dare one of them to stand outside Walmart with the sign that says, I need 9mm ammo. Will work for 9mm ammo.
I would probably
have 9mm ammo all day.
I would. Well, you gotta see if he's like. That's why I say we gotta have something to say that they can own it, like a card or something. Say, oh, you know what, he has this, so that means the government trusts him, so that means I should trust him too. But if he doesn't have it, then I shouldn't help him with it because he's probably crazy.
Like an RFID chip or something.
No, more like a regular card, like a permit.
No, I think we should tag them, and then we can actually track their whereabouts.
That's kind of messed up.
Yeah, just implant them with an RFID chip. It'll be like capture and release.
But what if they don't become homeless no more? What if they actually get out of that kind of situation? Then what are we gonna detag them?
Yeah, then we'll just detag them.
Oh Jesus, that's probably gonna hurt twice.
Now you just run one of those little things over it that you deactivate the security tags at Walmart with, The little magnet thing. Just run that over a minute of deactivated.
You know you can bypass those machines, right? I'm not going to tell you how, but I'm just saying you can do that.
If you have a heavy, strong enough magnet, it'll kill it.
No, it's a lot
No,
easier.
seriously, if you got a strong enough magnet, it'll kill those things.
I'll tell you this. Some of the Walmart's scanner things, they only go up to your neck. They don't go any higher than that. So if you were just to say steal something and yawn, you might just get by. Other than that, but think about it. If there's a way to track him and say, oh, the government trusts him, maybe we can trust him. That's why we say find ways to do it.
I trust every single person that my government does. Like, if my government says someone is legit, like, oh man, these guys are legit enough to give guns to them, like, because that's never. No, listen, that's never. That has never gone wrong. That has never gone wrong for us in the past. Okay.
But okay.
Every time our government has said.
But about your chip theory, we can find out
trustable people, and we can trust them with guns. Let's give them a shitload of guns. That has never worked out wrong.
But take a look at this. Take a look at this. The background check thing, kind of too. How do you commit a crime? And you went through background checks. And how do you commit a crime? How do they always get caught? The ones that do background checks get a firearm, they commit a crime, and they still get caught, right? Okay, so how about we implement that with homeless people? If they commit a crime, we'll know they did it. I don't know how they do it, but
I know sometimes they actually put cameras on animals in the wild and see where they go and what they do, and so maybe RFID chips are a bad idea. Maybe we should just put cameras with audio capability too, because we need to be able to hear what they're saying if they're conducting drug deals after we give them this
cameras. Internal cameras?
No, we just mount it to their head,
No, they can take that off. That's a dumb idea.
No.
You're joking. Oh, you're just fucking with me now. I know it.
No. It's like tagging them with the RFID chips, but they got little cameras on them. Just kind of punch it to their shoulder or something. That way.
I don't know. If you were homeless okay, let's take a look at that. If you were homeless, would you let them put a chip on you with a camera and give you a firearm, say you can defend yourself?
Oh hell yeah! Oh, dude.
Okay, then let's do it.
On a popular TV show. It'd be like fucking Survivor, man. They'd see me running around the streets with a spear and shit. Oh god! I would be the Truman Show.
Right?
Yeah, it'd be the Truman Show. I would put on such a scene. I'd be like, I'm famous. I'd walk around, interview people.
Well, police officers, they have POV cams now, so. It could work for the same, but I prefer something where, we see you mess up, you can go to jail. And probably for homeless people, jail's a better place because they get 3 meals a day, a place to stay safe.
Oh, yeah. 3 hots and a cot?
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
Well, remember, I'm trying to say this as reaching out to the community, the people that are like us, but on the streets, I'm not saying give it to a crazy person, of course.
Well, I think all people in jail that aren't in there, for a violent crime or a felony or a drug offense, I think we should just give all those guys guns so they can protect themselves in jail against the real violent offenders. Because
that would be
you gotta understand, there's guys in jail for some kind of tax mistake he made 10 years ago, right?
Oh my god!
And so we need to protect him from the real violent guys out there. So
we can't. Hey! Homeless people and criminals are different. Okay, criminals and homeless people are different. Homeless people, I hate to say this, but they might be weaker.
Hey, making a mistake on your tax form, unless it was pure felony, that doesn't constitute as you lose your firearm rights. So I want them to be able to protect themselves while in jail against the violent.
You guys
criminals.
have this conversation a while ago? Didn't you guys have a conversation about this a while ago where we should say, if you committed a small, minor crime, if you had marijuana on you, you should still have all your rights and stuff? Didn't you guys already have this conversation? I think it was Matt that did that video. Can't remember. But yeah, see? That's a totally different subject. But this
No,
ain't.
no, that's after. That's after they get out of jail. I'm talking while they're in jail. I want them to be able to have guns to defend themselves because they're in there with actually violent people. You know, they're
Dude,
in there
why are
with
you,
like murderers and rapists and stuff. You know, and
why are
they're
you
just in there for like some tax mistake 10 years ago. I
Wait,
Why are
think
you
that they
trying-
should be.
wait. I went AFK for a second. Who are we arming now?
Okay. I was telling Tony about how I want to arm the people that are in jail, like just the guy who's in there for like the tax mistake 10 years ago, because he's in there with real violent criminals. You know,
No,
actual
don't they have
real
different?
violent
Don't they
criminals.
have different
So I
blocks for those
support
people?
who are in jail. If they're not in jail for like a felony or a drug crime or a violent crime, I want to be able to arm all the other people in jail
Hold on.
who are
He-
not
he-
in there for a crime like that.
He's thinking too far ahead because, first of all, the police officers and the correctional officers already have firearms to protect the
I mean,
population.
right now,
Second of all, they're all
there's some guy who like forgot to pay his fucking speeding ticket in Wyoming, right? And the next time he went through Wyoming, he got arrested in Wyoming because they're like, "Oh, you didn't pay this ticket, so now you're going to jail." So he's in there for like a $5. He's in there for a $150 speeding ticket, basically, right? That he never paid. He's in there with murderers, rapists, you know. Oh, like I want him to be able to take his gun into jail to protect himself. I want him to have that right.
Correctional officers,
with
correctional
father rapers and mother killers.
Listen,
Yes.
listen. Hold on, listen. Correctional officers already have firearms, okay? We don't need.
No,
to
they
put
don't.
a prison. Yeah, they
They're
do.
in a
They have
fucking
riot. They
around
have
with them
riot.
all over the jail. They're not allowed in most parts of the jail.
They have
Like, unless,
riot
like,
guns,
only,
okay?
like-
They have riot guns, okay? And also, not only that, they put different people in different sections, you know, from the killers and the murderers and rapists and all that stuff. They put them in different sections, okay? Okay, like for like cell A, cell block A, we'll put all the good people, but they're bad. All the crazy killers go to cell block D or something like that. But also the firearms thing, you know, they already have riot guns in there. You know, they have rubber bullets and riot guns there. So we don't need to arm the prisoners, okay?
There's 2 documentaries that you need to watch about prison and jail, okay? It's called Oz and Orange is the New Black. And you need to watch those, and that'll just show you why why the innocent people that are in there need to have guns, okay? I mean,
No, they are. Oh my god! Wow. Then the bad guys will get the guns and kill the good guys. Nobody that's in prison or jail should get a firearm unless there are correctional officers. Okay, that's the end of that. Okay, we can't arm them. This isn't battle royal. Okay, where we arm everybody and they kill each other. Okay, this isn't battle royal. Correctional officers already have firearms. They don't need other
But
people
it
having it.
could be. That's what he's saying.
No, what the hell? I'm not gonna lie, Battle Royale was a good movie. I loved it, first one and second one, but I do not want that in reality, okay? So you can take that logic that you got and not even push it upon my logic or what I'm trying to say about homeless people. Just throw that away.
well, I know there's this one thing proposed a while back that we should like start just taking our most violent inmates and giving them these like high-powered cars and let them race with like guns attached to them.
Oh,
and
Jesus.
they can like
That's
shoot each other, and then then if one of them wins like 20 races he gets to be like he earns his freedom back.
Would you really consider? All right, hypothetically, we're not seriously thinking about this, but really, would you like that kind of system?
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah. Okay, so I guess
I would like pay per.
Well, when you become president, I'll vote for that.
I would pay per view that shit. I would like spend $25 like once a month.
That's what they did with that movie. That's what they did with that movie. They paid.
Yeah. like who wouldn't? I mean, like honestly.
All right, if you become president, I'll vote for that.
I mean, come on, like people are like paying like $20 for these 1-minute UFC fights and shit. Or even more for some fights. I mean, like some fights cost like buku bucks. So I mean, like who wouldn't like pay for like a bunch of like prisoners to like have some kind of battle royale or some shit, and who wouldn't pay to watch
now,
that?
would you put that on all prisoners or just the ones on death row?
Oh, just the one on death row, because they don't have any rights left. Their rights have been taken from them. So
Okay, now when you said
they're basically good as dead, right?
Now when you said arm the prisoners, now did you mean the whole general population or just death row inmates?
You did not listen to a single fucking word I said.
No, I want to see your side of it now. I want to see you say it now.
that I'm for arming all the people who are in prison, that are in jail, that are not in there for a violent crime, for a drug possession, or a felony. Because all those people who have been in jail that have been convicted for anything else but those things, like a traffic infraction, that went to jail on a traffic infraction, those guys are still allowed to own guns.
All right, fine. When you become president, just put them in solitary. Put them in solitary.
Yeah, so they should be able to have guns while they're in jail. I mean,
no, put them in solitary.
No, see that'd be intruding on their rights. So that'd be discrimination.
Well, how do you know how innocent someone is, anyways? You know.
No one's innocent.
Remember what they said.
If they're in jail, they're not innocent.
But how can you how can you say they're not guilty because they're they've been convicted? Hello, they're in prison. The only way you go into prison is when you're convicted, dude.
Yeah, but you can be convicted of things that are something else other than a violent crime, like a domestic violence or something other than a felony, and something other than like a drug possession.
Well then, when they go into a prison full of guns, they will probably learn. They'll probably be scared shitless and learn not to commit another crime. Tough love, right? But yeah, death row inmates, you want to throw them firearms and shoot themselves? Well, when you become president,
you did not listen to what I said.
No, I did.
I did not say to give death row inmates.
No, but when you said give prisoners in general firearms, I said
did not. I never said give prisoners in general firearms.
Well, in general, when you say you're giving it to people who commit smaller crimes, that's still them in jail. They're still prisoners. You know? A prisoner is a prisoner. It doesn't matter how big your crime or small your crime is. Okay?
I specifically said people who are in there that haven't committed a felony, that is not in there for a drug possession, or someone who has committed a violent crime. Those are the crimes that restrict you from owning a firearm.
Then what is he in there for?
Tax evasion, a mistake on a tax on a fucking tax return, a traffic infraction that he forgot to pay. Yeah.
Okay, should you?
Yeah, Al Capone should have had guns in Alcatraz.
So right now we're putting them in with prisoners that are crazy and violent. Okay,
yes.
Now what? Okay, in your favor, what would you want to do with them? Build another prison for small little guys?
Put them in there. They'll probably keep the violent ones in.
Teletubbies?
All right. First off, anybody who goes to jail for a traffic ticket, they're in county lockup, and they're generally on like a trustee or a work detail. They get locked up separate from the other guys. There's a difference. They put high-risk or high-value prisoners or in one area and general pop. So I mean, yeah, there are some in there, but I don't think it would be.
Heavy is exactly right on this.
To the environment, to enter firearms and do it. That's why the sheriffs or correctional deputies that watch over these guys don't carry firearms into those areas.
No, but they do have riot stuff set aside.
Them on high.
They already have riot stuff set aside, and that's why I say don't bring no more.
And Tony, remember this one thing. He said that most of them, or at least a lot of them, they become trustees. So that means, by definition of the word, that they're trusted, and their people are government trusts. So they are exactly the same people as the homeless that we could be giving guns to because our government trusts them. Just remember that.
That is not true because any one of us can become homeless, and we can't judge homeless people because they could be one of us. So
well, I think just because they're in the prison, it doesn't necessarily make the prison their home.
I'm
trying the jail. They can be homeless and still in jail.
You're trying to mush my thought and your thoughts together, okay? No, you go ahead and approve that you want firearms in the prisons, while I'm trying to prove that innocent, like law-abiding homeless people should have firearms. Okay.
Hey, Heavy, can a person in jail be homeless? If they're in jail, can they
Yes,
still be
can.
homeless?
They still
But
be
he's not a
homeless.
law-abiding citizen because he went to jail.
Oh, I know, but having an unpaid parking ticket doesn't make you unable to own a handgun. So, I mean, so if he's in jail for like an unpaid parking ticket,
Tony,
Then why would he need a?
we're gonna take away his rights, and not only take away his rights, but stick him in a fucking box with a bunch of violent criminals. That's where he needs to be able to defend himself. That's where the homeless
That's why
people
they
really
get-
need
that's
to be
why
able
they
to defend
have
themselves because they can't run.
That's
Like
why
when
they
they're
have
out on the
different
streets, at
cell
least
blocks.
they run.
That's why they have different cell blocks for the crazy ones, for the safe ones, and for the trustees, and then for the people that did petty crime.
I know, but Tony, when the homeless people are in jail, right? They are trapped in a fucking box with like violent people. So like at least when they're out on the street, they have the chance to use the 21-foot rule. They have a chance to like hide behind cars, right? To run away. I mean, like they have that chance, but in prison they're fucking stuck in a box with them. That's where the homeless people need the guns.
You know what? I'm just gonna wait until you become homeless, and then I want to see if you want your gun or not. Then you'll get what I'm trying to say. When somebody comes over on a bicycle, splash water on you, or whatever, try to stab you because you're homeless, and you don't have your gun with you, that's fine. Okay, then fine.
Splash water on you.
I
try
never
to stab.
once said
Those are the two
that I
situations.
don't support. I never once said that I do not support that a homeless person should have the right to defend themselves. I never once said that I did not support that I didn't believe that they shouldn't be able to have a knife, a gun, or some form of protection. I have not once said that.
Okay,
I
then
believe
from your point of view, from what we
everyone
all
has
saying,
the right.
how would you want to improve this? Because
How would I?
just because
how would
I'm
I-
saying it, I need somebody to help me improve it. Of course, there's other
Okay.
ways.
Well, I think that we should start training German Shepherds, and then every homeless person should be given a German Shepherd, because then not only does he have a loyal companion, which is proven to be like therapeutic and have all sorts of like medicinal qualities to it, but it'll give him protection, it'll give him companionship, it'll keep him warm on cold nights. I think every homeless person should have a German Shepherd.
Can you guarantee every homeless person to have a German Shepherd?
If I'm elected,
Can you mass produce German Shepherds?
I'm sure I could like set up some puppy breeding mill in one of the FEMA camps and turn that whole FEMA camp into a doggy daycare. And I think I could probably start cranking them out by the thousands. Yeah.
Okay, then why would us law-abiding citizens that are not homeless, have firearms if we can just get a German Shepherd?
No, I never said that they shouldn't have firearms. Again, I never said that
But you
shouldn't be allowed to have firearms.
suggested that they should have German Shepherds.
Because you asked me what I suggested they should do. And I think a German Shepherd for homeless people would be better than a firearm. I never said a firearm would be bad or they shouldn't have it. I just said a German Shepherd I think would have more qualities, like more benefits, because I don't think a gun's going to help keep them warm on a freezing night.
Some homeless people do have family, and some homeless people do have other couples.
And the ones talking to their
they don't
guns
really
for
need
companionship, the ones that actually talk to their guns for companionship and have full conversations with their guns,
They're
those are the
probably
ones.
crazy.
You gotta watch out for those ones.
you don't talk to your guns.
Well,
No, my
look,
gun-
small,
my gun's
I
fine.
small talk my guns, but I don't have like
This-
full hour-length conversations with it.
I don't know.
Name your guns.
I
Do I name my
don't talk
guns?
to my guns.
Did you ask Sean if I name my guns?
Yeah, I asked you if you
All
named
my
your
guns are named Betty. They're all
All
named
of them are
Betty.
named Betty.
No,
We're named Betty.
it's you shouldn't name your guns because your guns already have names like Taurus and Remington or something like that.
I know, but see, I only own High Points and Canucks, and I just hate saying that name out loud. I don't want anyone to overhear me, so I just
so
call,
did
I just
Betty
call them
number
Betty.
I named my rifle after my girlfriend.
Betty number 1 through
They
10.
taught me that in Marine Corps boot camp. Named my rifle after my girlfriend because when I was there, it was the only pussy I was gonna get.
I didn't know rifles had pussy. Yeah.
Oh God.
I'm just kidding.
That was not only a Marine Corps reference; it was a Full Metal Jacket reference. So.
Yeah, I know. But yeah, yeah, German Shepherds would be a good thing. But can I have my gun too?
Sure. I think they should be able to have whatever they want. Honestly, I don't have any problem with a homeless person or a poor person, or I don't care what kind of situation they're in, right? I don't care who they are. I think that everyone has the right to self-defense. I mean, that is a God-given right. A lion, think about it this way, a tiger or a lion or some shit, right? Like two males, right? They can be brothers even, right? They can get in like such a serious enough fight that sometimes one of them kills the other one, right? For that pride of females, right? So just because he killed his brother, like to be like the alpha male of all these like females, I don't think that like we should cut off all of his claws and pull his teeth and make it so he can't defend himself against like a pack of hyenas or some shit. Personally, I support giving guns to the weaker brother of the lions, and that way he can defend himself against the alpha male. That's the way I look at it. Is this that we should just put everyone on a level playing field?
So we can't.
That's a good idea because we all know that the weak lions always have opposable thumbs.
Yes.
So when we look at homeless people, we can't judge them and say they're not law-abiding citizens, because they are.
No,
some of them are law-abiding citizens.
Yeah, because
some of them are there by fucking choice, dude. They want to be.
Exactly. Some of them are there by choice too. Yeah, you're right. You're correct. You're correct about that too. So, law-abiding citizen, if you're homeless.
Okay, listen, I grew up around like a bunch of I grew up in like a train town, right, where a bunch of major railroad tracks all intersect. And we'd actually get like the hobos, like what we call hobos.
Those are hobos, man. Those
yes,
are different.
hobos, yes. They actually ride these trains, okay? And they like hang out together and they camp together and they find like some little spot and they'll set up camp and it's just like they're always camping out and stuff. Like when I was a kid, right? We used to go give these guys take them to we'd go pick them up, take them to the liquor store, and give them like $20, have them go in and buy us a bunch of alcohol, and buy himself a bottle for buying us the alcohol, right? And that's how we'd get our alcohol when I was younger. And every one of
your habits.
Oh hell yeah, I did when I was a kid.
This conversation has given me a fucking headache.
Well, we didn't know you were here. Actually.
Working as intended, then.
Good God.
We didn't know you were here. So.
People in jail are criminals, whether they got a speeding ticket or parking ticket or tax evasion or whatever. When you're in jail, your rights are suspended temporarily. When you commit a felony, your rights are suspended indefinitely. Homeless people have not committed a crime. They can have a gun if it's legal. It's not even a conversation.
But
no, the conversation I was trying to get before is how can they get one without an address?
You have a right to have a firearm. You have a right to defend yourself. You do not have a right to own a certain object. So if you can't afford it, you have no right to have it. Society is not obligated to provide it.
But if you can afford it, how can you get it without an address so that you can, put it to?
A private transaction?
Yeah. Well, they still need that in this state because you got to go to the cell. But use an address. Use a friend's address. I've never once had my address checked on a.
But what if you don't have any friends?
You gotta have ID. So if you don't have ID with an address on it, you're not gonna be able to buy a gun. That's just the law.
Exactly. So we need an address to help them buy firearms or something that we can use.
If we all with RFID chips, then they would all have ID, and they would never be able to lose it.
So give them all that address that they used in Friday Night Lights for to play football for the other team or whatever.
For example, we can use an NRA address and say, and they could use that,
But I think if you're homeless, the last thing you're going to be doing is spending money on a gun. So I think you're all creating problems that don't exist.
No, but if you can afford it and you want to defend yourself, then go ahead and do it.
Apartment.
What I'm really curious is if Yankee supports Al Gore's proposition to give all homeless people German Shepherds for self-defense.
No, I don't want to do that to poor German Shepherds.
So if you're a law-abiding citizen and you can afford a firearm and you're homeless, go ahead and get one, okay? They just need an address, and if they want a CCL or a CCF, then they're gonna need an address for that as well. So see, unless you're in an open carry state.
Need an address for a lot of things. So, you know, society does not owe you survival. You know, you have a right to defend yourself, like I said, though, but you do not have a right to any specific item if you can't afford to get it. So if you through your own doing end up homeless, which I'm not saying everybody that ends up homeless it's through their own doing, but at some point in their life there were decisions they could have made differently that they wouldn't have ended up that way. But I'm not blaming everybody that's homeless, but still, your bad decisions may create an obligation for everybody else. Now, there is a certain obligation we have as a society to do what's best for our society, and that is, you know, not having crazy homeless people laying everywhere, try to provide them opportunities to get out of the streets and have them have opportunities to become productive again, because that's beneficial for society. There's no real benefit for society to arm them or to provide means for them to arm themselves.
But some people, they choose to live this life, but that doesn't mean they want to be restricted from their rights.
Well, that's their choice. They made a choice.
So yeah, they made a choice, but it wasn't. We can't say that was a bad choice.
Right. If you wanted to have your rights and you wanted to be able to do things that you need an address for, then it most definitely was a bad choice.
That's like saying you want to live off the grid, but you still want an internet connection and electricity and running water and all that good stuff.
Well, that it's a very confusing it's very confusing topic, but we can talk about it and find the good and bad and stuff like that. That's why
it's actually not very confusing. The conversation has been confusing, but the topic itself is really kind of black and white.
Well, isn't everything black and white?
No.
No, just your picture there. The rest of us are in color.
Yeah, I would say there's a lot more gray than black and white.
There's a lot more gray in the world than black or white, but this is pretty black and white. You know, if you're homeless and you can't buy a gun because you're homeless, well, that's your circumstance. You have to try to right your circumstance. You have every right to right your circumstance and exercise your rights. But no one has to help you up. No one else has to pull you up. You know, like I said, we do have certain societal needs that is beneficial for us as a society to give certain help to people, but a firearm is not one of the things that benefits society to give them.
No, but it could help them get their meal.
Well, unless they're going to kill somebody for one, I don't think so. They're not going to.
No, I mean, no, I mean like go out hunting for food, for deer.
With a slingshot and a spear.
Yeah.
And a rock.
Fish. Yeah.
A rope, a snare trap.
Well, dictating what they can use is, we can't dictate what they can use.
We're not dictating.
They dictated what they can use through their own circumstances.
But that's why I'm targeting the ones that are sane and the ones that can't afford it. The ones that are law-abiding citizens that have hit.
That's like saying I want to target the people on welfare that are millionaires. I don't think this problem exists. I don't think there's a lot of homeless people out there roaming around that can afford to go buy a firearm.
I get where he's coming from, though, because it would be if he had a way to do it, it would be a logical investment because it gives him a way to get food for himself, and as long as he was able to sustain that firearm as far as upkeep with it and able to feed it ammunition, then he would be able to feed himself with it, and it would probably be a good investment to make if he was able to do so. And in a lot of places he would be able to, because if there's no, if he did a private transaction, then there would be no issue with it. You wouldn't have to have all that stuff.
And in a place where there's no, you can do private transactions, do a private transaction. If you live in a state and you're homeless, here's the great thing about being homeless. If you live in a state that doesn't allow private transactions, move. All you got to do is walk.
Exactly. You're homeless. Just keep walking. So yeah, I mean, if you already have a firearm and you want to keep it, and you already have a lot of ammunition, like preppers, they already prep a lot of ammunition, so they already have a lot of ammunition. They don't need to buy ammunition. They can keep it and clean, but they're just homeless. When they're lawfully, citizens, and they can go out and hunt for their food because they're homeless.
Let's just say this though: if you through circumstances have now missed your rent payment and you're homeless, but you're still sitting on 200,000 rounds of ammo, well then you're a fucking moron. You should have sold your goddamn ammo and paid your rent.
That's true, but there's sometimes you want to keep some of that ammo.
Well, how great! If you want to keep it, make your choice. Suffer the consequences of your decisions.
Well, but I think for the ones that want it and can afford it, they just can't get it.
As far as I'm concerned, people can want in one hand and shit in the other and see which one fills up faster, because want means nothing to me. It's what they have a right to and what they have, the ability to get. And if through their own circumstances they don't have the ability to get something, then that's not on me.
I love that saying. I use it often, Yankee.
I do too.
I tell that to my son all the time. He said, I'm like, I'll tell you what, you want in this hand and shit in the other and see which one gets full.
So are you opposing the idea or no? Or are you with the idea? If they can.
What is the idea?
The idea is to give homeless people firearms, or let them keep the firearms that they already have.
There's no one taking firearms from them if they have them already.
He wants a government grant, right?
But if they get
to buy High Point, and
you guys
then
know
hand it
how
over to the
police
homeless.
officers
If they get caught with a firearm, if they haven't committed a crime, they can't have their firearm legally removed. If they're in a state where they can carry that firearm and they've got a firearm and they haven't committed a crime, that gun can't be legally removed from them.
Even if the police officer does or doesn't know he's homeless or not?
Doesn't know what that doesn't matter. If it's legal to carry the gun and the guy doesn't have a felony, doesn't have a criminal background that prevents him from owning the gun, if he's in a state that allows you to carry a gun on yourself,
and that's what I said.
Not
I thought we covered this like half an hour ago.
That's what I said.
But should we tell them where to live? Oh, you should live over there because it's legal. Okay, so should that be compromised?
I believe the
make their own
government
decisions and suffer the consequences of their own decisions.
So they should compromise because they're in that position.
No, I agree with Tony. I think personally the government should be able to tell them right where to live. Like, you have to live here if you want to own a gun. I think that's...
Life is about compromise. You make your decisions, you suffer the consequences of those decisions, and sometimes you want to eat your cake and have it too, but you can't do both. So you have to compromise and decide to either keep it or eat it.
So I can see right now a lot of gun owners and preppers that if they ever become homeless, they're going to probably move to places like Arizona.
That's the plan. Find some kind of wilderness and go live off the land.
Well,
I'm homeless, but I have a gun, so I'm going to go to Arizona because I don't have an address.
When I think about a guy like a homeless guy owning a gun, even for hunting, right? I don't see him like walking around like Chicago with it or some other big city. I see him out in the wilderness somewhere living off the land, and I think technically that would kind of like make that his home, so he would no longer be homeless.
Yeah, I kind of picture this guy that lives up by the lake, that he lives somewhere in the woods down there, and everybody knows he's up there. I think he works with a construction company around here sometimes, and he just lives up in the woods up there, lives off the woods most of the time, and he gets a job with that construction company when they need more help, but he can't make enough money to really get out from up there. But he does stuff. Everybody knows he's up there, keeps to himself, don't bother nobody. Nobody really cares that he's up there. And he's got a gun.
Here's the big thing about having a gun in the city. If you're a homeless person, it ain't going to work out for you. Because anyone that's got experience with homeless people in the city knows you don't carry around high-dollar items with you. If somebody knows you've got a high-dollar valuable item with you, you will get rolled the first time.
That's why you need a firearm to protect yourself.
You can't protect yourself 24/7.
Well, of course, that's true. But it's better to have something and not need it and need it.
No, actually, on the street, it's better to not have something that someone's going to cave your head in with a pipe as soon as you go to sleep for.
Because they don't all just ask for it, right? They don't just come up to you and say, "Hey, man, can I have your your Nike shoes?" Or sometimes they just come up behind you, like Yankee said, with the fucking pipe and hit you over the head and then take your shit.
Yeah, I worked as a case manager for homeless youth here in Portland for a while with Janus Youth Projects and Willamette Bridge, and you don't walk around out as a homeless kid with a high-dollar item. It's like if they will come into the shelters and stuff at night, like when they go to sleep on the streets at night, they take if they have nice shoes that they've gotten through turning a trick or something, they have places they go hide those before they go to sleep.
Well, is a High Point really a high-dollar item?
A what?
Yes. Yes.
It's worth
Worth $100.
It's
On the street,
it's
it'd be worth more. On the street,
Dude,
it'd be worth
homeless people make $100 in Las Vegas every day. Okay.
on the street, a gun would
it's
be
probably
worth.
worth an 8-ball or something, or a half an 8-ball or something.
Well, actually, something like
I don't know what drug prices are these days, so
something
I don't
like
know
that on
exactly
the
what
street.
it'd be worth.
Something like that, like a gun on the street that actually has intrinsic value that is hard to get, would be worth its weight in gold on the street.
A hard point's not that hard to get, though.
It is if you don't have an address and you can't buy one, or you've got a felony and you're a homeless person and you know you're never going to get one on your own, and you know the guy, hey, that guy's sleeping right over there has got one, then that to them means, oh, I can have one with, just one good swing of a lead pipe.
That's why if that could happen to law-abiding citizens that's not homeless either.
Well, they don't usually go sleep outside with their guns.
Well,
Well, that's
well, you can walk out. You could be broad daylight, and you walk out, and you're going to work, and get robbed. You can get robbed like that too.
You're missing the whole point that when you're homeless, you have to actually go to sleep out there at some time.
At this
Well,
point,
get a
I have to
damn
ask
tent then.
myself whose trouble it
There's
is.
people who live in tents and stuff. That could be like some kind of barrier.
People live in tents, don't do anything. That's not a protection.
It's shelter, and it gives you a few seconds to draw your firearm. Somebody try to rob you. Same way if somebody broke into your house at night while you're sleeping, it's not that any different.
If I was coming up on you with a bat and was going to kill you, the fact that there's a piece of 8mm thick nylon between the two of us isn't going to stop me from bashing your skull in.
I'm telling you right now, if I'm camping, I hear something rustling at my damn thing, I'm shooting at it.
But dude, he's got to unzip that zipper to get in there, and
No, you bash him right through the fucking tent. That way you don't even have the blood.
I know.
That keeps the blood all off of you and everything, and then you just peel the high point out of there after you've mushed them.
I just pictured this guy like unzipping the tent, and you know how loud that is when somebody unzips a tent. And it wakes me up out of a dead sleep when somebody unzips a tent. If I'm camping, and it's like.
You know you can lock tents too, right? You can lock them with those little padlocks. So somebody wrestling, you're gonna be like, "Who's doing that? Who's doing that?"
Hey, listen, man. These people don't have just like a bunch of like wide fucking acreage, right, where they can go camp out in the woods somewhere. They're sleeping like downtown, close to like the fucking soup kitchen, and the homeless shelter and stuff like that. When the homeless shelter's too full for them to get in, or they didn't get there by 7 o'clock that night before they locked the doors. I think some of them even close earlier than that. You got to be there by. And so it's not like necessarily someone can't sneak up on you on the sidewalk even when you're in your tent, or in an alley or whatever. It's not like someone can't just walk up and hit you with the bat while you're in your tent, and you're going to hear them like rustle in the bushes.
Where are the bushes in the fucking city most of the time anyway? These people are sleeping indoors.
Well, okay then. So if you own a firearm and you become homeless, you can move to a state that allows open carry, so you can have it legally. But for people who are homeless now that can't get firearms because they don't have an address, I guess you're just shit out of luck then.
Well, I think homeless people should have extra right.
And I think that's probably the least of your problems if you've lived your life in a way that you now are on the streets, or even if it wasn't your fault and you're now on the streets. I think not being able to buy a new gun is not up on your list of things you're worrying about.
Well, what about if it's a crappy used gun that could be affordable that I can...
Doesn't matter what it is. I don't think that gun's going to change your lifestyle.
Okay, so that's the thing about homeless people. Now, do you guys know what the difference between a drifter and a homeless person is?
I know what
the drifters are the ones that kill you.
I know the difference between a worthwhile conversation and something that is a waste of time.
In the real world, drifters are usually homeless people that are actually actively looking for some way out of that. And every now and then you get one that ends up being a bad person. But usually they are actually going from place to place because
looking for
sitting down in the middle of that city there has gotten them nowhere. So they're trying to do something else.
Okay, so we can say drifters are independent, they can take care of themselves, and they're not crazy.
They're usually following work around because they work for like contractors that don't stay in the same place. so they're trying to follow their job around, and they don't
Now,
have a
now
place to live.
they don't have homes either, but they make a lot of money. So how can they get firearms too then? That's the kind of person that can maintain their weapon and get one.
People at that point probably have an address that they use as their address that they're getting mail at, maybe a relative or a friend that they've made along the way that they're using that as their address. That's probably what they're using when they do their taxes and everything else. I know a couple of guys that do that. The only reason really that they have that they're still homeless is the fact that they've been doing that job so long that the only reason for them to have a home would be to have a place to lock up all of their crap, of which they don't have a whole lot except what they carry with them.
And let's be
because they're always working on the road, so they don't really they live in hotels and campsites and stuff.
I worked with homeless people for years. My degree is in psychology. I worked social services for years. I was a case manager for homeless youth. Let's say out of every 10 people that walks through my door, 8 of them are on the street for 2 things:
drugs and
abuse and mental illness.
Mentally ill.
So let's just start let's start making an argument where we should be arming the mentally ill and the drug addicts. Because
we're trying to arm the law-abiding citizens ones.
No,
he was mentally ill.
He was in a perfect society where he had already gotten rid of all of the drug addicted and mentally ill
how perfect
people.
Of a society is it if people are
No, I'm not saying this is a perfect society. I acknowledge that there's both. There's all of them.
Wait a second. Let's deal with the real world, and let's realize that when we have conversations on the internet, they're not private. So when we sit around and start making conversations like, let's arm all the fucking crazy homeless people because that's a good idea, we're judged by these conversations.
We're not saying arming the crazy ones. We're saying arm the ones that are...
But the issue with that is, how are you going to separate the crazies and the not crazies?
Then how do you separate from the ones that buy guns that are not homeless and the people like us that have homes? How can we separate the crazies from the non-crazies then? Then we can use the same thing on homeless people because just because they're homeless, they're still citizens.
No, because we have the means to go out and buy our guns. We're not in a situation, for one reason or another, where we don't have the means. So if someone doesn't have the means, it is not up to someone else to say, okay, now we've got to create a situation where they can have the means to get something. Because that's not the way things work. We don't create situations to overcome, the obstacles that they placed in front of themselves.
So I guess... Sorry, drifters can't have firearms. Sorry, homeless.
No, they can. If they want to get a fucking job, get an apartment, or stop doing their fucking drugs, or and there's a lot of them that are mentally ill that don't have a choice in the matter, but they can't buy a gun anyway. So I'm not understanding what you're trying to accomplish with this conversation, other than it kind of seemed like an exercise in ridiculousness.
I'm trying to prove the point that the ones that have the means, but not like certain, things like an address.
If you're living on the street and you've got the means, then you've got problems, or you wouldn't be on the street.
Very true. Also, if a homeless person is not crazy or mentally disturbed or doing drugs, they're following the priorities of shelter and food. A gun
and safety
would be an extravagance.
And they're also
a gun to them would be an extravagance.
And also, people in homeless situations they're not thinking like people in an everyday life situation. They go into survival mode, and when you're in survival mode, things aren't as cut and dry as they are. There aren't as clear a line between good and bad like there is when you're a stable person. So trying to create a situation where we can arm more of them is just not it's not a conversation anyone would want to be involved in. Just because
I
we
don't know.
support
I don't
the
know if there's probably a better way
the
of saying it
because
than not saying it to get you guys to
we
understand what I'm
support the
trying to
Second
say.
Amendment, because we support the Second Amendment and we support the natural right to defend yourself, doesn't mean we have to engage in ridiculous arguments that makes us look like fools that believe guns solve every situation or make everything better, because anybody with any sense can realize it doesn't. So these conversations are kind of counterproductive. I mean, it's one thing when you're having an off-air chat, just ridiculousness, but an on-air serious chat about stuff like this is kind of counterproductive to the cause.
Well, it's just a topic, you know.
Yeah. So is child rape, but I don't want to sit around here and talk about it.
Oh my god.
Wow.
Yeah, he just went there.
And on that note,
No, actually, you all have been going there for about an hour, and I'm just trying to point out to you how.
And about 50 minutes of that was Dead Horse trolling him.
Yeah, I know, but it was. We realized that. But everyone out in the chat knew that, but it was like it's getting to where it's not, you know, a joke gets old after a while.
Is it legal to use someone else's address to get a firearm? Because you guys kept on saying get a friend.
If you're using that, no, you
If
use
it's your
that
address, it's your address.
Yeah, because you're using that address for something else as well. You're using it for all of your legal address, basically. So these guys that I'm talking about, they use an address of like a family member to get all of anything that they need an address for. That's their address, even though they technically don't live there because they live on the road. They're always working somewhere. So when they come back into town, they pick up all their mail. So that's their address. It's what's on their driver's license.
So
like a lot of people in the military.
ones
When I was in the military, my license stayed the same and had the same address in West Virginia on it the whole time I was in the military.
So what about the ones that were in the orphan system that got kicked out after they turned 18? They don't have addresses for families and friends.
Well, if they're working like these guys are, they've probably made some really good friends along the way or something.
I want to know why people that were in the orphan system, or that you call it, which isn't the orphan system, I think you're talking about the foster care system, why people that were in the foster care system that are now out on the streets, why you want to interject guns into these situations and pretending like guns are somehow going to make their lives better instead of actually dealing with the things in their lives that they would need to deal with before guns ever even became a priority. Because, like I said, once again, it gives this appearance that we're these crazy people that think everybody should have a gun regardless, and that's just not a bright position to be taken.
It's an option.
Most of the people that you're talking about, though, Tony,
they do have an option. They have an option to pull themselves up by their fucking bootstraps, get a job, get an apartment, and then go buy a gun if they can afford it. They have that option. No one is abridging that right. No one is, suspending that right from them. They have that right at any given moment that they want to do it.
Yeah, I agree with you on this.
A lot of hoops to go through.
When they're facing those issues, last thing on their mind is buying a gun to protect themselves. I mean, most likely, if they're working to better themselves, like I said, they're looking to put food in their belly, clothes on their back, and a roof over their head first.
And if someone came to me and said, yeah, I'm homeless, but, I want to buy a gun, I'd be like, okay, well, don't you think there's other things you should probably be taking care of before you buy a gun? Like maybe getting a job, maybe getting an apartment, maybe getting cleaned up a little bit, maybe stopping doing drugs, maybe whatever.
Well, if you know homeless people, some homeless people do have jobs and they're trying to pull themselves up, but some of them can't get out of it.
Some do, but like I say, almost always there's one point in their life where they could have made a different decision, where they're not in the situation they're in.
But sometimes some of them don't have that decision. They
Very
don't get that
few,
option.
but we don't change the rules to fit the exception. There's nothing logical about that.
But what if the exception is the majority?
The exception isn't the majority. What if
That's all
blue
I
is
needed to
black?
know.
What if red is
Most
That's
of
all
the
I
guys,
needed to know.
most of the people you're talking about, Tony, are people that you probably don't even know that they don't have a home, because they're probably like the guys I was talking about who are on the road working all the time, and unless they told you that they don't actually have a house or an apartment, you would never know, because they never use it anyway. So there's no they're working all the time. But these guys, they've got their acts together. They didn't always have their acts together, but they've got their acts together. They just don't have a house because they've been working so long, I guess, like that. That's their life, is on the road. So I don't think you could change that in them. They're always going to do that as long as it's something available for them to do.
And since that's their life, if they want to say one day own a firearm, they can, like you said,
They may do it. I don't know. I don't know.
But
if
how do
these
they do it?
guys? I don't know. I don't know if these guys have guns or not. But they may very well have a gun. They may have a concealed carry permit for every state that they can get one in. I don't know, because I've never had that discussion with them. I'll bring it up the next time I see one of them in town, though, and see. But the fact of the matter is that it's like it's become a lifestyle for them to work on the road like that. So it's just what they do now.
And should we give guns to all immigrants, all illegal immigrants?
No, because they're illegal immigrants in the first place.
Well, wait, why not? Why shouldn't they get a gun?
Because they don't have the same rights as we do.
Why shouldn't they? They're here. Why
Because they're illegal.
But why shouldn't they have the same rights? Why
If
shouldn't
they want to have the rights, then they can go get it.
So exactly. So there's conditions they have to meet before they can go get the gun, right?
So okay, so can we give conditions for homeless people to get firearms in?
Yeah, the conditions are they have to go out and pull themselves up, become a productive member of society, meet the criteria for buying a firearm, and buy one.
But like Sean said, some of them like living on the road.
Well, great. Then
Yeah, but those guys that I'm talking about, they have somewhere that they can put down as an address, because they have to get their stuff to do their taxes with every year. You know, they still have to file their taxes.
And that's why I say, let's try to get them an address. Like, whether they can use it as a friend or a family member,
Well,
let's try to get them an address if they can do it.
Why wouldn't your calls be then to try to provide housing for homeless people, and not be the rally cry of let's give guns to homeless people, because that sounds crazy. So if your problem is that they don't have homes, so they can't buy guns, well then let's work to give homes to homeless people. Then they can decide if they want to buy a gun.
There you go. See, that's a solution. We need to make solutions. You guys are trying to fight me with it when you supposed to be helping me, improve the theory or the topic.
But Yankee already said that when he said to become a productive member of society. That kind of does that, because if you're a productive member of society, whether you have a house or not, you have a job. You're probably making friends. At some point, you've probably made a friend that enough of a friend trusts you enough to get mail there for you or something. And there you go. You've got an address you can put on your driver's license when you go get it. Now you can buy a firearm.
And when I say a homeless, law-abiding citizen that is trying to be productive, then, yeah, see, they can get a firearm. But I'm saying if they're drug addicts and all that stuff, no, we shouldn't arm those guys, If they're mentally ill and drug addicts, no. But if they're willing to pull themselves up, get a home, get an address, and get a firearm,
Most of those people you're talking about, like I said before, most of those people you're talking about, nobody even knows those guys are homeless. They try their best to look like everybody else. You're not going to notice them smelling or... they're pretty much just like everybody else, except they don't go and lay their head in the same bed every night probably, and some nights it may be on the ground somewhere, but they just don't have a home. But in every other way, they may even have a car, maybe where they live is in their car.
Okay.
But
now, there is a real actual similar case going on right now in our justice systems. There's a 18-year-old kid here in Utah named James Edwards. I posted a couple links there, and he's in high school right now. He's 18 years old, but because he is in a guardianship of the state, he's considered, because he's in foster care, he's considered a guardianship of the state until he's 21. He has plans of joining the Marines when he graduates high school. He wants to get a rifle to practice shooting with before he actually leaves for the Marines. He's 18 years old, legal age to buy a rifle here. And because he's in foster care, they pretty much say they pulled some best interest of the child law, and they don't believe that an 18-year-old adult, it's in his best interest to have a firearm under that law. Because he's in foster care.
Yeah,
he has
that because they're going to say the court is basically going to come down with the ruling of at any time you have the right at 18 to terminate foster care, you have the right to terminate state custody, you have to surrender the privileges that the perks you're receiving for being in foster care, but you do as an adult have the right to surrender those perks.
And
yeah, that's what they said. They said he had to emancipate himself.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But he's still in high school. If he's still in high school, he's still considered a juvenile in the state.
Yeah, we've had several cases like that here in our system, and it's always, like one of the kids in foster care saying, I'm 18, I want to be able to do this, or I'm 18, I should be able to do that because I'm an adult, and the court always says, great, sign this paper, pack your shit, get out of the foster care housing, and you can do whatever you fucking want.
Technically, you can do whatever you want if you want to.
Would be in his best interest to finish school, join the Marine Corps, and worry about getting a gun later.
And that's his choice to make. Does he want to get out right now? Maybe he says he's got a job, so do you want to get out, get a roommate somewhere, buy a gun, and give up the chance you have of staying in the foster care system until you're out of school and having them help pay you for, education, etc.? Or do you want to give all that up and buy a gun now, or do you want to stay in it? And that's his choice to make. And I don't feel any need to give it, and I don't feel any need to alter a system to where he can have both.
It also states that as a student, his parents could deny him the ability to own a firearm because he's still under their house and still under their care. So
deny my child any fucking thing I want as long as he's living in my house. Well,
another question is, even if they give him the right, where would he store the weapon? He's in foster care. They're not going to let him keep the weapon in a foster facility.
Well, probably if he's in private home or wherever, but he still can't. The licensing of the foster care home wouldn't allow them to let him keep it.
Well, then I hope we, as firearms owners, don't ever hit hard times because we do love our firearms.
If I ever hit hard times, believe me, I wouldn't have any firearms by the time I was done because I'm not going to allow myself to be homeless while I'm still sitting there.
I have hit hard times, and I have had to sell a lot of guns before.
Yeah, me too.
It's one of those things that once you do it, and you finally get them back, they're that much more valuable to you than they were before.
But if you're only down to your number one special firearm that you love so much, and you're still hitting hard times,
then you give it to a family member and have them hold on to it for you until you straighten it out.
That's assuming if you have a family member, if you're not in the foster system.
Well, apparently the gun wouldn't even be at his foster parents' house.
But you're talking a different system there because if you've got one left, you can keep it. No one's taking it from you. You don't surrender it because you surrender your address. It's still your property until you commit a crime. So I'm not understanding what the problem there is.
Well, no. Apparently, he has a. I'm just reading from the article here. It says apparently the gun's not going to be stored at.
No, I'm talking about what he said about if you're down to your last gun and then you still hit hard times. Well, you got one gun, you're on hard times. You still own it. You don't. It's not one's going to come take it from you.
Oh yeah. No, I agree there.
It's like if for some reason I were to go homeless, my firearms would go to my friend's house, and I would my best friend's house, and he would keep them from me until I got on my feet again.
Well, I hope they have friends and foster parents then.
He doesn't have any guns right now, so he doesn't have anything to worry about. You can't lose any guns. He doesn't have any.
True point. Good point there. Well, if we're done with that subject, I guess we can get on something else.
Who bought their Haas USMC patches so far? I'm guessing no one, because I was the first one to donate to the cause.
Haas USMC patches?
Yeah, G-Webs did a video on it earlier. It's in the link to the lobby. It's on the side. It's it's kind of like what they do with the Yankees patches.
But for Haas USMC?
Yeah, for the Haas USMC, they're the second edition patches. So I went ahead and I got the 2-pack for $20.
Oh.
And I donated like 20. It was a total of 27, but I mean, hell, I could spend that on food and like one dinner at a restaurant. So.
I'm going to have to get me one because I want to make myself a Dickies shirt with the patch on it.
I'm just trying to expand my collection. See, I got the Yankee Posse, Yankee Marshall Posse patches. I want to have my Haas USMC patches and my gun sight patch, my gun channel patches.
That reminds me, I still haven't opened the envelope G-Web sent me from Gun Channels this month. I need to open that.
I haven't got one yet. Is that something he just does with you guys, like the bigger feature channel?
I don't know if it's. I don't know if it was just something. I don't know if it was just something he sent or something you get when you're like that certain level of membership where you pay a certain amount a month for Gun Channels.
I upgraded my membership to featured channels, and I really don't care if he sends anything. I was just curious.
Yeah, I don't know if he does. I don't know how you get them. I just know I got something. I don't know what it is. It could just be like a picture, a Xerox copy of his ass, for all I know. I haven't opened it.
Okay, I kind of hope not, but
kind of hoping so now. Make a more interesting video when I open it.
Now he's going to do that next month.
I haven't seen any of your videos yet, Yankee, and please forgive me, but I will catch up and see what you got.
you got a lot of watching ahead. You've got a lot of videos.
No, because I generally don't watch his humor videos, but sometimes I do. But yeah, I usually watch all his uploaded ones, like he usually uploads. So yeah, I haven't seen any of them since 3 days ago. So.
Well, I haven't posted a video since 3 days ago.
Oh, so then I guess I'm up to date then.
Well, the last one you did was the one on France, right?
I think so. Yeah. I go through stages where sometimes I'll upload one a day, and then I'll go to where I'll upload like one a week, and then I'll upload one every couple of days, and then I've gone 6 weeks before without uploading a video. I went one time where all of the end of November and all of December I didn't upload a video. It just depends on how the mood strikes me and if I've got anything to say. Right now I've got like 30 video ideas sitting on paper around here that I've never done that I still need to do. And then there'll be times where I just don't have anything I want to do. And I've been lazy lately, too. Haven't felt like filming. Had other things to do.
Well, you know,
Welcome to life.
Well, with the holidays coming up, I don't see you're going to have too much time.
I'm selling a gun, so now I got to figure out which gun I'm going to buy with the money from the gun I sell. Because if I sell a gun, I like to use that money to buy a gun.
Out of curiosity, which one are you selling?
I'm selling the P30 SK.
Wow. I thought you really liked that gun.
Oh, it's a great gun. I just don't. It doesn't do it for me. And there's no particular reason why it doesn't do it for me. It just doesn't.
So,
Well, I hope.
out of curiosity, the Tavor, did you buy the Tavor or the Python? Or the King Cobra? Or did
Neither yet. Neither yet. So that is still ongoing. That is separate. I've still got that. In fact, I've still got the check sitting up here that I need to deposit to buy that.
Well, hopefully it's not one of those firearms you'll regret later.
Only if he buys the Tavor.
Well, if I bought the Tavor, I could always resell it. But but I think about the Tavor, and I'm like, I've got the AUG, and I hardly ever shoot the AUG. And then that new Tavor is supposedly coming out next year, so I'm like, I'd hate to buy a Tavor now and then have that new one come out next year. So I'm kind of waiting for the SHOT Show to make my decision, so then I'll know if that new Tavor is coming out or not.
Why don't you get the new Galil?
I can't think of any reason why I would.
He wants a bullpup.
I like bullpups. What's your favorite bullpups?
I'm not a real big fan of bullpups, but I like the AUG probably best of all of them.
I've liked the Steyr AUG ever since I saw it in Die Hard.
I like the way they look, but I don't like them in actuality because the triggers are usually kind of crap.
See, I always heard that, so I bought that trigger that guy makes for the AUGs. It supposedly makes them so much better. And then I bought it. It came in, and I went out and shot the AUG, and then I was like, this trigger doesn't bother me at all, so I've never put that replacement trigger in.
I got to shoot the AUG when the Aussies came to play with us in Hawaii. This is back when I was in the Marine Corps. I got to shoot the AUG and the AK when I was in the Marine Corps because we had the Russians and the Australians come like back to back together. And it was fun. It was a fun shooting gun, but I still like the AR better myself.
Was that during the Jade Helm training?
No, this is back in like '94. I was stationed in Hawaii. They came in. They got to shoot our guns. We got to shoot their guns. We played rugby with them. They played football with us, and and then the Russians we just got drunk with.
Did anyone say that they liked your like M4 or whatever you're carrying better than they did their AUG or their AK?
Yeah,
or was it the opposite? Where is it they like, oh, your gun's a piece of shit, and my gun's superior?
It had the same effect the AUG did on me, from what I gathered. They never shot one, and they liked shooting it. But they are also trained on the AUG, so they're used to the AUG, so they prefer the AUG over the M16A2 at the time. And the Russians, they like the AKs over the M16A2. So actually, the AK-74s. Sorry.
Did you guys just what did you do, like drills with them?
No, we just took them out to the known range and known distance range, and we shot it. We shot the Marine Corps course at 300, 2, 3, and 500 meters or yards. Sorry.
Did any Russians know any? Did they all know English, or just like most of them didn't, or what? What was the language barrier like?
There was some language barrier. They actually spoke pretty decent broken English for the most part.
From the movies and shit, right? From them watching movies.
Well, actually, most of them had formal education.
Well, okay.
You know, there were several that didn't speak English at all, but the other guys translated.
But for the most part, like most of them did.
I would go as probably 40-60. 40% did, 60% didn't.
They were all little Nikitas.
Was there any like Czech Russian soldiers?
I don't know. They came in on a Russian ship. They were all like Russian Navy actually, so they weren't like actual. I'm sure they had their like Spetsnaz guys that protected the boat, but we didn't read any of them that I know of. Well, that killed the conversation.
I'm just looking up Bobergs. I'm seeing what's going on with them and how available they are now that Bond Arms bought them out.
What are you looking for?
Bobergs, the Boberg pistols. I guess that was a sinking ship, and then so they sold out to Bond Arms. And I'm wondering if Bond Arms bought them as a tax write-off, or if they actually intend to produce the guns in the manner they're made now.
Oh, I mean, that would be kind of cool.
You know, I want to get my hands on a nice PTR 91.
The only reason I don't own a Boberg is because the guy, I guess his name Arn or something like that. He was a total dick to me, so I'm like, fuck you and fuck your crazy fucking gun. Because they approached me a long time ago saying, hey, you want to do a video on our gun? And I was like, well, sure, but I'll buy one. I don't want to do a loaner gun. So they're like, oh, okay, whatever. And so I go and order one from a local shop, and they can get one. Well, like 2 months later, the gun still hadn't come in, even though it was like supposed to be a week before we got it. So I call Boberg directly, and I'm like, listen, I went and bought one and tried to get it, and it won't come in. And I was like, is there any way I can buy one directly? And he's like, oh, yeah, we'll sell you one directly. So he quotes me a price. The price is about $75 to $90 over the MSRP that's published for the gun. And it's about $320 more than what I had just paid to order the gun locally. So I was like, well, why are you charging me a premium price? He's like, it's a premium gun. Take it or leave it. I don't got the time to fucking deal with you. And I was like, well, then fuck, I'll leave it. Who gives a shit? So I'm not really that sad to see that it was a sinking ship.
Wow.
I mean, you come to people and ask for free publicity. They don't even want you to give them anything. They say, well, I'll go ahead and go buy it myself. And then you try to gouge them when they're trying to give you publicity. And then act like a dick when they don't want to be gouged.
Yeah, that definitely doesn't sound like a very positive business plan.
Now, then I heard from some people on our local forum, one of the guys went to high school with him, and they're like, yeah, he was been a dick since high school. So I'm like, oh, well, then it wasn't, I don't feel so bad then.
So, Heavy, what ended up happening in Paris? I never caught the end of that. The last I saw, there was still like one guy held up in the apartment. Was he the mastermind, or?
I don't know. You know as much as I do.
No, he wasn't the mastermind.
No. DB called
Now,
it.
I'm getting mixed stories though, because I hear like there were 6, and now I see there was 5, and then they say 4 was shot, and now they're saying 2 was shot. One of them blew up. They're just mixing stories right now. But what I do know is that they're all saying that the last guy was not a mastermind.
DB called it. He said like he said that he didn't think the mastermind was in there that whole time when the news was saying the mastermind's in there.
Oh, most likely, the mastermind probably had those guys do it. They bought into his story, went out and did it, and he's running free.
Did they say how many of the people that were in the apartments and the one that blew up, were they Syrians?
I think only one of them was Syrian, wasn't he?
No, that was
or
from
did that
the
story
bombing.
change too?
That's what the bombing
No,
suspect.
I thought only one of the people last night were too. I thought the rest of them were like people who were already living in Paris. They weren't like native Parisian, but they were already living there. They were Muslims who were already in Paris. Don't know what original nationality they were, but they said only one of them was Syrian, though, unless that story has changed as well.
So you mean that they were just like some nice, friendly family that took him in when, like, you're a fellow, from my country or whatever. We'll take you in and try and help you out.
I don't know. That
clothe
was just
and shelter you, and
that was just the only thing that I had heard about it. So I don't know if that's because they're still not straight on how many people actually got killed the other day, because their numbers going from 120 to 150. And
I saw 170 at one point.
Really? Well, there was somebody said something about over 200 that were injured.
Yeah,
and they were
I
talking
saw the
about
same
like
thing.
it was like, the number started out at like, I don't know, it was like less than 100.
I saw 300 injured.
Yeah, so the total of that keeps going up, which is reasonable, because anybody who was treated in a hospital from any of those locations for anything, if they got hit by somebody else while in the excitement and confusion, they got slammed up against the wall and dislocated their shoulder, then now they're an injury. So
like we were watching it the night when it happened, and like watching that whole thing unfold all night, right? And like at one point on the news, it's like 4 police are injured, right? And like hours into it, like 4 police had been shot or whatnot, and then all of a sudden you see this like cop. He has this drop leg holster, and he's like limping and stuff, and like and they help him up into the truck, and he and like they drive him away, and then they upped it to 5 police injured, right, on the just on the screen, 5 police, just all it said was 5 police injured, and then like literally like 5 minutes later it went back down to 4 police had been shot instead of 5 injured. Because they're like, oh no, he just fell, that drop leg holster.
Oh, do you know the real number now?
The last I saw, they said 174 shot and over 300 injured, and that's just the last number I saw.
For the raid, like, do you know the number?
I haven't seen anything on it since that night.
Yeah, I haven't seen anything on it since we were watching it.
Yeah.
Because if the peak was 5 and it went down to 4, it would be really, really messy if it was like they drop it down. Oh, never mind. Only 2 police officers got injured. Like, where the hell did you pull 3, 4, and 5 out?
And then like earlier that in the morning, one of the Fox News anchors on Fox, she was sitting there and she goes, oh, I see these guys in these white suits, and these guys are in like the little flimsy white plastic suits, like not like space suits, just like the really thin, like literally cheesy plastic suits with like a little, dust mask, over their face, and they're all walking up towards the police, and she's like, oh, I believe those 2 are bomb technicians, and I'm just thinking, wait, where's like all the like that just I didn't know what they were. Yeah, I didn't. They were like crime scene investigation, people like forensics, But like she was calling them bomb technicians are going in there, so she's calling the people in the little cheesy white suits the bomb technicians, And then there was like literally guys in like full huge armor, with those 1-inch thick like blast shields. They're not even like a riot shield. They're just like a wall standing right there. And she was calling the guys in the flimsy plastic suits bomb technicians. Did they announce that they found any bombs, or did they find any bombs, or have they announced any of that shit? Like, oh yeah, we found like a stash of AKs, bombs, plans.
No, nothing I know.
He wrote it in his
only the stuff that they found last night, like after the fact, because the one like blew herself up or something. They said she had a suicide belt or vest or something on.
They were saying the other guy who died, like, I don't know if it's true, but they were saying it on Fox that, like, a sniper took him out, like a police sniper is the one who killed the second one.
Or was it the first one? I thought the second one was the girl that blew up.
Or that maybe it was
I don't know.
or just one of the two. I don't know if that's true. That's what Fox News was saying, that he got killed by a sniper with like a Ruger ranch rifle, I think.
2 or 3 died. 3 or 4 died. Which one they said? They said 3 or 4 died.
I heard 2.
So if 2 died, one blew up.
No, 2 died, including the one that blew up. One got shot and one got blown up. And that's the last I heard. That's what I saw. It could have totally gone up.
And how many got arrested? 3?
The last I saw, I think it was 5.
5?
Yeah, they were saying 7 total and 5 arrested. But that's the last I saw that morning. So fuck if I know.
Well, I want to know is how far the shot was a sniper to take out that guy.
Well, those ranch
rifles. If it was a ranch rifle.
Yeah, those ranch.
Yeah, if he was using a ranch rifle, he must have been a hell of a shot. That's some,
He probably had a different rifle that they are not disclosing.
Most likely he had some bolts or something like that, or a.
All like the first responder cops all had like Ruger ranch rifles, and then like later in, like when like the SWAT cops came in, they all had the FAMASas, and then the Army came in with like some weird, it was brand like a weird, it was like a brand new FAMAS. It was. But the very first cops on there and stuff that I saw all had those Ruger ranch rifles.
Hey, those are special Ruger ranch rifles.
Yeah, they
have a different roll mark on them.
Hey, for all we know,
they were probably AC 5.56s.
No,
they are,
308s.
and that's actually really they're 5.56. They're actually I believe the only difference in them is that they have a different roll mark on them. Because I read an article in Shooting Illustrated, and they were contracted special for them, and they've got a different, like their import mark or whatever, where it would normally say Ruger and all that. I think it just says Ruger on the bottom or something, but it's got the some French thing is the roll mark that's on them.
Did they say they were 5.56, or are we suggesting that they're 5.56?
Well, the ones that they use are 5.56, so I assume that that's the same ones, since that's the ones that they're supposed to be using.
Unless they got the new 300 blackouts or the 6.8.
Yeah, they could have converted.
We're talking about the French here.
So they're AC 5.56.
These were the ones that were bought from the set of the A-Team when it closed in the 80s.
Hey,
those were stainless. Those were stainless. Could be them.
You can joke about the Ruger Mini 14 or the Ranch Rifle or the AC 5.56. So I'll tell you what, they're an excellent gun.
Well,
the newer ones, well, by newer I mean like ones made in like the last 20 years, are a lot better than the earlier ones that were made, because the earlier ones were pretty much crap. Because one, they were not, they wouldn't hold pressures of 5.56 because they were only chambered in 223, and they also the barrels were not very accurate at all.
Oh, they're definitely like a 3 or 4 MOA gun at 100 yards, but I mean, they're still a pretty good gun.
I think someone in here quotes Bill Ruger as saying
the world's most expensive Plinken rifle or something like that. Yeah, it's something like that's what he said. Or at least that quote floats around as being him saying it.
Well,
I think I actually saw it in a magazine one time that he was supposed to have said that.
I never had any problem hitting steel at 300 yards. So I mean,
well, haven't you guys ever seen a firearm that you thought it chambered that kind of caliber, but then when you came up to get a closer look, it was a different caliber, but it looks exactly like the one you thought just chambered?
Yeah, it's called the Ruger Mini 30, the Ruger Mini 14 6.8, or the Mini 300. They're all identical in appearance.
I do it all the time with my SIG 229.
So that's what they could have had and something higher.
I use my SIG 229 at the range all the time, and I accidentally take 9mm instead of 40 ammo for it, and so I confuse it all the time. But I still end up shooting the 9 through it.
All right, smart ass.
So if all the minis look the same, so how do we know that's the exact same one? Unless they're this close.
Because those are the ones that they contracted Ruger to make, and unless they've recently changed that, then those are the ones that Ruger makes for them.
Not to mention most NATO countries use 5.56 or 2.23 as their primary weapon ammo anyway. It's also like known for police work throughout the world. Well, at least throughout the I don't want to say Americanized world, but
their main reason for wanting the ranch rifle was that it didn't look tactical, and they didn't want to look overly. They didn't want their guys to look overly tactical, so that's why they wanted it, because it was a semi-automatic rifle that shot that round, and it looked like like a hunting rifle or something.
So they didn't want the scare factor.
Yeah, they didn't want that jackboot.
Personally, I think that's a conspiracy. I think it's because everyone knows they have werewolves in Paris, and and the Ruger ranch rifle's a hunting rifle. It's for ranch, for shooting coyotes, wolves, and stuff like that. And that's what a werewolf. They're related. So I think that's why they used the Ruger ranch rifle.
Your intellect is
that makes a lot more sense than
saw
that tinfoil hat theory that I had.
I thought they had a Frankenstein.
I didn't think Frankenstein was from France. I thought it was from Germany, hence the name Frankenstein.
Well, they didn't make I, Frankenstein in they didn't make that movie I, Frankenstein in Paris?
It's a German name. Well, the doctor was German, so it could have been in France. I don't remember hearing about Frankenstein running loose in Paris or anything like that. So
I wouldn't probably want to deal with one anyways, because we don't know how to kill it.
Yankee, we know you know how to kill those supernatural creatures. How would you kill a Frankenstein? I don't think he's listening anymore.
I remember watching Van Helsing, and they knocked that dude's head off, and it still didn't kill him.
With excellent.
Aren't you going to kill him with electricity the same way they made him? I
thought that would feed him, though. Wouldn't that feed him, though?
I don't know. I think I've seen that in a Frankenstein movie before, where they electrocuted him to kill him because it was what gave him life, so it also killed him or something. I don't know. It was a stupid Frankenstein movie.
Was it consistent?
That's actually a very powerful thing, because you can use a defibrillator to bring a person back to life, but then you use an electrocutor to put them to death. So that's just humans. Imagine.
But remember, they tried to revive vampires with his electrocution and he didn't die when he got shocked again.
I don't know. I just remember one specific movie where they did that, and
We need to watch a whole bunch of Frankenstein movies and see what is consistent. Because I know fire, they're afraid of fire.
Well, most of Frankenstein movies I've seen, Frankenstein just kind of ran off into the distance afterward.
yeah, he usually doesn't end up dying. He usually ends up, which I don't think he actually ended up dying. Then I think that they just like, deanimated him, I guess.
Well,
put him back into, so that they could store him away.
okay, well, I'll tell you right now, Tony. There's a documentary about the one real Frankenstein. Okay, you should go watch it. It's called Young Frankenstein. It was made in 1974 with Gene Wilder.
I've seen it.
That's an excellent documentary. Yes.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. That's how I know. That's how I know they're afraid of fire.
Well, I'm just saying, if you go watch that documentary, it'll teach you everything you need to know about killing Frankenstein.
Oh, I know Frankenstein's mind could sometimes, with the right brain, it's either a child or a really grown angry man.
That is a quandary. We will have to do research and find out, how do you kill a Frankenstein? Why would you want to kill a Frankenstein anyway? They were gentle creatures, just misunderstood.
Yeah, but if you scare them, they'll probably kill you.
I don't know.
I mean, if you wave, like most movies, they like wave fire at them and they get angry.
Well, see, you got to remember, Frankenstein wasn't the monster. Frankenstein was the scientist. So if you want to know how to kill Frankenstein, just like a bullet to the head.
We're talking about Frankenstein's monster.
Okay, the Frankenstein's monster. Well, see, that's different. You'd probably have to watch Bride of Frankenstein, because getting married, that's instant death for anyone. So I would recommend the Bride of Frankenstein diary on how to see how to kill the monster. So.
Well, some would say that the scientist was the true monster, but then again, some would say that Vlad was much more of a monster before he became Dracula. So,
well, I just looked it up on Google, and apparently how to kill the real Frankenstein monster is with pancreatic cancer. So, yeah, that's how Herman Munster died. So,
I figured it would be prostate cancer.
Deli meat. Deli meats. That's how.
Let's just
pastrami, salami.
I mean, he is a mechanic, so let's just stop oiling him and stick gum in there. Let's see, we know how to kill zombies, we know how to kill werewolves, we think we might know how to kill Frankenstein's monster. What else is there? Loch Ness Monster. Okay, he's pretty easy, right?
Dr. No says to have him listen to this lobby chat. That's how to kill him.
I can agree with that. That would be cruel and unusual punishment.
The creature from the Black Lagoon, can you kill that?
I think you need to tune into Guns and Geeks podcast and ask a question there. They would probably have the answer.
Okay, I got an idea on firearms. Oh, what's your take on firearms that can register fingerprint, like to fire, use it?
You mean smart guns?
Yeah, smart guns. Yeah, basically.
I think it's kind of really cool technology, but at the same time, it adds too much complication to an otherwise simple device, and I think there would be a lot of issues.
Have you ever used anything that was biometric? That worked off your fingerprint?
Yeah, my laptop. That's how I get into my laptop.
How many times have you had that thing replaced?
None in 5 years.
Really? You've had it 5 years and haven't? Wow,
Yeah.
it must just sit on your desk and you don't take it with you all over the place or anything.
But if we gave smart guns to homeless people, then they can get, even if they got stolen.
This chip has to register with the chip on the gun.
Yeah, like
I say if you're going to use a smart gun, it must register the amount of gluten in your system.
Oh Jesus, we're just adding it all up.
And that'd be zero gluten then, because I support the banning of gluten.
Sir, you have no gluten in you. This must not be your gun. Self-destruct.
No, that technology has been around for a long time. As far as I know, they've never really put it into production. There was one company that was making some grips one time that I don't know if they ever went into production, that were supposed to use a block somehow. It was like the grip itself was, you had to replace all this stuff inside and the grips, and they had a place on them where you
it wouldn't let you drop the safety on the 1911. I think I saw those.
Maybe that's what it was. Yeah, I was reading about them.
That pin dropped down.
I read about them in a magazine. So that may have been what it was. But there was one company that did, but I don't know if they ever actually went in production or not. But I know that they apparently had a working prototype because there was a picture of them in the article that I read. But it's like a Guns and Ammo article back in the late 90s, I think. So they've been working on that technology since at least then. And
now, how would that operate? Would it be like an electric solenoid that would?
Yeah, it was like exactly.
Yeah, it like drops the little thing that you can.
Would close the circuit, and then it would allow the steer to drop so you could fire.
No, it would block the safety. I saw the same thing Sean's talking about. They were on I don't know if they were for other models, but the one that they showed was a 1911, and it literally just blocked, your slide safety, and just like it had like a little pin that stuck up out of the grip, so you couldn't drop the safety at all. And then once you activated it, it would drop that little pin and the safety, and you could just pop the safety down. That's all it did.
Yeah,
it was like really simple. It was really simple. Like it wasn't like there wasn't anything to it. But I don't know if they ever went into production or anything. I never saw them for sale anywhere.
But everything I've ever seen that used those little thumbprint reader things, if they were used in any kind of way outside of a controlled environment, like pretty much outside of sitting on your desk, then they didn't last very long. Like people that, I used to do tech support, and people would call in all the time with those things broken because they were like salesmen and stuff, so they were all over the place, going from office to office and constantly using their laptops, and they were getting beat around, and they were breaking those things, so they were constantly having to replace them.
Well, could we agree then that if you use those type of grips, that we'd have to change it to like the 42-foot rule and give us an extra second?
There you go.
I can see where there'd be a lot of issues with that because people's hand sizes vary. I mean, so the pad would have to be.
Well, you do that you don't have to keep your hand there the whole time. I don't know. You have to like unlock it and then you lock it back, right? So you have to lock it.
I can't remember either way whether you just like if you just pushed your thumb on it and it scanned it, or like I don't even know if it was like pressure activated or if it was constantly scanning. I don't remember those small details.
I think it was just like an unlock and then it locked back.
The only thing I specifically remember is because I wondered like how the hell does this thing work, and you could actually see the little pin sticking up out of the grip that blocked the safety. So I'm assuming your gun, like any gun that they made them for, had an external safety to begin with.
Yeah.
So.
But I think that the current incarnation of that is a constant. Once you take your hand off of it, it's no longer. It's now back on safety.
Well, they got
deactivated. It's not. It's got a hammer block or something on it probably, or
The-
I guess it would be a striker block. on
There's a couple prototypes of ones that have watches, right? And they're
Oh,
like,
yeah,
oh,
yeah,
well,
it
this
like
will
works
prevent
for
someone
Bluetooth
from
or
taking your
something.
gun.
Yeah.
Yeah, this will prevent someone if they take your gun, they can't use it against you. Well, then why don't they just take your watch too if they can get a hold of your gun? Like, why wouldn't they just take the watch too? And then
Because it's a
can't use the
movie.
gun against you.
that's really not
they
like
got your gun away
biometric.
from you in a tussle. You see, you were going one-on-one with them, and they knocked the gun out of your hand and grabbed it. Because it's a movie.
But if
Yeah.
we implemented that 21-foot rule, they would never get close enough to do that.
Well, okay.
But they were a ninja, you see.
From walking up from behind you, grabbing your gun, and using it on you too. Like I can see, like going back to prisoners training, they practice on taking things, taking firearms away from each other all the time, even though they use mock firearms. That's why they have all these different retentions and holsters now. It makes it harder to be able to draw the firearm, except for in a natural way. So, I mean, also, the whole thing, it would have to be the entire front strap of the grip. Actually, I would say 3/4 of the grip would have to be, on both sides, would have to be fingerprinted. That way you could manipulate the weapon support hand as well.
Well, for it to work properly, it would pretty much have to be able to register your handprint completely. Like, when you set it up, you would have to be able to set it up so that it registers your handprint, or you would have to have the grip molded custom for you for it to even work, to know where all the pads of your fingers are going to be, so that it can read it reliably.
They'd have to do it on both sides too, because that way you could do support hand. You can manipulate the firearm with.
No, you can only use your gun with one hand from now on. You're not going to be able to pick it up with the other hand because you crushed your good hand. No, you only can use it with that hand. If you get your hand hurt, you're dead. You're not using it.
I was going to say, let's say they make this technology available, and all of a sudden all the police officers are using it now for their safety, and then they get shot in their strong hand, and now they can't transition to their support hand to defend themselves, continuing the fight.
Well, see, the other technologies that he was talking about, the one with the watch, that one will probably still work because you're close enough to the watch. But if not, then you just put a watch on both hands. That way, you've got it covered.
Well, what about, instead of using the grips, what about the trigger mechanism?
Those would be
on the trigger.
That'd be a pretty fat trigger.
Yeah.
It can't be as fat as the 2011, the new 1911, 2011.
Now, I had a trigger pad like that one time on a 1911. It was what are they called?
One of those clamp-on ones?
Yeah, it's got a set screw in it. It's really wide. It's supposed to be for like some kind of competition shooting or something.
It's just put it on there because they just call it a pad.
Yeah, it's just a wide pad is all it is.
Yeah.
But it had some good heavy grip on it, and the trigger that I had on there didn't have very good grip on it, so I put it on there and used it for a while. And I actually ended up liking it a lot because it was you just grab a corner of it basically and have the same you had the same grip on it as you would having it on there properly.
Have you seen the double one? Was it Arsenal 2011? Like two 1911s stuck together.
Yeah.
Yeah. Imagine those freaking triggers. It's not one trigger, right? It's two triggers, right?
Yeah, that was one trigger. That one's one. There's one of them that's one trigger. There's one I saw a video on the other day. It's one trigger. Every time you pull that trigger, it's two. You shoot twice every time you pull the trigger. It's one slide. The hammer is like soldered together.
Okay, technically, like if you want to get like very technical about it. It has 2 triggers, but it doesn't matter on which trigger you pull. Both
But yeah,
barrels are going to go off.
everything goes off
But
at the same time.
it doesn't
The
have like
magazines
one
are even
fast-
soldered together.
Well, I kind of wish we had a Judge Dredd kind of gun, but I guess that's out of the picture.
Well, give it time. I'm sure they'll allow us to have everything but double whammy and full auto.
Like if you can
Full
see this,
auto, shotgun rounds.
if you can see this one right here, you can specifically see the 2 different triggers, but they're like what Sean was saying, they're like welded together inside, or they're one piece inside. I'm not sure, but somehow they're connected inside to it. Doesn't matter which side you pull, both barrels are going off. And every video I've seen of those in high speed, one round's always leaving, ahead of the other one by, to me, which looks significant, but it's probably really not.
So in the end, it really doesn't give you more ammunition. It just gives you 2 chances to hit the guy at one time.
Yeah, basically, because you're hitting him with 2 rounds at once. But yeah, every time I've seen videos of it, it not only is the thing like really awkward to shoot. The one guy, who was it?
This is not for
which one it was.
Jerry.
He was. It was like he would shoot a couple of rounds out of it, and then it was like his hand was hurting because he couldn't hold it properly, and then he had to start over, or reposition his hand on the grip because that grip's so wide and everything, he couldn't get his hand around it.
They should have just gave it an extended mag if you wanted more ammo.
Well, they just wanted to build that because they could, basically. The thing is a ridiculous price too.
Yeah, they're like $6,000.
Yeah, it's like between $6,000 and $7,000.
That's more than 2 911 and 1911s you can put together yourself.
Well, it depends. If they're like Cabot 1911s, then you're saving half the money. Well, no, it's about the same.
Redneck engineering, just weld 2 of them together.
Well, I mean, I've done it several times, and it's like I just go out, I grab my welder, I put a couple tack welds, and then I usually use super glue in between the grips, and yeah, I mean, I haven't had a problem yet.
I'm happy for you.
That must be a wide grip.
I use a JB weld sometimes when I run out of flux, and I don't have any oxyacetylene left in my torches, and I don't have 220 power for my MIG.
I was just gonna say you should use MIG.
Yeah. Oh no, I use MIG. But it keeps blowing my breakers. I only have 120 volt outlet, so I just use like 2 different extension cords, and I keep thinking, 110 and 110. When I add them together, that should make 220. That's what I think, but for some reason it just doesn't work. And
well, you should weld those together too, and then that way it'll work for you.
Well, I took apart my entire microwave, right, and I turned that into a TIG welder. So I just use my microwave now on the aluminum guns, like when I put 2 or 3 or 4 AR-15s together. That's what I use as the microwave because it's a TIG welder, and that's what you need for aluminum is the TIG really. And so I've been practicing TIG welding with my microwave, and it's going all right. I've had some success. Quad barrel ARs, there's.
Okay, now we've gone too far.
I can't tell if he's serious or not.
That's like junkyard wars there, man.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
the ingenuity's there. I just don't know if it's redneck or it's, just blowing up smoke with his butt.
Well, you just
you
grab it. Really.
Here's advice on Dead Horse here. Take everything he says with a grain of salt.
Then I would have gout by now.
Well, I'm telling you, like okay, well, see, it's my business plan. Like this guy, he's he's making double barrel 1911s, and like you said, you just weld two together. That I thought of that a while ago about just welding two together and doing it myself. So that's what I did with a bunch of 1911s, Glocks. You just got to use super glue on the plastic, and then stippling. You can stipple them, get them real hot, and then stick them together, and then a rubber band. And
you just need a cigarette lighter and a that little plastic that model car parts are stuck to, the little parts tree.
Yep.
You use it and a cigarette lighter, and that's how you weld your plastic frames together.
You guys are thinking too much, man. I can do it for $10. I can do it for less than $10, and it's called duct tape.
Well, see, I tried duct tape, and the problem is it's not reliable. Yeah, at 4 or 5 shots, and it blows apart, and it starts coming all loose and apart. It'll last for like half a mag, but by the time you get to the end of that mag, it's like you got to redo the job, and you don't want to redo that every time. That's why I'm saying, like, you take your microwave, right, and you turn that into a welder. You turn that into a welder, then you take your like 2 $500 Rock Island Armories, 1911s, and you just stick them together, and I mean, you can find videos on YouTube about it. I mean, there's like tons of look for it on YouTube. Tons of people have just totally ever since those guns came out. There's like 1,000 videos on YouTube of other guys saying, "Dude, I can just stick these two guns together. All I need is a welder, and it's that easy." Like, and it is like because there's thousands of videos on YouTube.
Side. The rifling being the same direction, so the recoil is going to kick the gun up and to the left really hard. There's all sorts of little issues that, like you'd have to take a left.
Minor setbacks.
Oh wait, you mean like the slide release won't be on the wrong side of one of the guns, and the ejection won't be on the wrong side of one of the guns? You mean I got to think about things like that? I can't just weld them together?
Slide releases,
what
they're
the fuck? Dude.
Okay, they're slide locks, so you don't need to worry about those because, they'll lock open on the last round and then you just grab both.
Yeah, but on one of the guns, on the right-hand side one, that'll be on the wrong side. So, like, I'll have to get a left-handed 1911 and then a right-handed 1911. With, like,
no, you can just keep it on. No, you can keep it off once it's on fire.
Well, then there would be a problem with takedown, right? Because I'd have to push the pin through on the wrong way on one of them, and just like, I just can't weld two together. You just busted my bubble.
Damn.
You have to remove both of the takedown pins, and then fabricate one that goes through both guns.
Man, I'm gonna have nightmares now. I'm not even gonna be able to sleep.
Okay,
fabricating one to go through all the way through is a lot easier than putting one through backwards. I think.
All right, you just fabricate a new one and it goes through all the way through to the other side. And I'm just trying to help you out here, Dead Horse. I'm just trying to help you make sure.
Okay, how about this? How about this for an idea? We can just get a gun that shoots around corners for our troops, and we'll just take the barrel and bend it in 90 degrees, and a great big long barrel. We'll get like a long barrel, like a 30-inch long barrel, right? And we'll just bend it, 90 degrees. And some of them we can bend like 180, so they're like little periscopes. We can just do a full U-turn on one, and when they gotta shoot people behind them. Oh, yeah.
I actually saw a video. Somebody did that. Somebody actually took.
The Germans did that with an MP40.
Yeah.
That took it.
Didn't Forgotten Weapons do a thing on that?
Somebody did.
I don't know
where they did that, and it was they actually got them to shoot at 90 degrees. So.
I always wondered if they had any kind of fragmenting, like if that bullet fragmented in that barrel and was kind of coming out in pieces, or if I don't know if it was all lit. I don't know.
I don't know.
Or what kind of accuracy, yeah.
Well, the thing about the corner shot is that you can only use handguns, but I can see what the potential of you could do it to a rifle to fire something bigger than handguns.
Oh, that's what the corner shot needs. That needs bio pneumatic system. That's what we should sell as, So that way our troops, if they use their gun,
gluten percentages.
That's just ridiculous.
I
mean, come on.
Everything we've been talking about isn't totally ridiculous. You mentioned gluten being ridiculous.
We can do it cheap and glue 2 Celtics together, so, like from like the tip to the tip instead of the.
You'll shoot your eye out, kid.
Like, so then you won't have the takedown problem. Then you won't have the takedown problem.
Oh my god. I've had way too much to drink for this chat.
Is it possible that we maybe like, I don't know, talk about something not ridiculous?
We can talk about mechanics. We can talk about mechanic.
Huh?
We can talk about mechanic.
Yeah, what about your Canic?
Oh, it's the best gun ever made. Ever made. Like,
you really like it, then?
Oh, dude. Okay, like, it outshoots all the other guns I own. Glock, SIGs, HKs, like, everything. It is most accurate gun I own. It is, like...
Okay, now are we being
serious? Like, you're gonna see all the IS, you're gonna see all the pro shooters, like, everyone, all the match shooters, they're gonna be dropping their CZs and going to Canic.
Now I don't know if you're fucking around or not.
Okay, listen, I'll put it this way. I swear, I literally swear, the Canic is the most accurate semi-auto I own. Like, that's what it's... That is what it has proven to me, okay? I'm not saying anything else about the gun, but I will swear it's the most accurate semi-auto.
So there's no bullet drop?
Well, there's always bullet drop.
Oh, God.
Well, he said it's the most accurate, so I don't have to adjust.
Wait,
what does that? What does accuracy have to do with bullet drop or adjusting?
Because if you have to adjust to hit your target, and if you hit your target, that's accuracy.
It doesn't. Just because it's a Canic doesn't mean it's a laser beam.
Yeah. I mean, accuracy, bullet drop. You're gonna have bullet drop no matter what. The further you shoot, the more.
You DB.
But then, how can that be the most accurate if it's with bullet drop?
There's not a firearm in the world that
means that it would have less than others, or it would be more consistent in, like it's dropping exactly this much every time, no matter what, whereas everything else is varying a little bit. That would make it more accurate, because it's
I get that. That makes sense.
Than everything else.
When I say it's more accurate, I mean I set out targets at 700 yards, and it's just every shot. Ding, ding, ding! I'm ringing that steel. I'm ringing that steel. That's all I shoot. That's all I shoot is steel.
Okay? If you can outshoot Jerry Miculek, then I gotta see this.
No. See, I said 700 yards. He shoots 9mm at 1,000 yards. See, no, I only do 700.
So you what you're saying is you've got a guy off camera hitting a bell every time you fire.
Damn it, dude! Quit. Oh, you busted me.
Wasn't it Matt V that was doing that?
Yeah.
No, but then he has a guy running up in camo,
On a serious note, like when I say accuracy on the Canic, I mean shooting like paper at like 7 or 10 yards or 15 yards. How tight of groups can I get? And not necessarily the gun might not be accurate than my others, but for me, the way I shoot it, I really love how comfortable the grip is and how it fits my size of hand. It is the most accurate semi-auto I own.
That's what I was going to ask. What's the grip? How does it feel in your hand? And
it's great. It came with the second back strap, and I think it's a larger one. I haven't put it on because the smaller one that it came with is like perfect. I mean, it's really nice to shoot. It really is.
Have you ever made any good shots with it?
The very first 50 rounds I put through it were Fiocchi, and like every like all the way up to like number 38, every one of them like stovepiped or something. Like every one of them fucked up, and I was like, oh my god, this gun's the biggest piece of shit I've ever bought. I was just like, I only paid $300 for it, brand new, out the door at the gun shop, and I was just kicking myself in the ass for even buying it, right? Because like 38 rounds in a row, boom, boom, every shot, stovepipe or something, and after that, it just like cleared right up, like no problem. I haven't cleaned it or nothing. I'm up to, I'm up. Well, I'm gonna pass 1,000 rounds tomorrow, because I bought 250 rounds of Perfecta at Walmart, because they had it like on rollback for like $9.47 a box, and that's brass case.
I like that ammo. What I've shot of it, I've shot 223 and 40 caliber. No, 45. Yeah, it was 45, and it's pretty good ammo. It's a little dirtier than some, but I clean my guns after I shoot them anyway, usually. So
I haven't used it yet, because usually I just buy like white box or just UMC or just even Tula ammo or the Federal aluminum case or just whatever the cheapest is.
Yeah, I would say it's better than Tula. I don't know if it's any more accurate or reliable than Tula, but as far as cleaning up after, it's better. And that's usually what most plinking ammo comes down to anyway, is how much it dirties my gun up.
Is it brass?
Yeah, well, I know they make brass. I don't know if they have. Yeah, I don't know if they have steel case or not, but everything I've used from them has been brass.
Well, and it's kind of neat because when you can get brass for $9.47 a box, and I think Tula is like $10.58 or something for a box, or $10.99, $10.98 or something.
That's after. That's a 40-round box after taxes, though.
Anyway, Tula, that steel case Tula is like $1.50 more, and then the Federal aluminum case I think was 50 cents more, but that's still aluminum case. And with these Perfectas, I'm getting brass case, so I can eventually reload 9mm one day if I want. And right now, I think I know I have over 10,000 rounds of 40, just brass cases, and I have about 3,000, somewhere between 3,000 and 4,000 a 9 already, and so I have a bunch of brass. So whenever I want to start, once fired brass, so whenever I want to start reloading 9 and 40, I'll be set on the brass department.
Well, now is that Perfecta ammo? Is that new or is that reloaded too?
I think it's
ammo.
new.
Yeah,
sure
it's
new.
It's who the hell makes that? Isn't it made by
I got a box
Fiocchi?
right here. I think it is. It says made in Italy. Because I got the boxes right here. Let's see. Distributed by Tula Ammo is what it says. Is who it's
I want to
distributed
think that it's
by.
made by Fiocchi and distributed by Tula. I want to think somebody told me that one time.
It doesn't say anything
I
on
know
the
it
box.
says Tula on the box somewhere.
Yeah.
But,
looking all over. I don't. Yeah.
maybe I read that on a forum somewhere or something. I know I saw somewhere something about Fiocchi being involved in it as well.
Being in Italy, I wouldn't doubt it. And it looks like it has like some kind of brass wash. It's not. I don't know if it's a copper. It says a brass case, non-corrosive boxer primer. But it looks like that Winchester brass ammo.
Yeah,
like
they're not like polished up.
That
real-
BEB, the brass enclosed base or whatever ammo. That's what it looks like. But I'm going to pass 1,000 rounds on the Canik tomorrow, and that's with no cleaning whatsoever, and it sits between all of its shooting. It sat for like, a week or two at a time between going out and shooting it with being unclean, nothing. I'm going to see how far it goes before it starts
You're not even
screwing up.
like running a patch through it or anything?
Nothing. Not a damn thing.
Because a lot of times that's what my cleaning consists of. If I got good clean ammo, I just run a patch through it. I may or may not put a little.
You don't understand. This is a Canik. This is a Canik. It is like, it's better than a Glock. It's like the newer, better M&P Glock, but like 10 times better. But for only $300. There's like, it's now one thing I don't like about the Canik is that it consistently shoots 4 to 6 inches low. So and that's only at like 7-10 yards. I'm 4
Well,
to 6
that's
inches
easily
low.
corrected with a set of sights.
Oh yeah, and I can buy like $100 CZ85 sights to put on it, and but it's a $300 pistol, and I'm just like and I contacted Century customer service about it, and oh gosh, they told me
You were telling us about that.
yeah.
I think last week or week before.
Horrible customer service. Well, maybe not horrible, but for me, I wasn't happy. Like for me,
Century
like
as
I
in
thought it was
Century
horrible.
Arms?
Yes.
Didn't
That's
they tell
important.
you to like cut the sight down or something?
File the front sight down on 3-dot sights.
Yeah.
On a brand new gun. To just buy just to buy new sights. Oh, just buy new sights. Like it's and then it's all of them shoot true point of aim. So you must be doing something wrong. And I'm like, well, okay, well, like 4 other people have shot this gun, and it's they're shooters too, and it shoots the same place for all of us. All of us shoot at 4 to 6 inches low at just 7 yards, And then there's other videos. There's other videos on YouTube reviews, and these guys they're all saying, well, one guy said his shot like way high, like one guy said his shot like 6 or 8 inches high, but everyone else is like, oh, it shoots low. It shoots low. It's just some guns just do. And they have replacement sights for them, but they won't sell them to anyone. They have 3 different size front sight heights, and they were produced and made with the pistol, and a couple escaped. Like the one I got, Century said we let a couple out go with the extra sights, but they're not supposed to have them. And they won't sell them like replacements to anybody. So that's
Is your hand angled weirdly than normal?
Oh, me and all 4 other guys that go out that have shot it, like all of us, like who shoot a lot of rounds and own a lot of guns, like all of us are holding it wrong.
Yeah, but if you're
like,
if
did
you
ever
can
see like
hold it weird, then
Michonne? Did you ever watch Walking Dead? The way Michonne was holding that Beretta in her hand when she actually had to use a gun, like just a couple episodes ago when they're in the woods. And did you see how she was holding the Beretta? That's how I hold the Canik. That's.
I'm on YouTube or on Google, and it says Perfecta is Fiocchi. I don't know if it's the right Perfecta or you got like box or something you could like show us.
It's a brown box with green writing on it.
Yeah.
No one in Florida buys Perfecta. So if you buy me some good ammo, I'll send you some Perfecta.
But I think really the only reason why that Canik jammed like the first 32 or 34 or whatever it was rounds I put through it was because of the Cerakote. I think that Cerakote tightened up the tolerances because it's Cerakoted, and I think that's the reason why I was having issues. And because after like that 34th round, it just smoothed up. I haven't had a single problem with it yet, and I probably will eventually get some damn $100 CZ sights for it, for a $300 gun. But I really didn't want to buy night sights or I didn't really want to spend extra money on a $300 gun because that's just not what I do with cheap guns, is spend extra money on them. I don't even buy like extra mags for those guns. It's
Yankees RM 380 is pretty good. At least that's what he's saying. So.
Oh, I know, and he got that gun for like $300.
Yeah.
That's what's going to put Canik out of business, actually. Because at Canik, they even though they're like a full size gun, they pretty much sell them and gear them towards carry. Like, oh, this is like the new carry gun, and so now that there's a new 380 pocket pistol in the market, that's just, a lot of other guns are going to go. Gosh, I don't see them surviving. I don't see a market for any other subcompacts now. Oh, I looked up Yankee. I was telling Yankee that I saw like rhinos for like $4.59 used, and I went and looked at the old Shotgun Times. Actually, when I was going through a room today, I was going through a box and I found some old Shotgun Times that I've looked at them, and it was God, I can't even remember the name now, but it's some other revolver that looked like the Rhino. I thought they were the same damn thing, but I guess is Rhino a copy of a different revolver that came before that? I can't remember the name of it, but it had that whole.
If it is or not. How long has the Rhino been around?
Well, see, yeah, that's why I actually paid it looked, is because I think the other night Yankee said something like 2007 or something, but I remember seeing these ads
I
way.
thought they've been around. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. So
I thought they were around way before that, right? Because I remember seeing them in Shotgun Times for like $4.59 used. But when I looked today, it was a different revolver, a different name, but it looks just like it. It has that whole weird, the barrel's down on the bottom of the cylinder.
Yeah.
I was like, whoa, yeah. And these Shotgun Times were for like 2002 and 2000. They were from more than 10 years ago.
Yeah, I was thinking like back in the late '90s. Remember seeing them, but maybe it's that whatever that thing is you're talking about.
It's probably like XD. The XD used to be the Croatian H2000 or something like that.
Something, yeah.
People bought it and it became the XD. It might be the same principle.
Well, when I bought this Canik, the swear to God, the gun store guy where I bought the Canik told me that he is expecting a company. He said that a company like Springfield will buy the Canik just like how they bought the XD, the rights to the XD, and will produce it. And instead of being a $300 gun, it'll be a $500 gun. And then everyone will like it just when the price goes up and there's a different name behind it. That's what the gun. That's literally what the gun store guy told me when I bought the Canik. So.
Which version of the Rhino did he say he wanted?
Oh no, he already has a Rhino, dude.
Yeah, but I mean, isn't the Canik like a Walther P99 copy anyway?
Yeah, it has some it's more Walther P99, but it also has some CZ85 influence to it, and it's I don't know, it's kind of its own fucked up thing, It's because before they even started making the Canik, at least the model I have, or the newer models, they made a bunch of exact CZ85 clones. They were called the S120, and they made a whole bunch of those, and then they made the Caniks that everyone knows about today, and they took some things from the CZ85, but yeah, mostly it's a Walther copy, I guess. And the trigger is actually phenomenal on it. I mean, the trigger is literally a 3.6 pound trigger is what my Wheeler trigger gauge says, and it short reset, totally smooth as glass. I mean, it's just there's no grittiness at all. It literally has a better trigger than any Glock, any factory Glock I've ever picked up. Definitely, even Glocks with 3.5 pound ghost connectors. It's a way better trigger. It is what it is. It's still a $300 gun, but they have all these things that I don't know how much I buy into, that ISO 9001 certification, which I guess everything has to be done such an exact way and to exact tolerances and all sorts of requirements. They comply to that, specification. So take that for what it's worth. But I know there's other gun companies that I guess that are not 9001, that don't meet that criteria. And if it wasn't for the decocker, where every single time I go to the range and I've shot it, and set it down on the table or put it back in my holster, accidentally setting off that decocker, that takes I don't know, 14 or 15 pounds. I haven't measured it, but some some stiff amount of force to push in. If it wasn't for that decocker I keep setting off, it would be just I would conceal carry it.
Well, you've got the SA, right?
Yeah.
You need to beat you. But you rode, well.
I specifically wanted the SA. when I went out to buy it, because I didn't buy it for fucking carry or anything or for home defense or nothing like that. I specifically wanted the SA because I could get them in flat dark earth, and it was single action, and I like single action, and I wanted the better trigger on it, and it was my first full flat dark earth handgun. That was my very first one with.
I remember when you got it, you were constantly putting pics up on it and shooting it and all that, making vids. So.
Oh yeah, I was excited to get a $300 gun to beat the fuck down. So, because I don't do that with like a SIG or an HK or anything. I'm too pussy to do that to a good gun.
No, you're smart. That's like a SIG or an HK. I mean, you're looking at.
The Canik is like, I'll tell you right now. Like, a buddy wants to go shooting with you, and he wants to use your guns. Hand him the Canik. There you go. Here you go. Shoot this. Best gun in the world. Best gun ever made.
Question to you though. It's a $300 gun, and you're, complaining about the expensive added sights. Why not just file down the front sight?
Because I literally, okay, how I've always shot is I use the dot, not the top of the front sight, okay? And like on a wheel gun, I'll use the top of the front sight or something. But when I have 3-dot sights, the way that I've always shot, and where most of my pistols actually aim, is when I cover half of that front target with the top half of that dot. That's my aiming point. So when I'm aiming at like a 1-inch circle on my paper target, I cover half of that with the top half of the dot. So I'm actually aiming. So if I was to use the front sight, even I'm already aiming higher than, still higher above the target if I use the top of the front sight. But so even aiming at that point of aim, I'm still shooting like 4 to 6 inches low at just 7 yards. And the way I figured it is if I was to file it down enough, I would actually start going into the dot. So then I would have this.
That would probably rectify the situation.
Yeah.
But yeah, you're right. Spend the extra money on the TFOs or the excess stuff, or whatever you can buy for them.
Yeah, I hate throwing good money after bad, So like, I don't want to. God, I hate just saying, dude, I just bought even like $80 sights or even sights at all. Period. I don't care if they're $40 for a $300 gun. That it's not, and I don't expect it to. I didn't even expect it to be as accurate or anything else as it is. So I can't really bitch that much. But the whole fact that it shoots that low, and there's so many other reports and reviews saying that it shoots low, and so it seems like all of them shoot low, and that they've made sights for them in different sight heights, but they won't sell them to the fucking public for some reason because they're just idiots.
Well, okay, Century Arms is just the importer, dude. They're not.
I know, but why are they not on the phone with them saying, hey man, there's a bunch of Caniks here and they shoot low. And people want, different front sight heights, and they don't want to just be given them here, they're for free. They're willing to buy them for the $20 or whatever, a front sight, just a regular front sight without tritium or something should cost like $20. Send us 100 of them or something, Well,
why don't you cut out the middleman and just send an email to Canik?
Oh God, I don't speak that language.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out why the fuck I got an email from Remington telling me my order has shipped, and I haven't ordered any shit from Remington.
Because they're sending you free stuff to review.
Well, they wouldn't even have my address.
Well, did they maybe?
They do now.
When you bought the RM380?
I didn't buy it from Remington.
Did you do any kind of gun rebate on any kind of Remington, or like free mag rebate or something like that?
Nope, not that I know of, unless the... No, I don't know what the fuck's going on.
Oh, speaking of that RM380, did you shoot that thing yet?
I've only put 50 rounds to it yet. I haven't had a chance to make it back to the range yet.
Go ahead.
Not nearly enough rounds to tell whether I like it or not. It feels just like shooting my old war ball.
Well, that's positive.
Yankee, I'm curious, how does that like Pedersen block design work? Like, how does that compare to like you know, a Browning action.
I think we had a discussion on that. They
No,
got
no one ever like all I ever remember hearing on that discussion was that somehow the barrel moves back with the slide some, and then that was kind of all I remember of that. Like the barrel like somehow moves back with the slide some.
Yeah, it's like the barrel and the slide move back together a fraction of an inch. It unlocks the slide, and the slide can go back further, eject the spent casing, and it moves forward, loading a new casing into it, and then locking back in. They both, once it gets to that point, they both move forward and lock into position. And I mean, I just looked it up on Wikipedia, so I mean, I'm sure they have a much more scientific explanation. Well, I know they do. I just kind of broke it down to how I understood it. So I don't know if that helps at all, but yeah, that's pretty much how it works. The way the Browning system works is the barrel drops, and obviously you get the barrel tilt.
So the Pedersen
It just goes straight back. It increases accuracy that way.
So that block design on that one, the barrel doesn't tilt. It just goes straight back with the slide, or
yeah, it moves back a fraction of an inch with the slide, and then the slide unlocks at that point out of battery. Continues to the rear, ejecting the old round of the spent casing, and as it moves forward, it pushes another round up into the barrel, and then they both move forward and lock into position, and then it fires again. Or once you pull the trigger, it'll fire again. And then repeat the process. There's actually several firearms that do that. Can't think of any others offhand, but yeah. I think the Arsenal is like that too. I'm pretty sure the Beretta works like that too, doesn't it, Yankee? He's gone again.
he's right now like scrambling around saying like, you know, what did I order? Or what did I forget? What rebate am I getting? How the hell is Remington sending me stuff?
Is it a bad thing to get stuff from like companies?
I don't know. Maybe when he bought it, he gave him his email address or something like that, and they sent him a free magazine or something.
Maybe he ordered it while he was on a bender last week. Except I don't.
Well, personally,
as far as I know,
is,
Yankee doesn't go on benders, but I mean.
Well, I think the NSA gave Remington Yankees info, and they knew that he bought one of those RMs, and they want a good review on it. So they're like, "Oh, we better send him some swag."
We should ask him if he cleaned it, because then they probably put a chip in there.
Yankee clean guns? Never, never.
Because remember, he did buy it from a prepper shop, so there's probably a chip in there.
Wouldn't that be the exact opposite of true? Most preppers want to be like, if they don't want like to be followed or known or anything like that.
Exactly. So the conspiracy is that they're tracking preppers.
Ah.
I think you're confusing preppers with right-wing paramilitary paranoids.
I don't know. You gotta ask Yankee that.
No, they're probably more likely to track us than preppers. Preppers kind of stay low-key, off the grid kind of thing.
Well, that's why I only pay for my firearms in cash. I never use debit.
I only use debit cards, never cash. Cash is traceable.
Yep.
I just
Well,
love their
and,
faces.
and they say like what, like 94% of all the money or something. I don't know if that's true, but I heard it was like some outrageous amount has like traces of drugs on it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
You'll get 1% of 1 gram from 100 $1 bills or something like that, or 1 million bills or something like that.
Yeah, it's
It
like
would probably be more like 1 million, yeah.
it's like if you swab an entire bill and test it, then it's very likely that it'll show up trace amounts or something. It's supposed to be some crazy number, but I don't know how accurate that is. But seeing as how that you know, you pick up a dollar bill and it's been, you know, like the age of it and everything and the condition of some of them, you know, there's a good chance that, yeah, it has been rolled up and used as to snort some cocaine, or used to pay for some, or been in the same briefcase
or
with some,
stripper's
or
butt crack or something.
Well, that explains it. See, I always wondered why they laundered money, and so I was like, why the hell would you put it in the washer and dryer and just? Like, why would you clean it? Like, why? Like, how
I think there's a totally different laundering money.
This dirty money. Like,
Oh, they wash it. They put it in the washer, but then they hang it out on clotheslines and they dry it with a hairdryer.
no,
This is
see,
a
I saw
different type of
Lethal Weapon.
laundry.
I saw Lethal Weapon 4, and even right after they made that money, they stuck it in a dryer with like a bunch of poker chips. So like,
That's to make it look like it's used.
so I was like, dude, like, why do they have all this dirty money? Like,
Because it makes it rough and then makes it look like it's used money because it was fake money. So that make it look like it was real being used.
well, and I was wondering why they were using poker chips mixed in with the money in the dryer, and I figured, well, maybe they were like
get a lot
$25
of
poker
crisps.
chips and $1 bills.
You're
And,
gonna
like,
get a
that
lot
would
of
make
like,
it.
like bendings and printing and all that crisp stuff is gonna be gone.
I don't know. I'm going to go with Dead Horse on this. I think they were $25 poker chips.
Yeah.
What's
They
wrong
had
with a
to be-
$5 poker chip?
Or even more. I think I saw a couple different colors in there, but they had to be more than like the $1 bills they were making, because everyone knows that's like the most common, you know.
that they weren't laundering that money. They were just trying to make it look used, like legit, you know, because you know money does, you know, get all roughed up.
I can just imagine the guy, the homeless guy right now, you know, sitting there rolling his $1 bill up into a tube, and yep, and leaving drugs on it for the rest of us. Now that is a true patriot.
Is that why there's certain,
nose.
is that why there's certain amount of like you can get arrested for a certain amount of drugs, and if there's a certain amount that's not there, they can't arrest you for it, something like that? Is that why that's in there? Because if we all had $100, if we all had bills with cocaine all over it, will we get arrested and in trouble for that?
Well, I think that's where that that urban legend came from, was that you could be arrested at any time because they could swab a bill that you've got and probably find drugs. That's what the whole thing came from. And then somebody supposedly did some research on it and said that there was actually a whatever percentage actually did have trace amounts of drugs on them.
I was probably a cokehead, and he realized that he used about half his money to snort cocaine. So he just assumed everybody else was doing the same thing.
Yeah, I don't know how accurate any of that is, but I'm sure MythBusters has probably done a thing on that.
But didn't they say like in some states, like when a cop pulls you over, if you have like a certain amount of marijuana on you, that's not like enough to bust you. They just tell you to throw it away or just let you go or something.
That's only in Florida.
Well, that's
not Florida. No, I saw
think
this.
that's if you got less than a certain amount. I think that sometimes they will, but I believe that in a lot of places, under a certain amount is a misdemeanor, and over that amount is a felony.
Yeah.
And in those cases, I think that a lot of times that misdemeanor amount, they'll just throw it away or just let you go with it. You know, just like anything else if it's just like I don't even want to worry with writing this up.
Because I see a lot
in
of cop
California,
shows.
it seems to be if you have under an ounce, it's an infraction. Over an ounce, depending on and then depending on how you have it packaged, could be depending whether it's just intent with or possession with intent to sale or distribute. Also out here, like even residue of crack is supposed to be an arrestable offense, but honestly, the cops out here where I live got so much to do that they generally just destroy the drugs and send you on your way.
Yeah, see? I don't know why people say, oh, it's personal use, like that's going to make anything different.
Well, nowadays with everybody having their, like for marijuana, they got their card, their little medical card saying they can smoke. They totally abuse it. Like they'll smoke it out in public, and when they get popped, they're like, but I got a card. Well, yeah, it says you're allowed to use it for medicinal purposes at home, not in public. And they don't seem to get that.
Yeah, but in states that don't allow you to smoke marijuana at all, they like, oh, you got 3 grams or something on you? Okay, that's probably personal use. Okay, I'll let you go. No, they're not going to do that.
I know people that are growing this stuff, and it's like they're allowed 5 plants apiece, so they get like 6 people together, and they grow 30 plants.
In the documentary I saw,
6 pounds of marijuana, and then they can sell that for a lot of money.
In the documentary I saw, everyone in Florida goes to like beaches and nightclubs and just like smokes up. Like it's like all over.
You watch
there.
too many documentaries.
Oh, that and they do.
You should watch it. It's called Miami Vice. You can.
It was a
Yeah,
long
I've
running
seen that.
documentary.
I've seen that documentary.
I think it was called Miami Vice, and a lot of people did cocaine too.
Yes, it was, dude. Drugs everywhere. Every nightclub had drugs in it. Every beach, like every restaurant, like there was just drugs everywhere.
If you want to make your point across, just watch Scarface, that documentary.
Every boat had pet alligators.
Yes.
Yeah, it's true. It's very true. Pet alligators are the #1 pet in Florida.
But are they under 9 feet?
They vary in size.
If they're bigger than 9 feet, I'm gonna...
It was in that one movie, Stone Cold, with Brian Bosworth. Documentary, Stone Cold with Brian Bosworth.
If they're over 9 feet in Florida, I'm going to have dinner.
Well, you're supposed to have dinner anyway, but what are you going to feed the alligator?
That is my dinner.
Wait, you're gonna eat the alligator?
Yeah, because you can kill alligators over 9 feet.
Okay, now, ever since I found out about that, now I'm changing my whole position. Alligators are homeless.
And they deserve the right to protect themselves from human firearms.
If they know how to use a firearm.
Okay. No, like, how come we're not helping these homeless alligators? We should be giving them food. Okay, they have like nowhere to go. Like they're homeless. They don't have a job.
They don't have nowhere to go. They got the swamps.
Would you want to live in the swamps?
Yes, if I was an alligator.
Well,
dude.
And there's other predators in there, like snakes and things like that.
Do you know how much alligator on alligator crime there is?
Oh, dude, have you seen Snake on Alligator?
Okay, we should help them defend themselves. I'm with Heavy. I am all for these over 9-foot alligators to be able to defend themselves.
I'll agree with you in the Everglades, especially because the alligator habitat in the Everglades is being encroached upon heavily by discarded former pet boas and anacondas.
They're eating
it's
up
a
their
very
people.
serious problem, and they need to be able to defend themselves against those radical snakes.
Okay, then we need to find something to get those radical snakes.
Did I go too far with that one? The snakes being as long?
No.
That's where I was going with that, and I cut myself off at the last minute. I couldn't figure out a way for it to actually work into the without just.
These lethally,
Well, if we
these
just
lethal escaped felonious anacondas are Islamic fundamentalists that want to destroy alligators that are just trying to live in peace and harmony and eat weeds.
so could we say that the boa constrictors are refugees of sorts, and we should let them into our country? And
Oh no, man, we have other problems. We have invaders. We have snakeheads invading us.
well, aren't those refugees?
No,
Like,
they're invaders.
Don't they
came
deserve?
in.
What don't they deserve? And the chance to live and prosper. and share
But
the earth
they're not.
dream.
But
Now
they're
you're-
they're attacking the population. They're attacking the people that were already there. Like the bass and the grubs and grunts.
Hey, I'm
But that's
telling you
because
what,
they
dude,
run out of their own habitat. They
I
don't have
can't
one
support-
anymore.
I can't support your wanting to help out the Islamic fundamentalist boa constrictor escape the felons that are lethal when we have to worry about the whole 9-foot alligator crisis. We got to take care of that first, one step at a time. One step at
So
a
you're
time.
saying that we should fix our problems here at home first? Is what you're saying?
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah,
You know,
I mean,
the 9-foot alligator rule only applies when they're not in their habitat.
So
Well,
what
I
you're
mean-
saying that we should keep all these defenseless, homeless, refugee alligators and just lock them up in some kind of like what internment camp, some kind
No,
of
swamps.
refugee center?
Safe zone swamps.
I would say that's cruel and unusual for doing that. They need to be able to roam free. I mean, they're free creatures.
Yeah, in their
They can-
free zone swamps.
Hashtag guns for 9-foot alligators. I'm gonna start that. Hashtag every alligator.
They're gonna be shooting at us. They're gonna be shooting at us.
Well, we can't just stop at gun rights. We gotta consider possibly arming them with tasers, mace, cameras, RFID chips.
Hashtag
these oh gosh, but these animals don't have portable thumbs though. Like they can't bend their thumbs.
Then the Disability Act, right? The American Disability Act. We have to accommodate for them. So that means that we have to design guns.
And that means chimpanzees need it too.
I don't appreciate you belittling these alligators by calling them stupid or comparing them to other animals. I mean, they're
Oh, we're not calling them stupid. We know they're smart.
and they need to be able to defend themselves. And we should
Oh,
find
yeah,
them.
yeah, they can defend themselves all right. Yeah.
We need to give them firearms.
No,
Every
man, they got
alligator should
teeth.
have an
They can
AK.
use their teeth. I'll use my teeth on somebody if I have to.
Oh, but wait, a
Arsenal
homeless person, a homeless man, he has teeth. Well, sometimes.
Okay, all right,
But-
let him use his teeth then. But if he has an option to get something else besides his teeth, then let him do it. We can get knives. We can get.
Wait, but I know, but
sticks.
wait. You said let him do it.
Let him
I thought before your argument was that we needed to help them and provide for them and help them do it.
No, I didn't say we need to help them do it. I said if they can do it, they can go ahead and go get it. But we need something to help them, like an address. Like provide them an address.
Yankee already told you about the whole address issue and solved
Yeah,
that.
exactly. That's why we stopped talking about it, because we already figured it all out and stuff.
So we just relocate all of them into the Everglades, put a big fence around it, and whoever comes out.
Wait, you're
Can
talking
do
about putting
whatever
the
they
homeless
want.
in the Everglades? Or are we talking about alligators in the Everglades?
With the-
Whoa,
Because if you
whoa,
put them in the
whoa,
Everglades,
This is starting to sound a lot like Trail of Tears Part 2. All right, you don't need to
with the no, it's not a trail. It's a swamp.
put all
Not
the
a trail.
homeless in the Everglades.
It's different. With the alligators and the
Oh
boas,
crap!
So it's a swamp of
and
tears.
sell tickets.
The swamp of tears.
Sell tickets, pay-per-view.
So we have a swamp full of alligators and homeless people.
How many thousands of innocent alligators are gonna die on this trip to the swamp of tears? You know,
Would you
The
like
solution
to?
is
Would you
obvious.
like to make a
okay?
documentary about that?
We just need to do what Hawaii did, okay? And like when they had like some kind of like rat problem or something, I can't remember for sure. It was rats or some type of rodent or something. They brought in like what, like weasels? I think one of the Hawaiian gentlemen was telling me. Like they brought in weasels, and now the weasels are killing all the native birds and all this stuff. So then we need to bring something in, or mongoose, whatever.
We did that here. Yeah, we did that here. We like imported coyotes, and so now we have a coyote problem. They like imported coyotes here, like I don't know, 40, 50 years ago or something, to clear some varmint off of some airstrips. They're like small utility airstrips, and they used them to clear the critters out from around them. And now there's coyote problems. So,
well, what eats like one of those big, boas? What species can we introduce down there?
Bigger boa? An alligator? I believe alligators.
We can't give alligators firearms because they're medulla oblongata, and that's what makes them so aggressive. So they are not mentally stable to have firearms.
No. That documentary specifically stated that it was because they had sore teeth.
Oh, what? Yeah, but they're aggressive because they're sore teeth.
Well, if we provided for them, and instead of giving the alligators money, if we gave them stuff like food, right? I saw this other documentary called Lake Placid where the alligator got really, really big, and then he'd be able to defend himself against the boas and eat them all.
That's because
don't give them money, give them food.
Feeding the cows.
Yeah, exactly.
She was feeding her cows to him.
So instead of giving money to the alligators, we just give them food, maybe some like clothing.
Don't give them too much. Don't feed them cows. That makes them get really big.
Yeah,
that'll get rid of all the boas, right?
Well, get them calves dead boas.
And that'll let them defend themselves
against cows. Come on. I saw this documentary called Chick-fil-A. It says eat more chicken.
Dark meat or white meat? Hey, we can give them the dark meat.
I'd prefer you.
That's just racist.
Dark meat's got more flavor.
No, that's not racist because we're not talking about people. We're talking about chickens here. Or is it racist? Animal racism.
Every chicken life matters.
Especially the
What's wrong with white chicken and black chicken? What's the difference, huh? You trying to be racist here?
Why does it gotta be about color?
I wonder if humans are the only ones that have racism.
I watched a short video the other day, like one of the D News or one of the science channels or something that I watch, that said like back in like 1948 there was like some kind of almost like contest done, and they found like the perfect chicken, what they like described as like the perfect chicken, right? And then all of our chickens today are basically almost like clones of that one chicken. Like they're all based off that one chicken, all like the breeding genes and everything. Like all the chickens like that we have pretty much are like based off of these like this one chicken when it comes down to it.
Then how the hell do we have so many fucked up chickens?
I think it was a Russian chicken because it had steroids in its system.
But like we looked at, like there were so many different varieties, I guess. We looked at like what chicken was like the best for like slaughtering, like for our needs slaughtering and stuff. And like that's what the one, like and then we based it off that one chicken and bred that chicken and like and all that and just multiplied it and used its genetics. But
wouldn't our chickens still be like that instead of all messed up nowadays?
Because we wanted like the perfect chicken.
That's why they're like that, because they keep breeding them to that same standard, which means that they're interbreeding them, and like the genes are getting all jacked up.
Yep.
And then you got that one retarded chicken.
Yeah, it's like
it's more like that one retarded chicken you're talking about keeps making, and so it's become the standard.
Like instead of like basically keep like having your Chihuahua go and have like puppies with like a Shih Tzu, it's like Chihuahua, 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 Like start with 2 Chihuahuas and work your way from those 2, and then their puppies breed together and their puppies breed together, and eventually it's like 6 cousins, and it just goes on down the line. But all the genetics trace back to those original 2 that they thought like had the best genetic form and that looked the best and had all the characteristics that we wanted. You know, that's how they make.
Even though they're different in their own ways.
Well, that's how they eventually got wolves down to Chihuahuas and shit. Is humans did it? You know, like we're the ones that caused that difference. You know, it's you know.
So you're saying we kept breeding wolves with smaller, shorter-haired dogs until we got Chihuahuas?
No, we took 2 wolves. No. It wasn't breeding wolves with dogs. It was taking 2 wolves that had a characteristic that we liked, right? Which was like, let's say, these 2 seemed that had shorter hair, so we started breeding those together, and then its puppies, the ones that had shorter hair, we bred those together, and its puppies that had shorter hair. And now these ones that are smaller, these runts of the litter, we bred just the runts of the litters together, and we did that over thousands and thousands of years, and really, and that was just from when it was wolves. Nowadays, it's way spread up. They can literally like change a whole dog breed within like 5 or 6 generations of breeding. Like it's so sped up.
They did that in Russia with some foxes over I think it was like 10 or 15 years or something, and they kept breeding the smaller, more docile ones together.
Docile ones, yeah, and tame ones,
and like made these dogs basically, these little. I guess they're still considered foxes, but they're basically these little dogs that look kind of like Pomeranians, and they're not foxes at all anymore.
And they did that in like 5 or 6 generations. Yeah, it was crazy.
Yeah, it was like 10 or 15 years or something that they've been doing it for, or at least that they've been documenting it.
I thought Chihuahuas was a basset hound raping a rat, and then that was the product.
It's like saying monkeys and humans made HIV.
Oh yeah. Well,
no, the monkeys made that on their own in a lab. It had nothing to do.
You okay, Sean?
Oh, that was me. You made me choke.
I was wondering if it was me or you that had gone out, because I didn't hear anything there for a while.
No, I was literally taking a drink of whiskey and like, we made it go down the wrong pipe and it burns.
Oh, there you go, falsely accusing people again. I thought it was Sean hacking up a lung. I thought, I was like worried about him for a second.
I thought I froze.
My girlfriend gave me her damn cold, and then I just got a drink of whiskey down the wrong pipe. Thanks to Sean. God. I am
sorry
not
about that.
I am. I'm not sober enough, and I'm not drunk enough for this chat. I'm like right in that in between. And
so
you sound like you could drive.
Raping a rat was the comment that made you choke, right?
Did you just say it sounds like I can drive?
Yeah, you sound like you're.
Okay, I'm telling you, when I get up out of this couch right now, when I get out of it, I'm going to be like wall hugging on my way to the bathroom. I'm just saying.
Well, I'm saying the way you're talking, like you don't sound like you're slurring your words. So if I was a police officer, I'd probably be like, okay, he's drunk, but he can talk. Okay.
I'm not. Oh, I see. I thought every word I was saying right now was slurring. So I just, yeah.
Anybody hear any slurs? I didn't hear any slurs.
I'm starting to hear a little bit of slurs on the S.
Yeah, that's because we're paying attention now.
No, that's just because I'm Utah. That's just because I'm from Utah.
You brought that to light there, Tony. I can't help it now. Now it's there.
Well, I have to remind you that it's 6:24 where I'm at.
I want to talk about the real problem with America.
What's that?
And
okay, what, fat people?
All these damn skateboarders. You know, how dare they skate down like a concrete sidewalk and like jump off stairs in front of our buildings and cause all this damage to like public property and to private business owners' properties. And you know, like gosh, like they're building skate parks everywhere, like you know, but they got to go skateboard outside Walmart, skateboard outside every business, bust up their concrete with their polyurethane plastic skateboard wheels.
Okay, I know the
and their
problem.
wood decks and their wood decks.
I know the problem, and I know the solution. Well, maybe a solution. The problem is that these skate parks are being shut down because drugs are being distributed, and I know this personally because my brother's a skateboarder, and he always goes to the skate park, and everyone we go to, there's always some druggie that's using there, and that's why police are cutting down on skate parks, and that's why they're heading to the streets. Now, a good solution would probably I don't know, skateboard zone, skateboard lane on the road.
Are you talking about skateboard-free zones?
No,
Yes.
skateboard zones where, like, you know how we have bike lanes? We can give them a skateboard lane.
I'm talking about skateboard free zones and just in front of even just commercial businesses in general. You always
Well, you know the whole reason that started that is because
that
skateboarders kept getting hurt and then those businesses were getting sued.
Sued, right? Yeah.
When I was a teenager, they pretty much, I guess that's probably when that started, because I remember getting kicked out of places when we would go in skateboard places, and they wouldn't let us do it anymore, and they would put signs up, and we didn't have any skate parks around here, so there was like some abandoned places that we could go, but other than that, it was like parking lots, and
yeah, those stickers really helped, didn't they? Those signs.
They got less and less and less. Well, the cops would come and run us off, and there was a couple of guys that they got tickets for it. Yeah, I know most places it didn't really matter because cops were too busy to do anything about it. But cops around here, there's not that much for them to do because there's not much crime. So they would actually harass us about it.
You had to be like 16 or older to be there alone. If you're not and you're younger and you're there, they're going to kick you out, that too. And since the drug thing's around, they don't want kids around it too, so they start shutting it down. Whole bunch of stuff.
The thing that bugs me is all those kids in their damn hoodies.
Well, and a lot of those are those skateboarders. Personally,
what about the pink kids?
Personally, I think that it says in our Constitution, in our Bill of Rights, it says that we have the right to travel. So I think they should take away all the skateboards from all those kids, and they should give them to homeless people, and then they could more easily, drive around on their skateboards and get jobs.
No. And then we'll just give the same thing with cars. We should just give homeless people our cars then.
But then the homeless people would just be hanging around.
Homeless alligators that need to defend themselves.
Yeah, we should give them our cars to live in.
Skateboard and roll down the street. It'd be easier on them.
Well, they already did that with turtles. They already did that with turtles.
I know, right?
Last I heard, that's working good.
What we're getting the turtles though? What we're attacking the turtles? What we're assaulting them?
A clan of ninjas, dude. There was an entire clan of ninjas.
Because a clan of ninjas, because then those turtles learn ninjutsu to fight,
the ninjas.
Those other ninjas. Yeah, they learn to fight some ninjas. Yeah.
And what kind of
is ninja, please?
Yeah.
Oh, I totally think alligators would probably learn Brazilian jiu-jitsu, some grappling techniques. Take them to the ground.
No, more like some kind of what is it? Kimbo or something with the hand. Tempo or some shit.
Keto or is that? Am I pronouncing that wrong?
I'm thinking that Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu would probably fit their needs a little bit better.
Yeah.
Because they're so low to the ground, it would help them.
Oh yeah. Well, not all of Jiu-Jitsu is about throwing your opponent and grappling on the ground though.
I know, but you see, the alligators already have this Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu move learned, is what you don't know. They've already trained with the
They have the
grandmasters.
ground and no,
And
they have
no,
the ground
no,
and
no.
pound.
Listen, they've already trained with the grandmasters. Okay, they already have the death roll technique perfected. Okay, look it up.
Really? You're gonna learn from a freaking rat?
From a rat? Are you kidding me? I said, look at the alligators already have a jiu-jitsu technique that they learned from the grandmasters called the death roll. Okay.
Yeah, they are pretty proficient at that. You got to give them that.
Yeah, I mean, it is pretty cool. And then they have
That's
that.
only if they get you, though. That's only if they get you. If they can't get you, then
Yeah. Yeah. See.
So they got to get you first. But they only have a good ground and pound game. They don't have a good standing ground. You know.
Well, I think their strength is getting you to the ground, and they're pretty good at it. They've been doing it their whole life.
Well.
Yeah,
Man,
they can sweep you. Yeah, good. Yeah.
I saw this other documentary. I think it might have been Shark Week, or no, maybe it was MythBusters, and they like compared bite force, and I think that those alligators, I think they had like a stronger bite force, or maybe it was a crocodile. I can't remember. One of those damn homeless lizards, and I think they had more bite force than like a great white. So I can't remember for sure if it was an alligator or a
I think
crocodile.
it was like 50 pounds or something. They said. No, like it
What?
could be more.
50 pounds? I think it was like
It may
10,000.
have been 50 pounds more, but yeah, it's a lot more than 50 pounds.
Yeah, it was something like 10,000.
I could be wrong. Yeah, I could be wrong. But remember, you got to remember the closing. It also is also part of the power as well. You get that like a velocity before.
Oh yeah, because when opening their mouth, that's not what's going to hurt you. I mean, not at all. When they open, like
that's actually their downfall.
Harder.
Yeah.
It's actually harder for them to open than close.
And I suspect that's why just like a couple straps of duct tape will usually hold their mouth shut.
Yeah, yeah.
If anything, the crocodile hunter ever taught me was true.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh God, he was like,
don't swim with stingrays.
I saw videos of his daughter. I used to watch a show, and like his daughter, when she was like 7 years old and shit, could like hold a crocodile mouth shut. Like he would like.
Yeah. He used to have this little tiny loop of rope that he used to use. Like he would just carry that little tiny loop of rope with him, and once he got the crocodile, he would just hold his mouth shut and put that one little tiny loop of rope around its snout and hold it shut.
Yeah, but for him to get it around the mouth, it had to do a death roll, and I don't think you want to jump on it until you get the death roll in there.
Yeah, well, that was the thing, is he would jump on it, and immediately as it started rolling, he would, put that on there. So then he's just got to be able to get back up.
Yeah, they need to learn how to scratch. They need to learn how to box because
Well, just imagine if
once
we
they
would
get their mouth closed, then they're screwed.
If we would have just acted sooner and banned all of the stingrays' tails, their barbs on their tails, and we caught all of them and took their barbs away, like Steve Irwin
How can
would
you
still be
ban
alive.
that when they're born with it? That's like saying I'm born with my hand, but it's a dangerous tool because I can kill somebody with it, so I might as well chop it off.
You mean just because they're born with the right and the means to defend themselves, that they should be allowed to?
More reasonable restriction on stingray barbs.
How can you do that?
Because it killed somebody. That's why. So we should. So
But
there should definitely be a restriction.
He was in their territory, and it could have been self-defense because he was probably touching them the wrong way.
Everyone knows stingray barbs are never used for self-defense. That's just common sense. Dude, Bloomberg
get their hands on it.
Bloomberg even put a report out about it. Once the Steve Irwin mass barbing was out there, and that stingray barbed all those people. Bloomberg did a report, and Bloomberg's like, you know what? We got to ban this. It is bad. People are dying by going in the ocean.
People assault stingray barbs too.
Yeah.
I mean, high capacity stingray barbs, they gotta go.
I literally saw a report yesterday that said more people die because of fucking sandcastles than by shark attacks. More people actually die by sandcastles. And I'm thinking, like, okay, well, how do you die from a sandcastle? Like, do you like, does it collapse on you? Like, reading further into it, it said that people dig these fucking holes, and it can be like a little, like 1 foot hole, but sometimes they're big, and people fall into these holes or trip over them, and then hit their head on a rock or some shit, they they die. So there's more deaths from
That's not a
sandcastles.
sandcastle. That's a sand hole.
Well, because there's more deaths because of sandcastles than there is by sharks.
It's in the process of making it because they dig this big, huge hole while they're making the sandcastle.
Yeah.
And they fall in, hit their head on something, knock them out. Tide comes in,
Or break
fills the
their
hole
neck,
up with
whatever.
water, and they drown.
So just
Why are you
imagine
so
all
close
the
to the
life.
water?
I gotta
Imagine
see
all the
some
life
like
we could
numbers
save.
on that because I gotta see some numbers on that.
Okay,
because
okay, we'll move
I
that
can't
to all
believe
the
there's more than like 1 or 2 of those a year.
I shit you not. I
bears.
shit you not. I read a thing about it, dude. I shit you not. I'll see if I can find it for you. I will find it for you. Because I know it's bad. I know it's bad. I just saw it like 3 days ago, so I know it's still in my history. So I'll find it for you. But I shit you not. It literally said. I'm not saying it's true. I'm saying that I read a thing on the fucking internet, for whatever that's worth, that said that more people die every year from sandcastles to compared to shark attacks. So than from sharks. So I don't know how many. I don't even know how many people die from sharks every
You
year.
have to limit the size of sandcastles because you don't need large.
Well, it's not very many because more
large
people get struck
capacity
by
sandcastles.
lightning.
So what you're saying is no large capacity sandcastles. If every sandcastle is just small and limited, in
Yes.
some way.
You don't
Okay.
need large sandcastles to hunt with. It's just totally unreasonable.
But what are we hunting with sandcastles?
People, evidently, because more people
Yeah,
die.
that's what
Well, then that means we have
Everyone
to ban
knows
You
from
gotta-
that documentary, Jaws,
But then-
that sharks
you gotta-
hunt people.
No, but then we
You
have to
gotta
ban,
lure
like,
them.
we have to ban stuff like the Venus flytrap.
You gotta lure the people with the sandcastle into the big hole that you built behind it, so when they come to knock your sandcastle down, they trip and fall into that big hole that you built with the rock at the bottom.
But is that justifiable?
That's diabolical. I can't imagine any good person would do that.
Is that justifiable in self-defense for my castle?
If
I don't
your
think
state has
castle
castle
law
doctrine,
applies.
yeah. Sure, why not?
The sandcastle doctrine. Holy crap.
Well, why do you think all castles have moats around them? I mean, just that tells you
That's
right
not true.
They're designed for killing.
Every
they're
castle
evil
every
sandcastles.
castle.
Black sandcastles, the assault type sandcastles, high capacity sandcastles, even carry concealed sandcastles are deadly. They need to be done away with.
Oh man, those are the worst. Don't know who's gonna jump you with a sandcastle. Just going to Walmart and you're in the beach section. They have like sand everywhere. Boom! Next thing you know, sandcastle.
And they got that stuff, that kinetic sand now. Man, that stuff is deadly because you can carry that with you.
Oh God! Don't even start with that. I know what you're talking about too.
Well, you know why they started doing that, right? Was to trick you into thinking that easily identifiable sand is okay to have. So then when you start going through all the metal detectors everywhere, they start going off, and they're like, oh, that guy has sand. Call the cops. You're not allowed in here with sand. So.
No, but the store sells sand. So what the heck?
Well, I don't know. See, it hasn't. Regular sand hasn't become banned yet. See, that's the thing. Once they ban regular sand, all you'll be able to allowed to have is the kinetic sand.
And the kinetic sand is even more dangerous because you can just shape them, and
Yeah.
And they'll stay like that.
You can just build your castle right on your hand.
Yeah.
You just draw it on anybody anytime. Mass castlings.
Yeah. Yeah, man. The fucking
A man and his
massacre-
castle.
The Castle Massacre of 1812 or something. Oh, jeez.
There definitely needs to be more castle-free zones. Sandcastle-free zones are a must.
Oh,
No. Haven't you ever seen like the pictures they draw on the ground? Like I don't know about you, but like at the town center, all these artists come out and they use sand and they draw like some elaborate picture like right in the, the center of fucking like town square with, and it's like all sand. It's all different colored sand and they draw it out on the ground with the sand. It's like a Native American thing. And have you ever seen those guys? Those guys are the guys infiltrating to go into the public spots, populated with their sand and cause real harm.
You know what's terrible in Florida? The parks, they don't have sand castles anymore because it's all this fake grass. It's not even fake grass. It's like nylon looking like grass.
Have you ever been running on like brick or something and hit like a patch of sand? It's just like ice, man. Or like riding a motorcycle
We
and
don't
hitting like
have
a
sand
bunch
no
of loose dirt.
more.
You're in fucking Florida. How do you not have sand?
I meant in the
Because
playgrounds. Those are
They
the
took it all, put it back on the
those are the no
beaches.
sand safe zones.
Oh shit! You guys don't got AstroTurf on your playground
Yeah, they
yet?
got-
Nothing but concrete
Some
and
of them got
AstroTurf.
fake. Now some of them's got fake grass.
Yeah, the AstroTurf shit. Yep, we got that.
Yeah, but there's no
quite
sand.
a bit of screws.
What happened to all the sand?
They outlawed it. Kids are not allowed to have
Exactly.
sand.
See, those are the sand safe zones. Those are the no sand safe zones.
Sand-free zones.
And what happens?
Yeah, sand
you
free
get
zones.
as soon as a little bit of sand goes into that no free zone, that sand free zone, someone slips on it, falls.
Yep.
Boom.
There we go, having more match sandcastlings again.
Yep. Especially when they start. Oh man, you know what they cut down on? Those like tunnels. Sand tunnels. Yeah. Cut them down.
What else can we pervert?
I don't know, but if Yankee was listening to
Dude,
this,
all I
he'd
know is
be
we're
dead.
solving all the world's problems right now.
I know, right?
What I really want to talk about right now is global warming.
Oh my
Because
God,
that is
we
the greatest
agreed not to
issue.
use that word.
No, that is the biggest issue facing us today. Okay, that is the most dangerous thing facing the American public today.
No
Is
pollution.
global warming. Okay.
Pollution.
No, global warming.
It's caused by global warming.
It's caused by global warming. Okay, I saw politicians specifically use the word global warming, not pollution.
No, you know
I
what it is?
heard-
It's
I
that
heard
black
global
stuff that's on the snow.
I heard global warming.
Terrorism is caused by global warming.
Yeah, I
Every
heard
single
global warming-
politician.
I heard global warming is caused by gluten.
I've heard that too. And it is kind of a conspiracy. It is kind of out on the left a little, almost liberal, but
There's a lot of stuff is causing global warming.
But
Can't be
I've
just
heard
one
I've
thing.
heard my politician use the word global warming. Okay, it is the most dangerous thing facing America today. Okay,
Even black ice.
dude, there would be no ISIS without global warming.
Wait. Even black ice is dangerous. It's not as dangerous
Bernie
as global warming.
Sanders did that, so it's true.
There'd be
Because
no
he said
mass shootings. There'd be no mass shootings. No one would be pissed off that it's hot outside and they don't have air conditioning.
I heard
No,
global
because
warming.
I heard a story where black ice can just come out of nowhere and jump on you, and you slip and fall and die. So we gotta watch out for that too. So it's just not global warming, but when it gets really cold, get the black
killed
ice.
Cliff Burton.
Yeah, watch out for
Killed him
those black
dead.
ices.
Hey now, hashtag Black Ice Matters.
Ooh.
Why does black ice matter? It kills people.
Black ice has just as
Slips
okay.
and jumps on you and makes you fall.
Okay,
and
what is ice? What is ice? Ice is water, right?
Yeah.
They have proven that water, that water is homeless. Okay?
Oh snap!
It is
We
always
just
having
blew
to
your
travel.
mind.
It is always having to travel around. Okay? Water has nowhere to go. It responds to human verbal communication. Okay, like
Actually, it does.
So so in some aspects, it's kind of like it's mystery. It might be alive, man. Okay, and what do? We just abuse it. We flush it down the toilet.
Does that count if there's organisms that are alive in it, or the actual water itself as an organism is alive?
I don't know. I didn't read the full thing. It was too boring. I just saw on like the top of the Popular Science that water responds to human verbal contact. So I didn't read the whole story.
Yeah, so does plants.
But because I saw it on the internet, it's got to be true. So because I know I know that a website wouldn't actually put up a story like that without researching it, checking into it, asking for some sort of proof. I know that they just wouldn't listen to some other guy say, "Oh yeah, water does this," and then run with it. So, well, water is like the main cause of global warming. Is what I'm trying to get to here.
I kind of wonder what water eats.
We just need to ban water.
But water, the truth is that water, with those organisms in it, water is controlling, organizing, and militarizing those organisms.
They're invading.
Really what's
they are
causing
invading us.
global warming.
Yeah, they're invading us. Like we're like 75% water. So like wait another couple hundred years and we're going to evolve into like 100% water.
No, drop down 2 degrees and we'll be invaded by water.
I mean,
yeah, see.
Water's like water's the Antichrist. Is what you don't understand. Okay.
You know what's funny? Water can kill ISIS.
Water, it's like it's the Antichrist, but it's like Jesus. It's like the Trinity. It's like the Father, Son, and the Holy Ghost. It can be ice. It can be water. It can be steam. It can, it can be. Dude, that is magical stuff. It can change itself. Like just, it's
hydropower.
It's evil.
Oh, now I know what they meant when they say like what is it called? How they say it?
Hydroelectricity?
No. What is it? It was like Hydro Hitler or something like that. Hail Hydro.
Hail Hydro.
Hail Hydro. I got it. Yeah.
That's what they were really saying.
Yeah.
I heard hydro's like the latest drug on the street.
Oh Jesus! Not another one.
I know it's one of the most expensive. I know they charge you like $2 for like 20 ounces or something.
Dude, they charge more than soda.
Wearing it that way, doing it in public. There's, it's totally unregulated.
Yeah, it's cost more than soda. Like the fructose hydro.
Yeah, I bought a bottle of like Aquafina, I think it was the other day. Right? I'm like, oh man, this is good shit. And on the back of it, it says like, oh, it's bottled from Denver's municipal water supply. So like, there's some dude at home who owns Aquafina opening up his tap in his kitchen sink. Filling up these Aquafina bottles, capping them, packaging them up, sending them out all over America.
Double the charge.
It comes from Denver, like water supply. So he's like, okay, so he calls up the city of Denver. How much was this 20 ounces of water I just bottled? Oh, it's like not even a penny. Okay, I'm gonna sell it for like $2.
But you can get like 80 cents for fructose corn syrup, but fructose, hydros. But when you buy other ones, like $2.
Now that's really the corn syrup and all that costs more, but to make. But they want you to have it, so the government pays these companies to sell it cheap, to poison you, to give you cancer. So. Population control. It's like meth. It's population control.
Hey guys, water is the root cause behind big tobacco.
Well, it is the root cause. I will agree with you there. Water is all behind big tobacco. But you got to remember, Bruce Lee was one of water's like infiltrators. Okay, like he was like one of their biggest spies. Remember, Bruce Lee said, "Be like water." So.
You can crash, you can float. Yeah, that everything. He infiltrated.
He was a pro-water supporter. So,
and he wanted to put it in glasses and put them in free zone glasses, instead of letting them free, for more.
I've got friends that got their medical water cards, and they do, they totally abuse those too.
Oh yeah. Do they ship it? I'm sorry. Go ahead, Sean.
I was just going to say that so they can still legally get water in California, because I know that it's like virtually outlawed there now, right?
Yeah, I mean, if you have more than an ounce of water, it's a felony. You can be busted for distribution. It's huge. I mean, water is just it's horrible out here. It's everywhere. It's like businessmen, school teachers, kids, everybody's doing water out here.
Man,
crazy.
But don't they have water zones where you
Is
can...
water gluten free? That's the real question.
Oh gosh, do they make gluten free water?
Hey, just like water's behind big tobacco, water's behind gluten too. Water is the root cause for gluten.
But does the water have gluten in it?
Well, probably without the water, gluten might not exist. So, because everyone knows gluten is alive, and you can't have life without water.
Yeah.
That's why water is evil. You can't have life without it. I mean, it's just...
All right, guys. I mean, I really enjoyed this extremely stimulating, helpful conversation we've had, but I'm gonna go to sleep now, and hopefully I don't get addicted or attacked by water while I sleep.
Yeah, I'm gonna join you, not physically, but the same idea.
Yeah,
and
I really don't want
I'm
you
gonna
to
go. I'm gonna go drink some water before I, go take a nap. Eat some chips
somebody's
before
going to listen.
Wait,
to
I
this
like
later
sleepovers.
today and never allow us to chat again.
We're gonna try and log into gun channels tomorrow, and we're gonna be banned. So, wow.
Hey,
Anybody
let water
who
have firearms, because that's what we're all here about: firearms and our Second Amendment rights, and waters needs rights too. So.
Don't get all straight on us now, dude. Come on. Don't try and fix it now. It's too late.
Well, we did solve we solved gun problems, alligator problems. We solved homeless problems.
The water crisis in California.
Global warming.
I can guarantee you guys one thing for sure. This will not make it into the analogs of gun channels.
Well, I am a Democrat, so.
You're in cyber.
I just wait. I just want to say that all you need to do is just open to your mind to what we talked about tonight.
If it is on, I think Pinks is going to have to delete it from Google too. I'm pretty sure, and YouTube and all that other good stuff. We're gonna, if we do make it back to gun channels and we are not banned,
No, he'll probably cut it. No, he'll probably cut and edit it.
I just want to say, support France. Make sure you change your Facebook photo and Instagram to a French flag, because that'll help.
I don't know how to do that, actually.
Wow, you got serious on us.
Everyone posted a meme saying "fuck ISIS" and ISIS is pigs and stuff like that. And keep the fight real. Keep the fight real.
Everybody needs to find an ISIS person and shove some bacon down their throat. Maybe it'll snap them out of it. Anyway, I'm out of here. Later, Sean. Nice to meet you, Tony. Later, Dead Horse. Later,
guys.
Later, man.
Yeah, have a good one, Harry.
Yeah. What do Japanese people say? Sayonara.
How the hell is this chat still alive?
I honestly don't know. I've been
That's
thinking
what
that
I'm wondering. I was
myself.
thinking that
Like
it should
usually
have.
it goes off like at 1 or 2 or something. Like,
Yeah, it usually only lasts like 8 hours and a minute. It's like right over eight hours it cuts off, and I would think that it would have been going a lot longer than that. It seems like.
I don't even know. I don't even remember what time I came into the chat. I'd already had a couple drinks.
Well, I'm pretty sure this is the same one that was started shortly before Matt's chat, and Matt's chat was over, like, what, right after 10?
Yeah.
Well, my time. Oh, it's almost 6 o'clock my time now.
Well, I'm sure.
And I think this had already been started an hour or two before that.
My best advice to if Pink watches this all the way through is Pink, take this chat and like cut off like the last 7.5 hours, and leave about maybe the first half an hour. I don't even think anyone was in the chat, so like maybe like leave the first hour, and then cut off the last 7. Edit that shit. And
as soon as people start talking about arming the homeless,
yeah,
everything after that can go.
Actually, we shouldn't cut that off because Yankee came in after that, so we shouldn't cut that off.
We should probably keep it and
keep
send
it
us a copy.
Keep it until it like turned all weird. Okay, keep it until it turned all weird. Then cut it off and edit it and cut it off and keep that, and then keep the rest that you cut off in a private secret file that you'll keep forever. That kind of thing. So copy.
Life is like a box of chocolates.
I get everything.
Yep, if you leave it out in the sun, it's going to be a mess.
Exactly, and that's what happened. So yeah, just edit the parts that are part of Glenn's channel, and then keep the rest in a vault. Other than that, all I gotta say is I love y'all, and keep fighting the good fight. Keep your rights, and good night. And I think I just rhymed a whole bunch of times right there.
And vote for Hillary.
That's you. That's for you.
Or any Democrat, doesn't matter. Just vote Democratic because they have our best interests at heart.
I actually have a good question.
They care about every American person, like every single American person. They care and they love you, and they want to support your gun rights.
On Republicans and Democrats. So next time we'll probably talk about that. I'll try to bring that up, but I have a good question about that.
All right, write that on your notepad.
Oh,
and,
yeah.
Just remember, everyone.
I'll put it right next to the homeless.
Just everyone remember, you got to vote Democratic if you want, the best health care you can get. If you want to keep your gun rights, and if you feel like you should have the right to protect yourself. Democrats, they have our best interests at heart. I mean, just look up the word Democrat and read about what they've done and how well they've helped America. And look up the term democracy and Democrat, and look up the term Republican. Look up the term Republican and Republic, and that's all you got to do. Those 4 words. Democracy and Democrat, Republic and Republican. Just look up those 4 words and research what they mean and what they stand for, and you'll definitely see Democrats the clear choice, because every single democracy has been totally successful in all of history. I mean, like everyone has just been so successful. Yep.
Oh man, you just made me remind. Oh man, I just found another idea within that idea that I should write down. That's good. And it's
Whoa
actually
there,
a
whoa
legitimate
there,
idea.
Whoa there. Don't. Whoa
No,
there. Slow
it's
down.
actually a
Slow
legitimate
down.
thing.
Slow
No,
down.
really, it's a
Slow.
legitimate
Whoa.
thing.
Dude,
It's
I'm
not
mind
bullshit.
blown. I
It's
am
not bull.
mind blown, dude. Just
It's
slow down
not
there.
bull, dude. It's not bull. I'm gonna write it down, and we're gonna talk about it tomorrow when there's a lot of people that can actually help answer it. So, yeah.
Oh my god. Have you ever seen Screamers? My head just fucking exploded.
Dude,
Like,
it's crazy.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
oh.
Oh, we're gonna have a doozy tomorrow, and yes, it does have to do with our rights and firearms. So, man, this is gonna be a doozy. I'll write this down.
Man, I probably won't be able to join this chat tomorrow because I'm gonna be working on a bathroom like all tomorrow, trying to get that fucker knocked out. But I will definitely listen while I'm working, and I hope to God that you solve the evil penguin problem and why in my hell
it's just gonna be the only things I'm probably gonna be asking is the Republicans and the Democratic thing, and then the rights and the firearms and all that stuff. So within that, rights of the Republicans and the Democrat, and I just probably messed up myself there, but yeah, it's gonna be a good one.
I don't care as long as we solve the whole Colonel Sanders, stolen
Is he dead
valor.
or is he not dead kind of thing?
Yeah, that's
Stolen
got to
valor.
be taken
Who
care
gives a
of.
shit if he's dead?
Yeah.
Who gives a shit if he's dead? I'm talking stolen valor. Okay?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he never fought no war.
Dude, you talk about like a guy who's just man, how fucking dare him go around calling himself a colonel? I mean, he's just like on that YouTube channel, Buds. Like I see him going around like every week with these like Navy SEALs and shit, like calling them all out. You're not a Navy SEAL. Like all these guys,
Dead Horse. Have you seen Trailer Park Boys?
Oh, I watch that show.
It's like that guy. It's like that guy.
Every
that
night.
Guy.
Like,
It's like that guy. He thinks he's a colonel and a private dancer. And,
every night. Dude, I watch Trailer Park Boys like all the time because, like, probably like the closest like neighborhood to like where I live, right, is like another like a different like with actual like houses or people is like a trailer court, right? That's like close to my house, and so there's like every time I like drive through there, there's like Trailer Park Boys like standing everywhere, and yeah. There's evil guys, dude. I'm telling you, they're like beating their wives, throwing them out the windows, like just trailers are burning down from like meth labs exploding, like.
Oh Jesus!
Tornadoes,
dude. Like we don't even have tornadoes.
Wow,
here
you
except for where
just
the trailer park
described a place that's like 5 miles from here, just perfectly. I swear.
Oh man, you guys are gonna make me religious.
Wait, you're not religious?
My religion is.
Dude, this is America.
My religion is complicated.
There's nothing complicated about it.
It is when you try to put every religion into one religion.
Oh, what do you mean? That's already been done.
When you try to take
Scientology,
value,
bro.
No, when you're trying to take value, when you try to take every good value that every religion has in common, and then you put it into one.
Scientology. They are.
That's kind of more
an entire church of nothing. Everyone in that church is a scientist. Okay.
Because if you think about it, no, they're not scientists. They're